speaking. Hopefully everyone's well. Now today I want to bring some deep awareness to you guys' minds. Let's start here. Like I said, hopefully everyone's well. It is not what you know, it's who you know. I'll say that one more time. Maybe a lot of you guys have heard that before. This is a philosophy. I'm not sure who it derives from, but it is a common phrase that you may hear in your lifetime. It is not what you know, it's who you know. Now, that is a philosophy that's based on, like I said, that's a philosophy that's based on one's envy of someone who is wise. And so here's the fulfillment of the philosophy. It's what you know and who you know, meaning both parts. The philosophy is it's not what you know, but who you know. If you don't know anything, it wouldn't matter who you know. They're not going to use you for anything. In that, you have a brain to know, hold on, everything starts with what I know. Just look at yourself. You know a bunch of people, but you're going to use the ones who know whatever it is you need them to know to do. And so it's what you know and who you know. That's the philosophy that you live by. You don't live by any philosophy that's broken or opposing within it. And so you want to make sure you know things. You also want to make sure you know the right people. The right people is the people that can help you get along in whatever it is that you know. But you base the foundations of yourself on what you know. You never skip over knowing. To say it's not what you know, it's who you know is to promote the children. Be dumb as you want and just focus on selling yourself to everybody in the world so you know everybody. And that's not good. And so to my children, as well as y'all children, whoever can, hear and receive the wisdom or the message here, you make sure you know some stuff and you make sure you know some people. You don't have to know the whole world, but, just a good handful of people. That's good. You don't want to get too lost into the knowings of people who, you get my point? Going down paths you truly don't want to end up on. If you're young and you can't see down the path that you're starting on, then this is when you go on other people's experience. Meaning I'm sure someone's telling you don't go down that path and they've explained to you why you shouldn't. You go on their higher judgment or their higher experience in the matter. I want to say this as well. If you're over 30 and you're promoting gangs in any way, or you're attaching yourself to gangs, you deserve to get punched in your eye, and I'm sure you will at some point. I'm saying this because I'm sure everybody over 30, or the bulk of you guys, have children. The children are gonna pressure each other and influence each other into anything they think of. That's gonna happen. But as an adult, a grown-up, far past the years of, 21 years old, you should have a higher mind to know, You don't attach yourself in that way. You're promoting the wrong things, however you cut it. And so if you're a podcaster or you're someone who does interviews and you're way above 30, but you do speak for the gangs, or you get it? You're still associating yourself in some way. More than likely, if I seen you, I'd punch you in your eye. I have children. What the hell is your problem? And I mean that. I got a son. I will beat any one of y'all ass so he can get the point. And any other man with children, you should stand on that as well. I don't care what gang you is. When you over 30, you a damn fool that need to get punched in your eye. And you can feel however you want about it. Don't nobody over 30 years old need to be publicly or on Front Street promoting any negative thing, especially things that kids are more likely to fall into. People your age is not falling into that. When you do that, you get it? You're exploiting children. You 35 years old, you go to work, you know you ain't gonna influence anybody from your job to join your gang, but you're gonna influence kids. They the only ones gonna listen to that foolishness from you. Your own peers are not. And so when you do that, your peers should beat your ass. Excuse my language, but you got a lot of the young falling into gangs, and it's truly because of the older people that are still promoting it. It's not so much their own peers, but it's whatever older person is influencing one of their peers, and he's influencing the rest. And he's standing on that elder of some sort, meaning that's his backup, or, well, I'll go get him. And that's what's making them go into it. But for the most part, you get my point? If you have children, I wouldn't care if you're 25, you need to really look at your child and think of what you're promoting when you're speaking, you know, for certain things. Nobody should be speaking for anything that causes, you know, opposition in the things that come with opposition. Opposition is something that you should just, opposition is something that should just come upon you. It shouldn't be something you associate yourself with and then you have problems because you decided to associate yourself with things that already have opposition. You're going to have your own opposition in life. You don't need to take on anyone else's. You're going to have your friends and family in your own life that's going to need you to, you know, help them with their opposition. You don't need to take on opposition that's not yours, and then you can't be present when you're supposed to, you know, for your own personal opposition and those that, you know, is your family and friends. Hopefully that's clear. I'm not sure if it is, but like I said, in regards to the first thing, it's not who you know, or it's not what you know, it's who you know. The correct thing is, it's who you know and what you know, both together. This is how you fulfill yourself and you live out the philosophy the right way. Like I said, the philosophy is it's not what you know, it's who you know. This is promoting stupidity. It's promoting you don't need to know anything, you just need to know everybody. That's how you're going to find yourself selling yourself short to everybody, because you want to know everybody. It's not about your knowing everybody, but it's about everybody coming to know you if they're at liberty to. You're never going to be able to know everybody. But you do have some amongst us where everybody will know us. And so you just make sure you're right. Meaning it wouldn't matter who you are. We can't say who's going to be that person or those people, but everybody can prep themselves for it. Meaning if everybody's going to know you, or be known for something good and of use to the everybody. And so make sure you know some things, and make sure you know some people that's into the thing or things that you are in regards to what you know. Bayuxtopia said, what's your zodiac sign? Salam, shalom. That's systematic stuff. Wisdom does not have to do with any brainwashings or systematic things. When I say systematic things, it's things you picked up in the system you live in. Your zodiac sign correlates with the calendar that you look at every day. In that, if you're someone who believes in birth signs and zodiac signs, I'm not sure what you're following because you're basing all of this on a calendar. Calendar is inaccurate. Life is not on a schedule. A calendar is a schedule, but life is not on that schedule. Do you follow that part? There's 28 to 29 days a month. Again, the moon and the sun ain't on no specific schedule. They might be 10 seconds early, 50 seconds late, whatever. But you do have the stars and, you have the lights of the stars up above. And watching and observing those things, this is the, I don't want to say the accurate, but the accurate of the curriculum are the systematics. In that, when you ask someone what's their zodiac sign, you're basically shallowing them out and you're shallowing yourself out because life's not on any schedule. Life's not on any calendar. You're going to meet, what month are we in? July? What is this, Cancer season? You're going to meet Cancers that have their personality is completely different from one another. Same with Leos. I think that's next. So on and so forth. You cannot judge people according to a sign, an environment, a pal. That's closed-minded and shallow-minded behavior. Now, I know y'all fall into the things y'all do and y'all like what y'all like. You said, no, I just wanted to know what it is, what it was. I wasn't going to judge you for your sign. Yeah, you're not grasping anything I just said. You're not going to ask somebody their sign to not come to any conclusion for yourself. So when you say, I wasn't going to judge you, you're basically saying you wasn't going to speak whatever conclusion you came to out. But what I'm saying is you shouldn't even be reaching for things to judge or box someone into any shallow-minded thing. You get it? If you go seek a job and they ask you, are you black? They can't see you. They have this thing with nationalities. And so they ask you, if you black, you're more than likely going to say, why? And you're going to assume they want to put me in some classification. They already have a stereotype or a boxed perspective. And that's why they asking me. They're not asking me for any old reason. There's a reason they're asking me. They may not tell me why, but they're asking for a reason. And so do you get my point? It would be the same when you ask someone, what's your zodiac sign? I'm not saying you can't fall into the things you like or find interest into things you like. You got movies, all kind of things, the circus. But these ain't things you're supposed to apply to your mind and your ideology, so to say. You get it? You like birthdays and birth signs? Beautiful. Now, when you're dealing with people, you don't never box them into that. That was the whole purpose of that curriculum or those systematics. It falls right into the line with the gangs and any other systematics y'all can think of. When I say gangs, I'm speaking of political parties as well. You're a Democrat, you're a a Republican. You're no different than the child that's a Blood or a Crip. And if you know about Democrats and Republics, red and blue start with them before gangs. Gangs is just an extension of the system. So before you was a Blood and had your red going, Democrats been on that time. You follow? You a Crip and you got your blue thing going, Republicans been rocking the blue, big baby. And these is the people that create all the systematics and rules and things that y'all live by. And so, kinda grasp. You have many expressions of the same thing. This same thing is separation of the people. And y'all fall into every extreme of it. even into politics. And so be clear, you guys are arguing and fighting back and forth, Republicans and Democrats, over who's going to create rules for you. You can find yourself a slave or beneath anything physically, but once you let your mind go there, where you're sinning against yourself, saying, I prefer this person to make my rules for me over that one, you lost. Whatever's going to be is what's going to be. But when you go with your own slavery, you get my point? This is when it's bad. And so it's a deep thing. Bioxtopia said there's a whole natal chart. There's different systems of astrology. Some calculate exactly with the stars. Voodoo spells are done in alignment with the stars. It depends on how you do it. Salam, shalom. Like I said, everything you just said fall in the curriculum. I'm not sure why y'all minds get, clogged up like a toilet in that way. But when a point is made to you, if you speak past that point, this is the beginnings of feeling stupid and looking stupid. Just putting that out there before you, invoke that upon yourself. Meaning at some point in this discussion, you're going to start feeling stupid. Then you're going to start acting a little irate and a little stupid. And so again, you have real knowledge of nature, then you have the system. This is the Babylon, the city, whatever you want to call it, that you live in. And they created a lot of systematics or curriculums for y'all to fall into, so y'all be stupid. That's the point of, We don't want the citizens to be smarter than the rulers. That ain't gonna work out so good. So the bulk of the citizens need to be as stupid as possible. And so there's curriculums made to keep y'all stuck on stupid. Now you say there's natal charts and all these things that have to do with the birth sign. A woman is her own moon. She don't need no outer stars to know herself. She have the same system within as the stars above. And so do you get my point? You're dumb talking, but you don't realize it because you lost on the stupid systematics. You will follow the moon before you follow your own menses, and they both have the same 28, 29-day cycle, but you don't know yourself. You fall in the curriculum that take you away from yourself and bring you into the stars like there's something outside of self. As above, so below. Whatever's above is within. That's the below. And so again, y'all are not learning any truth. Y'all are not learning any real wisdom. Y'all are dumbing yourselves out by falling into curriculum that was created for that. Again, astrology and all of this, this is the systems that created the time and calendar that y'all live by now. Y'all are using it beyond its purpose. You follow? Meaning y'all are lost in time, most of y'all in the daytime. You're speaking old things that already serve their purpose. And you are that purpose now. Meaning before your calendar, which is basically based off your zodiac knowledge, or your astrology. Meaning before the calendar and all of that, you had the zodiac, which is your stars up above and that whole system, and whatever it was termed at the time. And then that wisdom was used to create the calendar and all these other things that y'all live in y'all society. You live a seven-day work week, a 30-day month cycle, and you get it? It was used to create the systematics that y'all are already living, meaning the astrology was already put on y'all. Now y'all are using that same astrology in playland almost. When the astrology is done accurate, so look at yourselves. You follow? Y'all stuck on a calendar. Y'all stuck on these ideologies. That's the sorcery. Controlling people. It has nothing to do with blabbering your mouth and saying, I know my birth sign. You are the end result of the sorcery. Meaning the sorcery, astrology, birth signs, whatever y'all want to call it, it was put on y'all. And this is why y'all stuck on stupid. That's not an insult when I say you're stuck on stupid. That's what the sorcery is about. Bounding your minds and then guiding it into nowhere positive. See how Bio said plants are under certain planets too, like that, dumbed out. We're not speaking about planets, our plants. We're speaking about time. The same time you hold within your belly as the time you are seeking outside of self. Now, if a woman hold all moons within herself, meaning every month we get a new moon, got different names for every full moon. Meaning you have a January full moon. It's not the same as the February one. It has a different appearance and a different glow. I'm saying that so you can grasp. Every month there's a new moon. No different than inside of a woman. Every month she gets a new egg or moon. I'm saying that because it's the same cycle. 28, 20, 29 day thing. As above, so below. Now, if you have every moon in you as a woman, why would you bound yourself to just one? That part. The dumbing down is the things y'all lost into. Meaning the things that make y'all completely stupid. To where you become pride-filled and the defender of your own dumb. But again, if you a woman, you got to get it together. You got men telling y'all about the stars and moon because they don't know y'all got the stars and moon inside y'all selves. They don't. That's why they don't know shit. And this is what you call dumb. You let a nigga that don't got nothing to do with what you are come and tell you about you. And so again, if you was a woman and you was paying attention to the self, you would have came to the realization on your own. Meaning if you was in tune with yourself and in tune with the outer natures in life, this is the moon. You would have came to realize on your own, my menses in the moon cycle is the same cycle. But you don't learn from nature. Y'all being a part of this nature, your egg cell coming every month and the moon appearing every month, this is the same nature. This is the same hidden hand doing the same work, inside and outside of self. Y'all not in tune with that. Y'all in tune with people's voices, whoever you like. And so that's where emotional control kicks in. Emotional control is not you're pretending you're happy or pretending you're not mad. Emotional control has to do with matters concerning when you're wrong, and too emotional to acknowledge that wrong and then move on the correction. Emotional control goes into situations when it's needed for you to be fair, but you can't because you have an emotional attachment to whoever may be wrong. So you say, I'm on whatever they say. Like that. On a shallow level, emotional control is the, I guess, pretending like you don't have any emotions, only happiness. You get it? But whatever emotion you are is just what you are in that moment. In regards to controlling the emotions, well, when y'all are being unfair, this is an emotional matter. Do you follow? It ties into your like or dislike. That part. When you're corrected on something or you come to realize you're wrong, Your acknowledging it and being solid is going to boil you down to your emotions. That part, meaning your pride. Do you feel stupid now that you're wrong and corrected? Or are you mature enough to just, you get it? Accept your wrongs and move on the correction. And so it's a deep thing, try and grasp. I'm gonna let you go in a minute, Biotopia. All I can do is show you the ever in your ways, the ever in your thoughts. And so I explained to you how everything you're talking about got to do with the dumbing down of self. If you too lost into whatever you are where you can't acknowledge, you know, truth when it's said to you in regards to whatever the matter is, then you're not emotionally mature enough to truly be here. I ain't big on, you know, excess communication. Once the point is made, the point is made. And once you're speaking beyond truth and become the defender of lie, meaning when you decide to ignore a truth and speak beyond it, well, from that moment, you're basically the defender of whatever lie. The truth and lie are opposites. Peace and wisdom, Jesse McCormick. And so hopefully you grasp what I said, Bioxtopia. It's to help you in your journey. A lot of y'all get lost and you come here trying to have like a debate. Y'all not on my level. If you think you are, well, like I just told you, when you speak beyond truths, you're setting yourself up to be angry and bitter and feel dumb and look dumb. And so again, y'all not on my level. I don't come here and teach y'all because I think that y'all are. I teach y'all because I figure y'all need the mental and emotional help. You get it? It's a trade. Y'all need mental and emotional help. I need financial help. If you say you already got finances, that's not your business. You need all the mental and emotional help you can get. So it's the same on my end. Same way you got mental and emotional hanger-ons keep dragging you down. Shit, I got a lot of beggars around me. Keep dragging me down, you know? Now, aside from, you know, the funnies, trying to grasp what I say. When you come in here to learn, if you come with your ego and you think like, we in competition, get to your competition so after you can get to the point of what I come for, which is to teach whoever respect that I'm the wisest man alive, and they gonna get the fair understandings on things and not a biased or, you know, any other thing that has to do with lack of emotional control. You know, opinions, things like this. These things don't matter. YouTube is fake, said everyone has their truth, including Biotopia. Yeah, your truth has nothing to do with the truth. My channel has to do with the truth. When you hear somebody say my truth, they're basically being selfish with the truth and saying whatever part of the truth I want to get it. My channel don't have nothing to do with retard ideals. It has to do with self-awareness. When you become aware of self, in the ever in self, and make the corrections. And that when you hear ideology that's not serving to the self or not, you know, balanced in any way, you don't have to get lost in it. I'm giving you an example from what you said. You said everyone has their truth. Yeah, everyone has their own name. Everyone has their own perspective. That's what everyone has their own truth means. Everybody has their own way they want to see things. But who cares about that? That has nothing to do with wisdom. Wisdom doesn't boil you down to any of our opinions or perspectives or our truths. It boils down to the truth. The truth being outside of self. We speaking on regards to whatever the matter is that's being spoken of. If the matter is concerning self, the truth of the matter is within. And so, Like I said, y'all learn a lot from people who are not truly wise. Their wisdom is based on their unbalanced emotional state, unstable emotional state. Base their wisdom and their ideology and philosophies on how they feel in the moment. Usually their insecurities, things of that nature. You need an example of insecure teachings? Y'all ever see videos where they be like, the chosen? Y'all funny. You know how y'all have like those videos where people speak about like who's the chosen and who's not? This is insecure teachings, meaning you mad insecure, so you're trying to pump yourself up for some glory of some sort. Say, no, I'm the chosen. The chosen are isolated because of this. Well, you isolated because don't nobody want to fuck with you. If you don't know why, you have to charge it to now you're chosen by this unseen force. Blood, yeah, real. Either you isolated yourself or nobody want to fuck with you. And that's the realization of a thing or any matter. Outside of that, no one's chosen. We choose whatever paths and shoes we choose to put on. Meaning we choose to walk whatever walk we want to walk and down whatever path we choose. Outside of that, whatever this chosen thing is, we all have the right to walk through whatever that door is. But, you know, everybody chooses what they choose. In regards to the chosen, like I said, it all boils down to who chooses. But teachings like that is based off one's insecurities. And a lot of y'all are insecure, and so do you get my point? You kind of gravitate towards those things. It's like confirmation of whatever you dislike instead of dealing with whatever it is that, you know, you dislike in regards to self. Peace and wisdom bio topics. Now, your comment is a reflection of what I just explained when I said you don't have emotional control. And so whatever teacher you think you are, because I'm sure you are speaking for yourself, meaning you're letting your emotions bleed out. You do not measure up in the wisdom. So now you're going into, if you were really wise, and that's 5-year-old talk. I don't have time for that. Your wisdom either can stand on its own 2 legs and is good. If it crumbles before me, then just get on the right train of thought. But the way you're starting off when you're speaking, you're on argument. We no longer having a discussion. You seeking to start an argument. And I guess it's because you get my point? Your emotional state is out of whack. And so when you speak of stop talking about other teachers, I didn't say any specific teacher. I left it open for whoever's guilty. You could step in the shoes yourself. Kind of like how you're doing, in that I can tell somewhere you're teaching or pretending you're wise. And you get my point? You're starting to feel insecure because you don't know who listening to you might be in here. And the things I said go against the things you teach or you speak. In that, you get my point? You speaking from that perspective. But if I say anything about fake teachers, well, like I said, I didn't say anybody specific. So whoever decides to step in those shoes, that's on them. In that, when you say you jealous, meaning me, of who? I didn't say anyone. That part. You missed all of that because you're emotional. You're not speaking from your logic. You're speaking beyond a point already made to you. And so did you hear when I said when you speak beyond the truth, you're going to start to feel stupid. Then you're going to start acting stupid. And so look look at how you're commenting. You're commenting like, like you don't have any etiquette. You say it crumbles none of your subscribers, and I was wrong. I don't even know what you just said. You mentioned where y'all learn from. That's fine. I don't know who you are and who you learn from. So you get my point? You're getting too lost in your own ego and your own emotions. In that you've convinced yourself I know who you are. I don't. You're like any other student that comes on my channel. Can y'all make sure y'all give some thumbs up and all that other stuff? That has to do with support. And so hopefully you grasp what I'm saying, Bioxtopia. Meaning a lot of y'all, you speak beyond truths, then you start getting all mad because you feel like you look stupid. Then you get off the topic of the discussion. And so now we having a conversation about what exactly? Because I don't have these kind of discussions, truly. We talking about the stars and the moon, that's one thing. We talking about these imaginary teachers I'm jealous of. Well, I don't even know who we talking about no more. Who we talking about? Who are you mad for? You could just start there. I probably don't even know they exist. Biotopia said, nope, you talk about other teachers 24/7. Who? That part. That's like a person saying, all the bad people in the world is the reason for this and that, and then you jump on this bad side, start defending it, talking about all you do is talk about the bad people. What's wrong with that? What's wrong with me talking about fake teachers? Did I say a name of a person? That part. That means you acknowledge you a fake teacher, and whoever you follow is a fake teacher because you're defending it. But I didn't say you was a fake teacher or whoever you follow. And if you unwrap yourself from your emotions, you will come to realize that. You're arguing and defending, but I never said you was anything I said. I wouldn't be wasting my time talking to you. And so do you get my point? Because you don't got emotional control, you just lost one. I'll say it again, I wouldn't waste my time talking to you if I viewed you as a fake. I was trying to help you in your perspective. If you don't want the help, then I'm confused on why you're even here, but you are. Outside of that, when you jump into the shoes of whatever I'm speaking of, but I didn't say you or whoever you talking about, I said, then do you get my point? You got a whole problem, and you just created a whole narrative of something, but we still unclear on what you even talking about. What teachers are you talking about that I'm always talking about 24/7? That part. You must be talking about the fake before the teacher, because that's the name. The fake teachers. In that, you must be one. Otherwise, why are you carrying on? I'm asking you. Now, you said I'm going to leave it alone since you think you're always right. I guess that's your way of acknowledging that you're wrong, but learn to acknowledge that you're wrong the right way so it be right after. See, most of y'all problem is y'all created a narrative for me, and now you mad at your own makings up. That part. Y'all made a narrative of whatever y'all did. You trying to make people look stupid. Y'all doing that on y'all own. I don't know you. Why would you think I was talking to you? That's the only question that holds relevance. When I say fake teachers, being as though I said no name, why do you think I'm talking about whoever you follow? Is that not a sign of you that they must be fake? Because I didn't say them. So why'd you jump into that? For what? If I say fuck everybody that smell like shit, you gonna start defending it? Talking about it don't matter if people smell like shit, huh? That part. Y'all tell on yourselves, meaning you a fake teacher, whatever you follow is fake. And you get my point? You put yourself there. It don't have nothing to do with me. And so if you get offended by me saying fake teachers, you're just acknowledging to yourself that you fit the shoes for that. Whatever I'm saying a fake teacher is, you do exactly that. But what you should do is not be a fake teacher. You get my point? Fake teacher gonna lose people. Said you are wrong. You'll learn it's easy for you to twist words when I can only type and you can speak. I'm not twisting any words. Again, did I say any teacher's name that's fake? This is my last comment to you. Hopefully you get it, but you said I talk about other teachers 24/7. Think I'm talking about them. That part. You said I'm twisting your words. How? You're not making any sense, and it's because you speak past the point that I already made to you in regards to whatever's out in the cosmos is inside a woman's belly. Somehow the cosmos is greater to you than your own belly. They one and the same. They got the same cycle. But, meaning from my perspective, I don't see how y'all go into erratic and retarded. I'm still not clear on that part. Like, how'd you go into all you did? I don't think you know how. You said, do I get it? Get what? You said I have multiple videos of people like Terrence Howard, Dr. Malachi, and I don't even follow their teachings, but I don't bother. I don't have no video about Terrence Howard. I have a video about what Terrence Howard said. He said 0 times 1 equals 0. I mean 1. And that's addition. Ooh, yeah. Y'all almost lost me. I apologize. But like I said, me correcting someone's teachings and then y'all carrying on afterwards, that ain't my doings. If Terrence Howard say 0 times 1 equals 1, not 0, and I explain to him 0 times, the times just means how many times the thing. 0 times 1 just means 0 one time. 2 times 3 just means 2 3 times, which would be 6. So I'm just explaining to Terrence Howard that, you get it? He not no teacher, he an actor. In that, he getting lost into acting like he a teacher now and not making no sense. That's not tearing him down in any way. Him promoting 0 times 1 is the wrong answer. That's tearing whoever listening down. You got the wrong perspective because y'all got ego, meaning y'all fake teachers, and when y'all corrected, y'all don't respond like a teacher. You're responding like somebody who already know they don't know what they talking about, so you kind of go into erratic. It's like a thief. If you be like, I think something missing, they gonna be the first ones, you know? Kind of taking offense, you ain't even pointing a finger yet. They gonna be the first one to get erratic and start bugging out. And so, outside of those times, meaning Terrence Howard, I'm sorry, I was saying McKenna. Outside of Terrence Howard and whoever else you said Malachi York. I don't deal with no Malachi York. You kind of just throwing names out there whenever, you know? You kind of reaching for whatever you want. So I did one video explaining Terrence Howard thing, but you get my point? You're kind of spreading it real thick. Like, you speak about people all the time and you mentioning people that, you get my point? The video for Terrence Howard is what? It's in my shorts. It's not even that long. And so you get my point? Now you getting lost. How you mixed them? I didn't mix them. I just mixed their names up like how your mama probably used to do with you and your brother. But none of this matters. This is the childish stuff I'm speaking about. And so you too butthurt to be here. You got to clear out your emotional state first, then come back. I have discussion. I'm not big on arguing with people, especially when you're trying to creaming yourself out. Meaning you getting mad, you showing that anger, and you get my point? I don't have them. I don't waste my time with that kind of stuff. Said I can send a link to your Malachi York video in your Gmail. If you can do that, then that means you've been following me since like 9 years ago. Because I'm 1,000,000% sure I haven't mentioned Malachi York more than once. And the Malachi York video you talking about, it got to do with Brother Polite in them. And all of y'all that's lost into cults. That part. And it's just one video, like you said. I can send you a link to your... You didn't say your series of Malachi York videos. You said your Malachi York video, meaning it's just one. And it's the same with Terrence Howard. We're talking about just one video. Somebody making one video about something. Now, how you got them on the... You get my point? How you got me on whatever you talking about? You talking about like every video I do got to do with the next person. My videos don't got to do with nobody but me. I thought y'all was saying all I do is talk about myself. You see how y'all like talk around all the points y'all want to talk around whenever it fits? That part. Now, I'm going to block you in a minute if you carry on in the emotional state you in. Like I said, we was talking about the stars and the moon, nothing you talking about. And this can't serve nobody. You get my point? Meaning, whatever you talking about, it don't have nothing to do with nothing. It's not helping you none. It ain't helping me. And whoever listening, you get my point? It don't do nothing. It's a waste of a conversation. Said I'm talking about mixing plants and you talking about somebody's mother. Conversation never happened here with me and you. I don't know what you speaking of, or if you speaking to somebody else. You said, but you lied. You said you didn't do a video on him. I didn't do a video on him. I did a video on whatever he teach. That's what I just told you. You're trying to make something out of something. So you saying I lied because you said you didn't do a video on him. I didn't. I ain't never did a video on nobody character. That's them. Whatever they teach is based on a scholarship of some sort. Do you understand the difference? If you say something wrong out your mouth and I correct you, that's not me speaking against you. You follow? When you speak it in that way, you turn a wisdom environment into some sloppiness. And it's because you lost into competition. Meaning, I guess you feel insecure. You like Malachi York more than me. And so you shouldn't like people that's in places you don't want to be. I'm not saying you can't like them, but you might want to consider that a little bit. And if you don't know them, why? You said I was so emotional. Everybody listens to how I'm speaking. I don't have no emotional attached to this. I'm just taking the time out on you because I know a lot of people come in the same kind of frequency you come in, where they get the blabbering, and you get my point? Putting dumb shit on me, that's their own shit. So you saying I'm getting emotional. I'm trying to tell you, like, you got to control your emotions. That's why you're not making sense. And you're reaching for petty, dumb things to say. But we were speaking about the moon and the stars and the menses. We wasn't speaking about anything you talking about. In regards to me talking about someone else, I don't talk about no one. I speak about whatever a person may said that's incorrect. Outside of that, you didn't see me speak about anybody's personal affairs, their personal business, none of that. You never seen me do that. And so you get my point? You carrying on the narrative like my channel is based on speaking about others. And that's because you probably lost into that. Watching people tear each other down and always speaking about somebody's character they don't know. That's not what I do. If you got a problem with me correcting somebody's teachings that's wrong, then you got a problem with truth and wisdom, not necessarily me. Meaning whoever speak against whoever you like. Even if what they say is truthful, you gonna take offense. And that you kind of got an issue with truth, not whatever's being said. You said, no, I like you, you're funny. Cool. Kind of stay on that accord. You're getting a little lost. You get my point? I'm talking to you in this frequency. You're getting a little more comfortable than you should. Meaning I could crush you if I want. I'm not sure if you get that. Meaning your emotional state is already a little, If I wanted to, I could have stepped on your neck. In the past, that's how I deal with y'all. But it's only because I don't know, like, you get it? Y'all kind of broken a little bit emotionally, and you idolize people. When you put your head up somebody's ass, it get easy to, like, take offense to things that ain't even got nothing to do with you. And that y'all be carrying on in y'all broken emotional state. I figure y'all just be wanting to start like you think you tough, so you starting with me. And that I attack it in that way. I'm coming to realize y'all injured. Y'all injured people, y'all have whatever experiences y'all have, and y'all bring it here. You follow? I'm speaking louder a little bit because the plane going by, but I'm just saying that because I already see you delicate. Stop hollering at me. I don't want to do all that. The fact that you typing as much as you're typing should let you see that you're like, you get it? You're not stable. Don't take offense when I say that. I'm just trying to bring an awareness to you. You know, when people get a little upset, lost in their emotions, they start doing simple things. And so you just type for like 30 minutes straight. That's a whole job application. That's a whole like essay or something. I don't know your age, but you get my point? It's not like this back and forth is, I guess whoever listening, they can get a lot out of it, of, how one's emotions could take them into dodo bird land. But in regards to, like, for you, all this typing you did is not really going to do anything for you. You just wasted your time for the most part because the point already been made to you. You said I definitely had truth in what I said when it comes to astrology. You didn't. I pointed out that you had no truth. You just had, like, sorcery put on you. Like I said, astrology is what was used to create the calendar system and all the things that control y'all. When y'all work week and y'all brain all the way over. You didn't want to acknowledge that, so that's on you. You said I practice alchemy. I didn't never tell you I practice alchemy. I don't even know what you're talking about or what alchemy you're speaking of. Alchemy to me is chemistry. This is something you could go to school and learn. If you talking outside of that, so then you fall in the pseudo, and I don't be dealing with people that don't know no science, but like to argue and use science terms. And so again, when you classify me as you practice alchemy, I didn't never tell you I practice alchemy. I told you I practice observing the balance in nature and applying that to my life. That's what I told you that I teach. I explain many things: Christianity, Islam, alchemy, biology. But I ain't tell you I practice anything that you talking about. And I ain't say my mind was closed or shut. Meaning whatever astrology, I've been learned that. Probably before you was born. Again, your generation of young, y'all kind of get lost. Y'all think whatever y'all know, it come from before. You get my point? And so whatever astrology you talking about, I know that astrology. But that astrology is what I said it is. It was put on y'all, and this is why you stuck on stupid. That's how the sorcery works. Meaning they made the curriculum. They took the astrology and made a curriculum. It's called a calendar and all of that. And they write birth signs and horoscopes in newspapers and things and like that. A person like you, who are a little weak-minded, the sorcery affects you to where you become bound to it, the defender of it, the dyer for it, the arguer for it. And so this is what you've been doing this whole time. Arguing about something you didn't create, that you were afflicted by. meaning your mind and your emotional state has been afflicted by that sorcery, which is the point of all those sorceries. Y'all are living them. They were put on y'all already. I know exactly what you're talking about. You're speaking about what we all learn in the society. You're speaking of astrology like it's something outside of the calendar. Where do you think the calendar comes from? January and all those days on the calendar that got to do with the stars up above. I'm not sure why you think whatever you know is so deep. It's not. Y'all just don't know absolutely nothing. Meaning some of y'all so dumb. And you learn one thing, you get it? You're embarrassing yourself. And so again, what do you think the calendar that you look at on your phone or in your house, what do you think that is? That's the astrology that you're talking about. Again, February on the calendar is speaking about whatever you follow up above. They're the same thing. That's where that calendar come from. From this astrology wisdom that you think you got that's so deep, it was put on y'all in that way, meaning calendar. Y'all work a 7-day work week. Y'all down to it. And all the other ideology that come with it. Y'all celebrate the same holidays every year for hundreds of years. You 30-something years old, 20-something years old, you've been celebrating the same holidays every year, just stuck on that cycle for no reason. You just stuck. Again, they put the sorcery on y'all. Y'all run around reteaching the sorcery, not realizing y'all are the afflicted by it. You can't separate that. That's just curriculum to bound your mind, and then there's the reality. Meaning there's only one day. And we come and go from that one day. And we're bound to that day. That day could be the earth. Meaning you fall into unconscious sleep, you leave the earth or the day. And it doesn't matter what happens or what you do, you seem to pop right back up to this place. Even when you go in the dream, you in earth to you. Meaning you in a physical place. It's no different than earth. Sometimes you be in the places you know of earth. In that, you can't escape earth or the day. It's just one day. And astrology blind you out from that. So you think you on some path of some self-realization. No, astrology, blah, blah, blah. Astrology just got your mind completely blanked out off of the one truth, which is you stuck in a day. And you've been here so long, you starting to get old. If I tell some of y'all leave, don't come back here when you fall asleep tomorrow. Go somewhere else. Let's get out of here. Y'all don't know how. Y'all just stuck. But the true self-realization of that has not sprung upon you. That part. And that, can you see how those 7 days of the week and those months, they all distracting you from the one truth, which is you stuck in one day and you can't leave it. And you a slave in it, mentally, emotionally, and physically. And it's doing work on your mind and your emotional state. Work. And you have all those distractions, 7 days of the week, this birth sign, that birth sign, which is a month, and all the other things that go with that to block your mind out from the truth that's right before your eyes. And so y'all lost into scholarships, curriculums, but y'all have no self-realization and realization of the reality right before your eyes. And that you pumping astrology to me, but you can't hang in this conversation right here, which got to do with forget books and all of that. How good is your observation? That part, you never observed that you stuck in the day, and you just getting old in the day. Look at it like jail. Nigga be in jail so long and forget he in jail, he start getting old and gray and wrinkled. And you get it? You got a grandma, a great-grandmother, they passed. They had no clue how to escape this day that we're all in. And it's got to do with you as a mind. It's go deeper than your physical. Meaning when you go into unconscious sleep, you get to that dark door, unconsciousness. And you can't seem to go beyond that. And then you pop back up here. We call that awake. I'm saying it like that so you could grasp, even when you try to leave this place in the spirit, you get popped right back to it. We try to leave this place and leave out the cosmos, spaceships get to blowing up, and we trapped here. But don't get lost in the here as physical earth. And you lost in the day. And the day is a deep thing. It ain't a page on the calendar. It's a living kind of entity thing, Solar system, yeah. Indeed, try not to confuse your minds out with all of that, kind of stuff. Have y'all fun, but don't get lost. And so, like I said, most of y'all got all the distractions in the world to keep y'all hidden away from the one truth that there truly is. And whatever path of wisdom you think you truly on, you're not. And if you take offense when I say, when I speak of fake teachers and things of that nature, you probably fit into the shoes of that. But that don't got nothing to do with me. You get my point? And I don't call somebody a fake teacher just because they ain't on my level. I call you a fake teacher when you behave in a certain way. And getting lost in the competition and getting lost into those egotistical things. Where you arguing beyond things that have to do with wisdom. Which is what the people y'all follow do. Start arguing about people's character and personality and perspective, things that have nothing to do with serving one's mind. They got to do with one's bitterness and they envies. And low life things like that. I don't attack nobody's character or their personality. Just the wrong scholarship or wisdom. And that's for sake of the truth and everybody knowing things the right way. And if you have an opinion where you feel like, well, I don't think what you said is right, cool, then don't live by it. Live by whatever you was, if I'm sure it was serving you. If it wasn't, well, I get why you looking outside of it, but you get my point? Wisdom is wisdom. Y'all are lost in the things that have nothing to do with wisdom. Y'all are lost in the things that have to do with separation. Basically, gangs. Like I said, Republican, Democrat, red and blue. Hebrews versus the Pan-Africans, the Muslims versus the Christians. Y'all fall into all the systematics that come with the society that's based on keeping people arguing over dumb things. Somehow y'all don't want to see that because y'all too lost into the sorcery. You're like the little kid too lost into his gang where he want to play dumb with himself. I don't care who you are. I know you can get what I just said. You're not stupid. But you're like a child. Meaning your emotional state ain't stable enough and neither is your mind. And so you want to impress or you want to look like you belong to wherever you want to. Like a child with his gang. Not truly taking accountability for the self, because the self gonna be born alone and die alone. That part. Y'all wanna fall into things that sins against y'all. The gang is a sin against the little boy joining it, because the gang gonna use him up and not do nothing for him. The gang gonna make the little boy take penitentiary chances, but the gang ain't gonna take it for him. The gang only do things for the higher ups. The lower ranking people, they serve the gang, which is the higher ups. In that, do you get it? It's an exploitation party. In that, the young boy going to join the gang, he's sinning against himself because he aligning himself what is truly against him and going to use him out. And most of them not going to become high ranking members. They're going to die before they get served. And so it's the same with y'all Republican and Democrat thing. And any other thing y'all falling into. Y'all serve it. It does nothing for y'all. But bring y'all to y'all knees and y'all demise. In that, you sin against yourself because you align yourself with an ideal that have to do we're going against the people, which you were part of. And so kind of grasp those things from your mature mind whenever you get there. You a Democrat, you a Republican, you a part of all the mess that you see transpiring when dealing with politics, where y'all getting to the point where y'all putting hits out on each other. Cause they in that gang and you in that gang and y'all both serve the same purpose, destruction and ruling over people. That part. And you can pick any side you want to choose, it's the same side, different color. Both sides' ideology got to do with fucking the people and serving their own self. I don't care what side of the government you on, the Republican side or the Democrat side. Their duty is to fuck us over and serve their own self on our sweat, blood, and tears. We go to work, they tax our goddamn check. They do no work. They just make laws for us. Now, you a Republican citizen. You ain't a part of the goddamn government. You a Democrat citizen. You not a part of the government. But y'all the ones out here killing each other, going to jail and dying and shit. And not even a part of that part. You sin against your own self. You sitting there fighting with each other over who gonna rule y'all and make the rules for y'all. And that's a sin against your damn self. Anybody could rule over you, but when you going along with it, that's when you lost yourself. And so I ain't never voting, I never am. Because I'm never going to acknowledge that it's right for somebody to be making rules or ruling over a whole nation of people. That ain't how that go. You got your elders, it's just like a family, a nation of people. You got your elders and you got your young. But all of that ruler stuff, that's something else. That's that 1% versus the 99% thing. So you can't serve things that go against you. When you get lost in the lie and living the wrong way, then you start doing things that go against your own justice. And this is what most of y'all are in. Y'all are serving things that was put in place to go against y'all. It have nothing to do with, you get my point? Bringing balance, peace, and honor back into the equation of things. Peace and wisdom, Kenshin Alba. He said, never take advice from guys from the hood. You guys have to stop basing y'all have to stop making up storylines for me and then attacking it. I already said I came up in Atlanta, Georgia. I lived in a house. I used to go to school on the school bus. I have family members that lived in the hood, the projects, things like that. I visit. I'm like any other kid that live in the suburbs and enjoy the hood. It's fun. Outside of that, I'm going to say for the last time, stop making up storylines and narratives for me, then attacking it. I'm saying that so you could grasp. It ain't making no sense when you're talking to me. That part. Since you have no idea what you're talking about, it wouldn't matter. What matters is you have to learn how to start a conversation. Yours fall into, thank you, unknowable bozo alert. But he still got to get his little juice. So the way you're talking is how one starts an argument, not a conversation. A fool looking to argue, so you're embarrassing yourself. And this is why you don't have no idea what I'm talking about. I know what I'm talking about. You don't. But it's because you're on a dumb vibration. You're a little kid, you probably never was taught no etiquette, no manners, no respect for your elders, and so you conduct yourself in a sloppy way. Yes, you figure because you're online it don't matter, but it do. You regardless. Your actions let you see your own character. And so you get it? Like my follower put, you're a bozo, you should be in a circus. But you have to come to, kind of see that. Outside of that, your first comment, never take advice from a guy from the hood. I guess you confused me as somebody from the hood, but you was corrected on that. And what I'm saying ain't a lie, it's what I always said. That part. Y'all get lost in making up y'all own narratives for me. Don't know why y'all do that. Don't know why y'all fill in y'all own blanks when you can ask me. I go live quite often. You got all the time to get corrected on whatever you letting your mind get lost in the dump. And so again, I was raised in Atlanta since the age of 10 or 11. And in fact, I started teaching in 2016. I came back from Atlanta to New York in 2013. I'm saying that so you could grasp. I'm from Atlanta more than New York. It's always the same with my family, but we just natives of New York. In that, somehow you're lost. Like a lot of y'all say, man, I don't trust New Yorkers. I'm not technically a New Yorker. This is why y'all don't, when I speak, you like he don't sound like a New Yorker all the way. He sound like something else. Y'all keep making up shit for me, then attacking what y'all make up. Then getting butthurt when I blow it off. I'm blowing it off because I don't know what you're talking about. You taking that blowing you off as an attack. I'm blowing you off because I figure you slow. And so don't get offended. Just take that clarity. I'm not from the hood. And I agree with what you're saying, partially. Don't take no advice or no wisdom from nobody who still lives by street or hood ideals. I wouldn't care if they from it or not. They could be from the suburbs. If you see they adopting hood ideologies and things, you don't need to listen to nothing they saying. Like I said, I wouldn't care if they from the hood or not. If a person from the hood, but they ideologies and the things they're speaking is not about that, it wouldn't matter if they from the hood. You listen to what they telling you something good, and I can't tell you why they in the hood. Maybe they in the hood doing works. You get it? You got people who ain't a part of the hood, meaning they ain't embodied this place, but they stick around so they do their works there. You get my point? They kind of keep things from going all the way over into the deep ends. Now, whatever hood you think is bad, it could get a lot worse, but it's a few people that's there that do keep it together. If you've been from the hood, you know that. Like, everybody in the hood ain't hood. You got people there that's keeping the balance. Otherwise, that place be turned upside down, set on fire. There would be no hood. That's real talk. And so don't never get lost in the push of nobody and no people in no box. You be familiar with whatever environment you speaking on, and if you ain't from that environment and don't have the proper understanding, it's best to stay off it. And so if you're not from the hood, it's not good to speak on the hood, and vice versa. Outside of that, I'm one of nature. When you say I'm from the hood, the suburbs, or anywhere that ain't got to do with, you get it, the wilderness of things, you insulting me. I don't take pride in none of the things y'all do. You from this block or that block, that's Babylon monkey talk to me. You don't own that block, you just live there. You don't dictate no policy, make no rules there. You ain't taxing none of the people that live there. You just lost in whatever you are. But we are from nature. Or at least our ancestors was before they was robbed of that glory, and then we started being born in these Babylons. But outside of that, don't be associating me with none of y'all lost things. I'm way beyond those things. And if you somebody that get lost on listening to people's fools talk outside my presence, like I said, they make up narratives for me that ain't got nothing to do with me. And then they attack it, and then they become angered by it. You need an example? You ever found yourself saying, Solace is against black people? I'm black. They made that narrative up. Now they mad at it 4 years later. That part. But that's what they made up. I'm black. I said something they don't like. That's being black woman ain't God. They stretched that all the way into, he against black people. Now when they see me, they get angered by their own narrative that they made up. Like I said, I'm black. I'm more black than most of y'all. Y'all just the goofy side. Y'all just the goofy following child-minded side of things. I'm not so much, but you get it? I can't be against black, so I'll be against my own self. Big Uzi don't go against himself. That's a sin. When you go against or align yourself with anything, that's against the self. That's why if I see you against me, I'll be like, move along. That part. Whatever point you trying to make, I wouldn't care, cause you not with me. You get it? You are op. I could tell from your tone and your nature. In that, move along. If you think you got a point to make to me, you don't. Once you are op, we got nothing to talk about. You follow? And so little things like that in the daytime, y'all don't understand. Let's say you young, you tell people like, pull up. If they don't pull up, then you view it like, yeah, I won that argument. I'm from a time where if somebody tell you pull up, that's a courtesy. And if you don't pull up, you're going to die. Meaning there ain't going to be no talk or nothing after that. I already gave you the courtesy to pull up. I told you I was pissed off. You need to come get with me. In the daytimes, y'all use terminology out of context. You talking to your ops, telling them to pull up. Ain't nothing to talk about with the ops. It's gunshots on sight always with your ops. And that is never no need to tell them anything. Not pull up or nothing. We have nothing to talk about. As far as I'm concerned, you on site, and I think you got me on at same time. And if you don't, then you should, because then what kind of ops are we? And so I'm giving you that example so that y'all can grasp. Y'all have taken courtesies out of context, you get it? When a man tell you to pull up, that mean he got respect for you and he don't want to put your shit all on Front Street, you know? He'd rather beat you up, yell at you, or whatever the case may be in private. He got respect for you, he don't want to do it like that. So he tell you better pull up on me, man. That's what that mean. That mean I respect you, but I'm livid right now. And if you don't pull up, you get it? If I pull up on you, I'm liable to embarrass you. It's like when your parents say, get your ass upstairs. They could come down there, you get it, and beat your ass in front of your friends and embarrass you, but they trying to give you that courtesy because they like, I respect you and all of that, and you get it, you my kid, I don't want to do that. But you need to come up into this privacy right quick. I ain't going to kill you or nothing, but you definitely going to get chastised or a little checked. That's what that mean moving forward if you young. You tell somebody to pull up, you're doing it on courtesy because you respect them. In that they have to pull up. Even if they don't want to, they have to, because that's what that means. And this is how 50 Cent got shot in his mouth. The OGs had a pull up, meaning young bloods, you got to pull up. That part. When he said, fuck them old niggas, I ain't pulling up nowhere, he know what he was saying. In the daytimes, y'all don't know what y'all be saying. And so it's like I said, if you don't pull up, there's gunshots to follow after that, because you basically saying we ops and we ain't got nothing to talk about. And so that's what 50 was basically saying when he said, like, I ain't pulling up. And so they got him shot. That part. If you ask 50 Cent, I'm sure he'll tell you the same thing. Yeah, pull up mean like, I don't want to put your shit on Front Street like that. Pull up and get with me. You more than likely not going to die at a pull up, because ain't nobody going to like have they self in the place with you. You might get did a little dirty, but you get it? It's not going to be a matter of you dying more than likely. But if you don't show up, then you get my point. It gets nasty after that. If you know what you doing when you don't pull up, then it's, you get it? Like I said, 50, he know the streets, he know exactly what he was doing. So it is what it is. It's going to be what it always be. But for those of y'all that just use the vernacular, but you don't really understand what you using when you talking, you get it? You're not serving yourself in any way. You get my point? You're not from the streets. You're from watching online. That's not the streets. It's two different places. You don't live online. You live outside, really. Meaning no one lives online. We just go online. But outside of that, y'all live in life, like in the street. Even the person that don't play in the street, they still coming home, walking by it. It's everywhere. You get my point? And that, if you're not street, you mind your business from those things. I used to be in the street, so I'm just giving y'all a little juice on it. You ain't got to mix me in with the hood. I don't got nothing to do with that. I explain scholarship, my business, which have to do with that and always did. It's registered with the state and everything. Meaning I have a legit business. I don't have anything to do with the streets. You don't have to connect me with it. But I used to be out there when I was young. And now we talking a long time ago. I'm 42. We talking a long, long time ago. But the Jews is still the Jews. If y'all out here dying because of it, then I could say a thing or two if it's going to help any of y'all. So get out of street vernacular if you're not in the streets, because you're using it in the wrong context and you got the wrong mindset of things. It's just like the word snitch. When you say somebody is snitch, you're wishing death on them. You bringing it to light that you want them dead. Whether you realize it or not, or you just let your brain get completely watered out where you don't realize that. When you say somebody is a snitch, you're saying I want them dead. You don't tell nobody that. And then, you get it? If they ever get a moment to get you, they're gonna get you because according to their brain, you want them dead. Do you follow? If I tell you a snitch, or I tell people that mean I want you dead, because that's what happens to snitches. You follow? Like that. Now, how many of y'all throw that word around and speak like that, but you don't actually have like that thought when you're doing it? Meaning you're not thinking that deep, like, oh yeah, I want them dead. But that's the reality. And so once you let somebody know that, do you get it? It's over from there. In regards to y'all being friends or anything, or you even keeping your life, if they ever get a moment, they gonna take that moment. That part. Stop using these street words and not knowing what they mean, because a lot of y'all, you get my point? Getting yourself, put in a bad spot. And so just be smart in y'all ways, be y'all own self. It's more to life than the streets. There ain't no life in the streets. It's just selling dope and taking life. But you get it? Ain't no life there. It's just the being on edge to losing your life. That's what the streets is. Not having no life, being on the edge, because any moment you might lose the life you don't even have. Whether it's to going to jail or getting your head blowed off. And so if you're young, I hope you got enough respect for me when you're listening. It's like I told you before, whoever your OG is, you can always let me know. I'll pull up and beat the dog shit out of him in front of you and hope you learn from them. He just capping for you because you a little nigga. Other than that, hopefully you got enough respect and you know what real is, and you get it? Take heed to what I'm saying and strengthen yourself up the way people don't feel like they could just, bully you around or make you go along with whatever they want to go along with. Your friend want to be in a gang, you should be able to not want to be in one. And if he a true friend, you get my point? Y'all should still be able to be good. When I was young and I joined the gang, I had hella friends that wasn't in the gang. And I wouldn't betray them for the gang. That was out. There's two different things. You get my point? He is civilian blood. Y'all out of pocket just on that. I was that guy back in the day. The gang sometimes spill over to civilians. Envy. You a popular gang member, you got a regular friend now, they want to bully and beat up your friend because they like, you get it? You more close to the big homie. But you just a regular dude, but they don't like that. They like this regular dude. You get it? The big homie bend over backwards for him. Blood ain't even down with the gang. So then they might take offense and try to like do something to you. I was the guy that would step in and say, nah, y'all out of pocket because he ain't got nothing to do with gang stuff. Can't just pop on civilians because you mad and we get it? The civilian ain't doing nothing to you. No, go to work every day. Like that. And that's how I was when I was growing up. You had people, they were civilians, they mind their business, and so they was treated with the utmost respect by the gangsters, the number man, anybody you could think of, even the cops. They walked, they wasn't weak, and you get it, they was just solid. And that people gonna always speak up for you when you like that. And be like, nah, they ain't got nothing to do with nothing, and you ain't about to do that. I wouldn't care what you talking about. You get it? And so you want to be that person where you known for being you and you always stand on that. You ain't in the gang talk one moment, then the next moment you walk into work. You ain't that person. You that person where you like, I go to work and you know whatever gang shit y'all got going on, keep me separate from it. And you stand on that kind of business. Like that. You do have people like that in those gutter environments. They rise above all that gutter stuff. But it's because they're solid and they don't flip-flop all around. They true to who they are. And so a lot of y'all that's young, you got to learn that. Find who you are and be true to that. You either going to be somebody that stand on morals and things, or you going to be somebody that's all over the place. Serving whatever you can wherever you at in the moment. And that you're going to be viewed as a goofy. Somebody that just go with whatever they around in the moment. So, like I said, if you're young or if you old, because I see some of y'all old and going into dumb. Might want to work on that. Now, those of y'all that want to give back, you can click the title. Pay your tithe there if you like. Now make sure y'all taking these jewels. These are the jewels. This is the stuff, you get it, that y'all gotta live out. Scholarship, but it's these little things y'all gotta live out. Like all the little, you know, things y'all let y'all minds get lost into. This cult teaching, that cult teaching, this religion, that religion. These is the things that's gonna kill y'all. These is the things y'all gotta live by. And that, if you grasp what I'm saying, you got to be smart, you know. Now let's say you're a Hebrew Israelite. We on the 130 mark. I'm gonna go on ahead and put that in the comments section. You have the Hebrews, the black Hebrew Israelites. And this is only to give y'all correction on things for those of y'all that don't want to be lost anymore. It's all about self-awareness. This is what the Christ conscious thing truly has to do with. Reaching the pinnacles of self-realization, self-awareness, where you see the error in your own ways. You see the tingling and the imbalance in your own mind. When you become aware of all the immaturities in your own emotional state and mind. You know, the things that keep you as a lesser or beneath someone. The child is immature and that the parents is above them. So they reach a certain level of maturity. Then you get my point. It's not a matter of anybody, it's just a matter of them. When they become mature, you get it? It will be known. It will be treated in that way. Witnessed like that. There you go, Trail Chris. Like I said, you guys need to come in here and give back ever so often if you don't mind. I don't want you to just skip over that truth. Get it? And so, please oblige to that, you know, one day when I say it. Now, in regards to the Hebrews, black Hebrew Israelites, Yo, Black Hebrew Israelite, listen close. Like I said, this is to help y'all. Y'all lost into systematics like everybody else. If you think in your mind, well, why we gotta listen to you? You don't gotta do nothing. But so, your ass is a Black Hebrew. I'm black. So that means you gonna hear this shit from me and nobody else. That's why. Cause I can. I'm the only one qualified to. Meaning if you were Hebrew, I was a Hebrew before you. Not all black people, but most of y'all in today. Same with a Christian, a Muslim, a Pan-African, or any other thing y'all could think. I studied under these things before y'all did. And so if you got it in your mind, like why he think he could say, cause I got the authority to. That's why. And so whatever the forces in life that make whatever person talk to their own race, that part, that's why. You ain't gotta listen, that's on you. But my understanding is more, it's more than y'all's. It's more than your elders, it's more than your preachers. Whether you want to acknowledge that or not, that's on you. Now let's get to the corrections. If you're Black Hebrew, y'all believe that Jesus was black, and basically Christianity in a nutshell is y'all's. But y'all go wrong because y'all forget about other races of people. Christianity is a religion. Y'all basically saying can't no Indians or none of these other groups be no Hebrew Israelite, which is a religious group of people. If you say no, this is a nationality thing, well, y'all got religion tangled up in it too. And y'all did get this out of a religious book. Y'all didn't get y'all name out the nationality registrar. Y'all got y'all name out of a religious book. So this do got to do with a matter of religion, even if you brainwash beyond that. Brainwash mean when you just don't hear nothing and you just talk past points. But again, Hebrew Israelite nationality, y'all got that out of book. You could say, no, it's written here or there, and you got it out of book. And wherever you saying it was written, it don't say Hebrew Israelite. You're going to say it translate to say that. But you get my point? You got the nationality name out of a religious book. The book having to do with religion. I'm saying that so you could grasp if you were Black Hebrew Israelite. So this is a religious thing. But y'all not welcome into all people. Y'all don't view a white person as a real Hebrew Israelite or a descendant of. Y'all don't view a Chinaman as either or an Arab. According to y'all, only the black races that y'all choose to pick are original Hebrews, are the original children of God. Do you see the flaw in your religion? A religion is supposed to be about bringing the people to it. Y'all have a religion where y'all say no other race could be a part. What sense that make? That part. You overlook that playing gang. I'm a Black Hebrew Israelite, and you got lost in your gang talking about white Christians even though y'all got the same scholarship. Arguing with the Pan-African dude, forgetting this is not a matter of gang stuff where I'm in this group and we're arguing with that one. This is not a matter of that. This is a matter of your relationship with God. That part. And so all people, meaning how y'all don't know when it was speaking of the 12 Israelites, the 12 tribes. It wasn't speaking about every nationality y'all know are a race thing before they became Babylon monkeys. How you know it wasn't talking about like Chinese people, white people, Russians, black people, all these different groups? We have excess sub names, you get it? Meaning you got Italy and Spain, this is your Spanish, but then you got a subgroup of it called Puerto Ricans and Dominicans over in America. Of course, Italy and Spain, they built the colony over there, so that's how that happened. But you get my point? Let's say you got 12 groups of people, period, in life, and they of all nationality, the 12 main ones. And this has to do with before they get lost into their systematics or their cities. I'm sure you have white people who are just indigenous to whatever forest they are and they know nothing of civilization, meaning their skin is white in color. That part. And so kind of grasp. He said Russia's Putin knowledge. Oh, Russia's Putin acknowledges Jesus is a black man. You say that like that makes him look wise. Wisdom got to do with maturity. When you dumb enough to think, what's up, brother? When you dumb enough, yeah. Come back here sometime and kick back. All right. Peace and wisdom, man. Y'all be wanting to get a little glimpse of the wise one. Those of y'all that's in the area, you can come by. I don't bite. I just chill. I'm sturdy. If you lean on me, I'ma crush you. But outside of that, I'm just like an elder. I just overlook y'all. Like, you get it? I like kids. Y'all do y'all little play. Y'all do what y'all do. If I'm around, I try to keep everything fair for y'all so y'all don't abuse each other. Y'all ain't gonna try and abuse me because we already know what's gonna happen. I'ma chastise the hell out of you. You gonna be mad like a kid. And so you get it. That's my role as well as every other person my age or older. They don't all, live by that, but that's what we're supposed to do, Y'all young. Y'all get overly emotional and attached to the things y'all like, and then y'all start bugging out on each other. And we supposed to step in and be like, y'all try, but chill out with that. Y'all all citizens, man. And I see y'all running around talking about y'all Republican and Democrat. I'm going to step in as an elder and say, man, y'all chill with that shit. Fuck are y'all arguing over niggas ruling y'all? Get off that and get back focused on, what y'all got going on and think of things y'all can do together. You got to be waiting on nobody to do shit for you and make rules and shit for you. And so I'm a part of that. If ain't nobody else is, oh well, hopefully some of y'all come around and get a little strength in your back. Or that's what the elders is supposed to be doing. This is people 40 and older. They're supposed to be stepping in and keeping the balance and keeping y'all on track. And so, see this nigga Trump already got his head shot off, and you get it? Blood a citizen too. A president just a citizen that get 4 years to front. And so it ain't worth all that when y'all carrying on like that. Getting too emotionally involved in the things that ain't even real. Ain't no such thing as a Republican and a Democrat. That shit's weird. Where that's at in nature. What flower is the Republican, blood? Roses is Democrats? The blue lilies? Yellow canaries is Latin kings? Huh? They got beef? This how y'all look. Running around with y'all colorful rags and y'all goofy colors. And y'all grown. I see y'all lost in y'all groups. I just want to walk up and give y'all hugs and be like, the door's open. Come home anytime you want, big baby. Where niggas gonna speak for you and ride for you. You can keep serving whatever you do. Get yourself killed and look stupid out here, but have fun, But over here, yeah, that part. We speak up for ourselves. We speak on truth always. period. You standing under the truth, you get my point? The truth being whatever the truth is of the moment. And so hopefully a lot of y'all grasp these things. Stop getting lost in the falsehoods. Now when you're dealing with the Hebrews, like I said, y'all are lost into cults. Meaning the Hebrew think that white Christians stole their religion. Can't nobody steal nobody religion, because a religion is supposed to be for the whole world. Ain't no religion that was ever made just for one group. Religion need everybody. That's how it work. If not, y'all wouldn't be arguing with opposite religions to try to convince them to be y'all's. Not Hebrews. They don't do this with other religions. Only black people. They want all black people to be Hebrews. But they're forgetting about everybody else. And if you have a religion, everybody have to have a chance to know this God, so to say. But you blocking, or you're telling people they can't because they ain't black. This is unjust. This is the kind of injustices that was put against us to begin with, and this is where y'all got that from. A white man tell us we can't have no relationship with God. That part. Christianity was the white man religion, and if you was black, nigga, you wasn't no Christian. You couldn't walk in the Christian church if you was black. Back in the day, the shit said no colors allowed on the door, just like the Christian store. They don't sell nigga pies. I'm just playing. They don't sell nigga pies in them part of town. Big baby, you better get that through your head. And so you get it? The same things that was done to us, I see y'all trying to redo. And that I say, man, y'all trying to be the new white man. That part. Y'all trying to be the old white man now. The new white man ain't like the old white man, but y'all trying to be the old white man now. The black Hebrew Israelites, their outfit is the same as the KKK, just in reverse. It's black. They wear black hoodies and all this weird shit, and weird coverings over their face. You know, when you go deep into the Hebrews, it start getting strange. They start looking like Muslims because that's what they are, but they just lost. It's like I said in the past video. Hebrews is followers of Islam. This is what the whole Moses thing in the wilderness was about. Meaning Moses freed the Hebrews from Egypt. This is a place where they worship like this bull sitting on top of a box. This is like the precursor to the Kaaba. You know, that box with the crescent moon over it, which is really bull horns. In modern day Hebrew, they have a box called the Kaaba, and they got the crescent moon and the clock above it. That come from ancient Egypt. They used to have a square box with a whole bull on it, a golden one. And this is where the Hebrews got that from when they was brought out of Egypt. If you read your biblical scholarship, they was brought out of Egypt by Moses. Then when he went up into the mountain, they started building the golden calf and trying to worship Islam like they used to do back in Egypt. Moses came down and got jealous because blood is the precursor of a Christian. So then he killed them, like. And all them Hebrews that was wandering in the desert with Moses, they didn't all come out as one people. And this is where Islam started on, you get it? Meaning Christianity and Islam start with those two precursors. The Hebrews coming out of Egypt and this dude Moses. And Moses is the precursor of Christianity, and you get it? The Egyptian way of worshiping the calf or the bull horns. You know, that crescent moon thing. The Hebrews is trying to worship that. This is why if you are a follower of Islam, the Prophet Muhammad is known to call himself a follower of Musa. This is where Musalim come from. Meaning when Prophet Muhammad got beat up by the angel Jibril in the cave, this would be the beginnings of Islam. Prophet Muhammad getting beat up by Prophet Muhammad got squeezed by the angel Jibril in a cave. And this is where he was taught the Quran or the religion. And when he got beat up or squeezed, he went home to his wife all broken up, and she told him that that's the same angel that came to Musa and his peoples, speaking of Moses and the Hebrews. Basically to say Muhammad is about to be the new Moses, but for his peoples, Moses being before him. In Islam, Moses is called Musa. And that, do you grasp? Prophet Muhammad viewed himself as a follower of Musa. Some of y'all are not real Islamic followers. You just, meaning you don't deal with any scholarship truly, like the books. But when you deal with the hadiths, this is a known hadith, meaning Jibril got beat up or squeezed, pressed. Prophet Muhammad got pressed or squeezed by the angel Jibril and taught the Quran or Islam. And like I said, when he brought it to his wife, and she brought him to her brother-in-law or uncle, I forget which one, they was explaining to him that this same thing happened to Musa and the Hebrews. That part. Them Hebrews that was brought into the wilderness, you know, the Arabian desert. Some of them stayed with Moses and became what y'all know as Christians. And those that kind of strayed away, they stayed with their little calf worship and where it evolved to, which is what y'all know as modern day Islam. And so you get my point? This all go deep. A Hebrew really a Muslim. This is why they cover their head and do everything that a Muslim do, but they say like they a Christian. And then if you look at a Hebrew, they resemble a Muslim more. Again, if you look at a black Hebrew, they clearly resemble a Muslim more than a Christian in appearance. The women wear the head coverings. They don't do their face, but they do cover their head in the same way, and they kind of wear, you know, the gown. They look like a Muslim more than a Christian. Their customs is more Islamic-like. When you're dealing with the black Hebrews, like I said, I was one, so their feast days and things like this, and you know, the whole giddy up. It more resembles Islam than Christian tradition. I'm saying that so you could grasp, if you a black Hebrew, y'all supposed to be Muslims, not Christians. When Hebrews become Jews, this is when you get Christians. But y'all not claiming Jew, y'all claiming Hebrew, which is a lost Muslim person from Egypt. I'm not being funny, that's what it say in the Bible. That Hebrews was lost people that was trapped in Egypt. The Bible say that, not me. I'm just repeating. And so you have to grasp. If you're a black Hebrew, you're just lost into a cult. A gang. You got street gangs, religious gangs, political gangs, and they all have the same story. Death and wars. Prophet Muhammad was killed in his war with other religious gangs, this Christians and stuff like that, you know. And so it's the same today. If you a Muslim, y'all just kill and argue in the name of God. What does that have to do with one becoming one with God? Just a question. Again, you a Muslim, right? Outside of you arguing with other people about being a Muslim, and outside of some of your Muslim counterparts blowing up shit in the name of this God, what's good about the cult? That part. Nothing. Y'all just live controlled lives. Y'all sacrifice y'all life to the religion. In that y'all have no life and y'all die hoping y'all gonna get some strange ass gift. If you a Muslim, 50 virgins, whatever weird things, childish things y'all make up. Same with Christianity. Or the Black Hebrew Israelites, which is the same. Your life is not divine or holy in any way or even good. And half of it is because you pledge allegiance and sacrifice your own life over to this religion that you found in the world. It keeps you impoverished, it keeps you in problems. And you do all this because you say, like, I'm going to get a reward at the end. Life is the reward. If you got to give up your life so you can get something in your death, that means you was tricked to give up your reward. Again, if you got to give up your life or limit it in some way so that you can get a reward later, that means you got tricked out of your life. Otherwise, what you call it? A nigga tricked you out of your life for death. Can't nobody give you nothing in your death. It's yours. Now, life is open to everybody that got it. And that's theirs to enjoy as well. Your death and your life, one and the same. Yours. Now, I can see people trying to give their death away. I can see people trying to give their death away, but I can't see nobody letting somebody trick them out their life for a reward in death, when life is the reward. Now, I know the cult-minded going to find a way to defend anything they need to in their own mind, but you get it? So, this is what's unfortunate. But it all starts in y'all honor and y'all balance. Meaning, you get my point? Y'all don't live by any morality. When I say live by it, I mean practice it, being fair, being honorable. That's balance and honor. Y'all don't practice it. In that, y'all align yourselves with the opposite. If you not fair, that means you unfair. And if you serve unfair, you receive from what you serve. That's why y'all don't have the fair religion. That part. You don't have the fair life that you want. You feel like others got it better than you are easy because you don't serve fair. You serve what you want. What you serve ain't honorable or fair, but you choose to serve it, so you get death and unfairness from it. That part. Self-realization. Most people are not mature mentally and emotionally to grasp what's being said and what must be applied to self, you know? And that, you give your life to the world. Your religion, whatever you follow, it come from the world. And that when you die, you get it? You belong where you belong. Because you say, I'm a Christian, I'm a Muslim. These things are unjust, and it was explained to you how. But you go with it, and so you have to go with it. And wherever it goes, it going to wherever the unfairness, and you get it? Whatever's not good, it goes there. It can't go anywhere else. Islam have bodies. This is unjust. It's like in ancient Egypt, 42 laws of Ma'at. I've never killed and I've never stolen. The religion guilty of all of that. Even some of the members themselves are guilty of killing and lying and stealing. And so good is pure, truth is pure. The opposite of that is your half thing. 75% truth, 25% lie. That's lie. And so it's those simple things y'all have to grasp. We are all one people under nature, and the many expressions and aspects of nature is law for us to oblige to, whether you speak in diet or anything. Observing the path in the way of nature is where all the rules for self lie. Your diet is dependent on the season. This is why certain crops harvest during certain seasons that don't happen for no other reason than for you to know that this is when you're supposed to eat this. That's why it come forth then. You get it? Apples come forth in the fall, pineapples in the summer. You don't never need to be confused on when you're supposed to eat one or the other. You have to keep the mind from getting lost in the systematics. In the systematics, you gotta store, you could buy your own seeds, you can control nature and do what you want. But before the doings what you want and getting lost into the ego, and you're just being a student or a child of nature, so you would only be able to consume whatever nature produces for you in the season. That part. If you want to argue with that, you take your argument to nature. This ain't my opinion. My opinion would be to eat whatever I like most all the time. Again, when you follow in nature, it produce what it produce when it do. And that's when man's supposed to consume it, because that's when it's its freshest. And man can get lost and do whatever he want after that. And this is how man get lost in his way. He forget where he's supposed to learn from and how. See how simple that was? Y'all say, what we supposed to eat? Y'all ask man all around this earth and they all tell y'all different things. And y'all forget the most simplest thing, which is what I just said. Most of y'all listening right now, you probably got a mind and say, damn, that was so simple. I don't even know how I overlooked that. If you want to get technical, I could have thought of that my goddamn self. Yeah, why didn't you? Because you out of touch with nature. You're lost in Babylon brain. And y'all take offense to that. Meaning, you see how y'all take offense to me putting y'all back on the right track. You would think you would be thankful and have heart enough to say, yeah, let me do pay my tithes. I have paid my tithes to so many destructive things and dishonorable things. Let me go on ahead and pay a tithe. You see how y'all go against. Make sure you self-aware of those things, because those are the things that mean the most in life. Let's say you got a mind and you say, let nature do for you. Nature do for us all. Nature ain't coming to me for wisdom. You are. And you are part of the shit that take away from nature. We can't just go pluck apples off trees because Babylon monkeys. They remove these things, they make it illegal, meaning your system make it illegal for nature to take care of any of us. And that we be a scavenger in nature when we would normally have access to everything we need to live like a king. And to live like a scavenger and a poor person if you leave it to nature, because the Babylon monkeys done conquered nature. And this is y'all allowing it to happen because y'all like to serve the things that's against y'all. Nature for y'all. Y'all align yourselves with what conquers nature and destroys it and builds things over it. Nature provides your food and everything you need, but you let somebody come in and build things over your organic supermarket, the free one. That part. And so I'm going to tell y'all to give back. And it's only right and fair and just. Unless you're going to give me some nature back. That part. And so y'all let yourselves get lost into whatever y'all do. Next thing you know, you're serving things that's against itself. And you're looking to tear down things that's to help you. You see how y'all let nature get tore down? Then start crying, talking about, man, they messing with all the food. No, y'all are letting the dishonorable take control. That part. And so everything boils down to us. We let things get out of whack, then we got to live out that out of whackness. And so if you anybody that ever wondered what is the diet that we're supposed to eat, the diet that's going to make you the best of your abilities is when nature produce whatever it produce, you eat it then. Put yourself in the mind state that you still live out in the wild and you one with nature, and that you would have no choice but to eat what nature produced for you, and it wouldn't even be no discussion of the matter. You got supermarket and stores, now you want to talk cute. Now I can eat this or that. Okay, cool. When you at the hands of nature, you ain't got no choice but to eat what nature produced for you then. In that time. In that you know what you're supposed to eat because you ain't got no choice. So if you find yourself desiring to have a debate or argument with me about diet, take it up with nature. My wisdom don't come from no person. It come directly from nature. I'm the translator of, meaning nature ain't got a mouth. I do. I translate directly from nature. You get it if you do. You don't if you don't. Ain't no extras added on. In regards to diet, I didn't just add any extras on. Like I said, you follow nature. What do nature produce for you to eat in the winter? Don't know crops harvest in the winter. And so this is nature teaching you. 3 seasons you get in abundance. 1 season you get the balance, which is nothing. So you see how it is when you got to do things yourself. And these is all lessons y'all could have got from nature yourself. If you got a problem with me, you can go to nature and get it yourself. You ain't got to come here with the fake talk. He think he the only one got nature, got wisdom. You can go to mama and get it yourself. What are you talking about? But if you gonna come here because you like the translation work, you obliged to the balance that you gonna learn in nature. It's the first thing I learned being out in nature, is there's a balance. And we have to be that thing that controls that balance. In that, if I take something, I make sure I repay. If I am helped, I make sure I help. I live by that honor. I make sure I'm always truthful to myself in any matter, not letting the emotional state get attached. If you right, you right. If you're wrong, you're wrong. And this ain't got to do with my likings. It got to do whatever the point is. And that point being made. And so like I said, if you got a problem with giving back or anything I tell you here that is just, you can always go to nature and learn yourself. You might not learn nothing because you get it. You don't have no balance and you're not in tune. Nature might take out on how you treat me out on you. I can't say. Nature's alive, so don't never. What I just said is the truth. Nature might take out on y'all what y'all do to me. See what happened to Alicia when they went out in nature and got AIDS and shit. And all kind of diseases. Then they're back into Babylon. Afflicted. I can't say what's going to happen to you when you go try to learn from nature, but you go with balanced heart, pure intentions, and you'll learn. You sit still, you'll learn. If you go there trying to control shit, you're not going to learn nothing. And nature replenishes itself. You're going to be a part of the dirt that it replenishes itself, you know? Again, you see these waters before you? Self-cleansing. I could piss in this water. The river itself is going to cleanse that. Meaning that tide going to come in, that tide going to go out. It's going to bring in the new fresh water and take out that dirt. And that's what that tide do. Bring the dirt to the dirt. I'm going to say it again. That tide bring in all that filth and dead animals and whatever don't belong in the cleanliness of that river. It bring it to the shore with the rest of the dirt. You let the dirt deal with the dirt. And that's how them waters work. They let the dirt deal with the dirt and the waters deal with the waters. And so the waters replenish itself. I can't say nothing. I don't know what the dirt do for itself. That's a matter of man. He matter. That's his business. The waters don't require y'all to plant or do anything for it. The waters take care of the waters. The dirt need take care of the dirt. Man a part of the dirt or the matter. Got to do his thing. The waters got their part. And you learn those balances when you out in nature. Directly from the source. And that's real religion and that's real relationship with God. And obeying and obliging to God. So if you ever want to see what it's like to be your best, you look up what crops produce during the spring that you like, what crops produce during the summer, and you pick amongst those that you actually like and already engage in, and you do the same for the fall. And then in the winter, you better learn how to fish and eat bloody, nasty meat so you can learn the lesson. Yeah, it's better when nature do it. Go on spring, come back, and I like when you handle us eating. Otherwise, when we got to do it for ourselves, all we could do is kill amongst ourselves. And that's the lesson. You stay in tune with nature or mama or kill your damn self. And that's what winter's for, to learn that. In that, man learn how to salvage and save, balance, not becoming too greedy in his ways. He save a little bit from the fall to cover the winter. That part. In regards to you not supposed to eat this, you not supposed to eat that, you ain't supposed to eat poison. Lest you die. You know, poison ivy, don't eat that. You like that, simple. If you can consume it and doodle it out, well, you can eat it. What it do for you is what it do for you. All it's supposed to do is get you from point A to point B. Maybe keep you from feeling like you about to die from starvation. If they give you extra powers or it lessens your powers, well, that's just the after effect of the point. But that's the temporary effect. Who cares? That part. And so, here you go, Royale Obey. The rebels don't get it. They rather kill themselves. They think they emotional disturbances and they're taking it out on themselves is the hurting of others. Make sure y'all like this video if y'all don't mind and give back. If you don't mind, click the video's title. Other than that, I'm gonna be shutting down business soon if y'all, continue on y'all ways of imbalance and things like that. I don't mind if y'all are that way, but don't come here. That's not an insult. I'm trying to stay in my good natures. You get it? And so if I have to depart, I will. You don't have to ever question that. And so start following the laws of nature if you don't know how to learn from nature. So this is what I'm here for. And I always touch on these things. You got any question regarding your life, the answer's in nature. I'm not talking about the forest. I'm talking about the many expressions of nature. You're falling asleep and waking up, and the sun setting and rising. This is aspects of nature. And there's a lesson in it. The first one is within and outside of self is one. Anything you're looking for to learn outside of self, well, there's an aspect within self. Get to know self, you good. You got a question of the day, get to know your sleep and awake cycle and how that work, and it will answer whatever question you got for the sun. You, the sun in your body, meaning your conscious light is no different than that sun. Like a burning flame when you raise up in the morning and your eyes open. This is your sun raising to its pinnacle or your central brain. And this is what y'all see every morning when that sun raises up to its pinnacles. We live in a solar body or a body, and it wakes up and goes to sleep no different than you do. And getting in tune with these things, this is why I watch the sunset and different things like that, and I try to stay on the same tune as nature. And the sunset, kind of take it, bring it down. You ain't gotta go to sleep, but transcend. This means relax. The work of the day is done, and that's that. The problems of the day is done, and you leave the day in the day. You're moping around about something right now. When that sunset, let it go. You have to. It's the rules. You worried about something that's going to happen to you today? Once the sunset is over, you got to let that go. The day is for you to do, and the night is for the cleansing of all that doings. Man always doing shit he shouldn't be. You get it? And so the night is a purifying thing. It's a holy thing. We sin against the night, meaning y'all kill in the night. You're better off killing in the day. This is the time for doing and killing bad. But if you're going to do anything, you do it in the day under the light. The night is holy. It's for the cleansing of souls and everything you could think of. And this is when them tides get to coming in and going out at night when y'all sleep. And the same with y'all selves. Y'all fall into sleep and wake up renewed, lest y'all stay awake and die. You don't get no sleep, you're gonna pass out and die. And so that darkness that y'all go into, that is holy. You don't even have the power to do nothing when you there. That's how holy it is. We ain't speaking religion right now, so please don't some of y'all say nothing dumb that got to do with Christianity or anything, please. Am I explaining the darkness according to those things? When you're dealing with natures, you got the darkness and the lights, and they both here to serve you. Ain't no bads. There's just everything serving its purpose for the greater good, which is your goofy ass self. And that's that. There's day, there's night. The two gods, they work together, or they work. They work in peace and harmony. And they work for us. Their battle is their own, and we belong to nature, which is above both of these happenings. Nature ain't got nothing to do with day or night. Nature control that little fiasco. That part. We ain't got nothing to do with awake or sleep. We just, you get it? They both serve us. Those two fiascos serve us. There you go. Y'all work for demons. I agree. I definitely do work for demons. Unwillingly and not knowing. But so is this the life. If you following and grasping anything I'm saying in this video and it's helping you, can you please give me a thumbs up? I get a little offended when I have to ask for like. Maybe some of y'all have to fix your perspective. I'm here to help you. That's why I'm helping you right now. Your perspective is all messed up. If you don't get that, then you get my point. There's nothing here for you. There's no need to sin against yourself. Meaning if I ain't doing no unjust thing, but you sinning against me for whatever reason, there's no, you get it? You don't want to rack those kind of energies and that kind of debt up upon yourself for no reason. And so when y'all get it, when y'all go against me, y'all kind of rack a debt upon yourselves. Some of y'all already came to that realization because you've done it and you kind of fucked up now, but you don't get why, but you do. You like, I think it's because of that. It is. It's like I tell y'all, honor and balance is for the honorable and the balance. It's not for the dishonorable. An honest person and a fair person, their honesty and fairness is for those that live by that. It's not for the dishonorable. They're not supposed to even be in the presence of the dishonorable. But if they are, you get it? Get them out of there. Period. Peace and wisdom, John Randolph. He said, you putting spells on mother effers. Y'all putting spells on yourselves. But I do tell y'all, you get my point? I don't want none of y'all to think like I will personally put a spell on one of y'all or something like that. I can't serve those evils. You like, you get it? Y'all pointless. It's about ideals and principalities and things, and y'all just flowers in the garden, but y'all get a little lost in y'all ego ever so often, but I never lose sight of that. It's not about y'all, and it's not about me getting caught up in the y'alls. You get it? Arguing and back and forth with Charles, and I'm gonna do this to this nigga, and I'm not here for that. You press up upon me, you're gonna get hurt. And if you carrying on, I'm going to hurt you. Outside of that, the life gonna deal with, you know, the bulk of the things in regards to morals. Meaning outside of the physicals, the life gonna take care of that other stuff. I have no sins or no, you get it? I have no injustices that I do. And that if you come upon me wrong in any way, you're gonna mess yourself up. I'm not saying that to I'm just telling you the truth. I wouldn't care if you tried it. I've been through everything, so it's not gonna disturb me. I'm not saying that so you guys don't try to do anything. If it's gonna help you to learn, then try do something. Like, you a hacker, hack into my channel or something, do something. I'm saying that so you can see for yourself. You're gonna have problems like 6 months, 3 months, a year later. I don't know why that's like that. That's just the balance of life. I just observe life, and it happens for me too. It's not just a stuck on y'all thing. If I do some dishonorable shit to somebody that ain't got nothing, you get it? It be bad. It's always like that. I don't know why. You get my point? And it don't even have to do with somebody bad. If you just do dishonorable, unfair things, life has a balance. You learn that in nature. You cannot escape that. You can't escape the tide coming in and the tide going out. You can't escape day coming in and night coming. You can't escape your dishonorable acts and then the tide coming in from them dishonorable acts. If you think that's not a real happenings in life, then you haven't been observing life right. No one can get away from the balance. It's the most powerful force in life. The balance. And so always know, anytime you do anything dishonorable to a just person, you get it? This is not good. If you a religious person, I'm like whatever's above the preacher. Like, that's the dude that speak, but he not the head of the thing. You know? I'm just like the speaker. If you in a religion, I'm like the Pope. You get it? I don't know how to explain it. In regards to nature and the true teachings, I'm like the translator. I don't know how to explain it. Ain't no words for nothing. Nature just makes sure I know what I need to know. It's not me. I let nature take over. When I'm saying nature, I'm basically speaking of the hidden hand or force that controls the happenings. But you get it? Whatever y'all gonna do, y'all gonna do. I don't put much thought in it. It ain't my business. And so you want to learn directly from nature. You have a lot of people that's into nature, but I'm not speaking of that. That's good though. Look at that as the activity, y'all. Spending time with, but I'm speaking of something else, you know? Like I said, nature not a place. It's the many expressions of nature that you see and experience within your own self. You can influence nature, but you can't learn from nature if you influence in it. Meaning y'all could take nature produce crops in its season whenever it chooses, the season for the specific crop. Y'all could change that order and make the crops come forth whenever y'all say with y'all technologies, but you learning from your own self now. You're not in tune with the message from nature. You just in tune with your own greed at that point. In that, you miss the message. The message lie in all the seasons and what's being produced during these seasons. It's being good for self. And then the season that nothing's produced. So man can see how it is when he left on his own. Next thing you know, he consuming blood and shit and flesh. Because that's all he can. And so nature cold-blooded. They show you this every year so you get it. And nigga, when that winter come, how you like how you gotta eat. How was that slimy fish? How was that bloody meat? You had to cook it and get that blood out of it, huh? Yeah. How was it on your gut? Yeah, fat, right? Yeah. And that you appreciate nature and its diet. Said, what about the giants that was here? I'm lost in colonizer stories and indigenous people. Indigenous people is like 3 feet. Before they have contact with the civilized usually around, you know, the sizes we are. And some of y'all can get up into the 7s and 8s feet, you know. Not always, but a lot of times, you know. There's a large amount of people that's over 6'6". That's huge, man. When you 3'8". That's huge when you're 5'5". That's huge when your ass is 5'10". Like that. Y'all lost into misunderstanding history. None of those things matter in regards to your life. Your living and dying ain't a matter of a giant that roamed the earth, banging on his chest, talking about fee, fi, fo, fum. I smell the blood of an English muffin. Life ain't got really nothing to do with that, big baby, and I don't want to hurt your feelings on it, but you feel me? Want me to tell him the story about Jack and the Beanstalk in real life? In so many words. Hey, Solace, what about the giants that was here? They used to eat us. You see my point, my boy? You got a kid brain, but you got to become aware of that. I'm trying to insult you. I like you. Make sure you give back. I appreciate, you know, you're becoming mature in your mind. All that fall into that. But like you said, they used to eat us. That happened in Jack and the Beanstalk. Like I said, fee, fi, fo, fum, and all the rest of that. Y'all religions is based on these things. Meaning all these little lying kid stories is in y'all religions and stuff. Religion view y'all as kids, you know, dum-dums. So you get it? In y'all storybooks, giants ate man. In y'all religions, I guess it's told from the reverse. So Jesus was a lamb chop, y'all ate him. No, whatever. Giants in the eating of people. In the many different ways it's told. I get it. Unless you about to tell me your God ain't a lamb. And they ain't talk about eating his flesh and all that. Because the last time I read that book, Blood said like, he gave out bread to his disciples and said, try this. This is like my flesh. Meaning they had a practice of eating Jesus before he died, according to the book. It's called the Last Supper. In this Last Supper, he gave them bread as his flesh and juice as his blood. And they practiced the next day, which was the Passover, where you eat lamb chops. You know, meat. This is the Jewish customs or the Hebrew customs. They eat meat on the Passover, preferably lamb chops. You know, that's lambs. So y'all God have to fit in the customs, meaning he has to be a lamb chop. A lamb that's slaughtered and eaten I know if you were a Christian, you say, I never heard anything about Jesus getting ate. Then you didn't read the Last Supper. When you go to church and they give you that little bit of grape juice and that cracker, that's for that. I'm going to say it again because some of y'all throwed off in the head. Your religion is about you eating God, but you don't want to acknowledge that. So let me help you. You got the Last Supper. It's written in Matthew, Mark, and all of the other New Testament books for the most part. And in this Last Supper, Jesus is letting them practice eating him. They don't really eat his flesh and drink his blood because it's practice for the next day when he get crucified and all of that. Now, what are you going to say? No, that wasn't for that. But then why did he act like they was eating him for? If his getting crucified and put on the cross is what you put dead animals on to cook them over the fire, right? You still do that in today's times. You have different kind of crosses, steaks for cooking animals. You have just a regular stick, like steak. It don't have no crosses on it. It's just a stick for the most part. You stick it in the animal's ass, it pops out their throat. And you put them over the fire that way. You kind of tie their legs up on the stick a little something, and you get it. You cook them like that. And this how it was back in the day before stoves and stores. You can buy your meat out the store and put it in the oven. You caught your meat, and then you had to do it that way. And then you also had the crucifix steak. This is where you cut the animal open so you get that deep, slow cooking and get every part cooked. You know how y'all do in the stove and y'all got flame broiling and like that. They throw the animal after they cut it open, spread the legs out on the steak, or the arms of the legs. You know, the front legs. Tie the back legs down. Kind of like how Jesus be on the cross. But the animal will be cut open so that the internal could get like cooked. And then they put it over the fire and just turn it, you know? Let the front, the back, the side, all that get cooked. And that's how you cook something back in the day. Think like a rotisserie bird when it's spinning. And slide the slow burner or whatever you call that. And so you get it? Christianity got to do with eating God. Like I told y'all, it's a Satan religion of old. I don't know how y'all got lost in the narrative that I'm joking with y'all or something. I wouldn't know. I charge it to lie. Y'all got lie receiving problems, so I suppose the truth ain't going to settle right when the mind space full of lie. But if you a Christian, there's your rude awakening. You worship a religion where y'all kill and eat God. And y'all believe that this nigga can die for y'all as many times as y'all say. For the most part, you know. This is why you have verses in that book where, you know, Jesus say stop shedding the blood, you know, of him. And all that's going to come to an end where you niggas keep shedding his blood like it's a joke. And it's speaking on spiritual matters as well as the physical. Y'all keep killing and doing what y'all do in the name of God. And keep talking about God going to die for y'all in the name of sin. You know? Dishonorable things like that y'all don't realize y'all do. You're saying you're going to wash up in the blood of the Lamb, but you talking about God when you say that. This is disrespectful. God ain't a beast of the field. And when you refer to God as a beast of the field, you falling into old sacrilege where they disrespect God and they believe in the killing and eating of God. That's why they refer to God as a piece of meat that they're going to devour. And this is why the customs got to do with you pretending like you eating God or consuming God. Nowhere in nature. Nowhere in nature. That is a blasphemy. Gonna make God a goddamn beat up thing on the cross that you eat. I'm not saying that is God. I'm just saying when you choose to depict and try to humiliate God in that fashion, there's repercussions. It's called death. penalty for dishonor is death. You can't sin against God. Christians say, we ain't sinning against God. Cool, I already explained to you how you are. And so you get my point? Peace and wisdom, Lorenzo Bukes. He said, what would you call religion? A hypnosis or witchcraft? Religion have to do with the ancient sorcerers of old. They used to summon the spirits. A lot of y'all are not familiar with summoning the spirits, but you have many psychedelic drug substances. We're speaking of plants, so this is your roots, your sorcery, your alchemy of old. In shamans and a lot of, witches. This is basically to say like ancient scientists. Like I said, this is to say like an ancient scientist, meaning they understand the chemistry between the plant substances. Like I said, you have different psychoactive drugs or substances in the many different plants we have here. And when you're dealing with spirit summoning practices, you have, let's say, 72 daemon. These 72 spirits or demon, they have rank and title. I'm not saying it's just 72, but let's say these 72 have rank and title, and all the other spirits or demons worship these 72. And of course, over these 72, you have one. Meaning even the 72 with their rank and title, they all fall under one. And the way you access them is by knowing the recipe to reach them. Their recipe will be a mixture of the psychedelic plants. Meaning, let's say DMT mixed with weed and a little bit of cocaine will bring you to a specific demon. Kind of like when y'all take the DMT and then next thing you know, y'all talking to little elves in a whole nother dimension of life. Like that. That's not my mistake. That's the old teachings, but you get it? That's just one recipe, one entity. Now where y'all are going is to the realm of the legions. This is those that have no rank and title. They just worship the ones that do. So when you're talking to those machine elves, when you on DMT, you're just talking to the legions. This is the countless spirits that have no rank or title. They just in the abyss. But the demons or spirits with rank and title are there too. And this is a real thing in a real place. Ask somebody that took DMT, they'll tell you. Like, yeah, I did see some machine looking things, but I don't know what that was. Like, well, in the past, they understood this science in depth. And a lot of people had the different recipes for the different spirits. And some of these recipes consisted of 3 mixtures, meaning 3 different substances mixed together. Some had to do with 4, 5, 6, 7 different mixtures merged. But this have to do with the status of the entity. The higher the status, the more drug mixtures. It will bring you straight to the entity. You get whatever information, talk to it. You know how they doing DMT. Now, after the sorcerer does that, gets his little pack going with whatever spirit he decided to go see. He comes to realize this is how the legions became legions. This is the countless many spirits that have no rank and title. They got there like how he did. Summoning those spirits or going to where they at and, dealing with them. And that's the end result. When you die, you end up in the abyss as one of the legions. This is the people that believed in the spirits or decided to engage with them, worship them. When you're dealing with those spirits, meaning when you take the substance and you go talk to the spirit, there's a pact made. You're bound to an oath. You don't know what you're bound to because to you, that's just dream, or you're just high out your mind. You know it's real, like how you know dream is real some kind of way, but you blow it off. This is what they did in the past. Then when they died, they end up, you get it, as a legion, meaning people taking DMT. This, then they see and numb. Like, imagine you die and you end up in the darkness, and then that darkness opens, and you get it. It's people from physical life coming to see you. That's why when they go to DMT land, the little machine elves always be excited and happy that, you know, somebody finally came to see them again. It's like that. They be bound to that darkness as the legions. And of course, these spirits, they try to get you to worship whatever demon they do. The legions all worship the spirits with rank and title. These spirits being people who live their life. They were either summoning spirits, meaning going to visit them like I explained how, or they either was lost into a religion of worshiping these spirits in some kind of way. And so they go to that place where they are. Solomon binding them has to do with science, meaning Solomon bound them to those realms, and the only way you can access them is by knowing the seal. The seal is their recipe. You got to remember, we dealing with the mixture of different psychoactive or psychedelic substances. That's liquids. When you're dealing with liquids, liquids have a chemical structure and formula. The formula is like H2O. That's a liquid. H2O is its recipe. You need double the amount of hydrogen as oxygen, and you can make this liquid manifest. Like that. Solomon bound the spirits to a seal, meaning a person has to know to mix these things together, and that's the only way you will ever see the day of light or a person again. So look at these entities like that. They were cast away to the darkness, and they can't access or talk to anyone unless a person know their recipe or their seal. You get it? That part. Look at Solomon as that. He bound them to the darkness. Not a bind in the way of, yeah, you can look at it kind of like lock and key. Meaning you got to know the combination to the lock to access the deities. But this is a plant thing. Dead bodies go in the ground. The plants is the mediums between the living and the dead. Many people don't know that. And so the psychoactive drugs that's in the actual plants is what's bringing you. And so it's all an ancient thing. Like I said, the vegetation of the earth is like antennas. It's like the medium between the living and the dead. The dead being bound to a space they cannot enter. The living having the means to access them if they know the recipe. Most don't know the recipe, so the demons is bound away. But if one knows the recipe, meaning the mixture of substances, well, then they can go see them. But then you bound to them, meaning y'all have a pact, and when you die, you become one of the legions. That's the countless nameless spirits that don't have no rank and title. They was just a worshiper of one of the spirits or had a pact with one of them. Now, here's the deep part. Sorcerers summon spirits. You have sorcerers from all different times of life. Now say I was 8 years old and you was my daddy, and you was real good at summoning the spirits. You taught me all the recipes and how to access each deity, and you let me know which deity you go see on a regular, meaning you take the substance and you go see that deity on a regular. And my daddy, 40 years old, he taught me this when I was 8. And then he died. And then when I got older, I became a master sorcerer like him. And when I summoned the spirits, I seen that motherfucker. Like that. That's how the sorcerers come to learn. Oh shit. when we summon these spirits, we end up below with them. Again, you a little kid, sorcerers way before you. You aware of these sorcerers, then they die. Time goes by. You get older, you forgot all about them. You practicing, and one day you see them. You slip up on your mixture a little bit. You was trying to summon this one spirit, but you ended up in the space where the legions are. And you seen the person you know that used to do the practice. And you could talk to them. Just like you could talk to all the spirits. And they tell you, like, yo, you're going to end up here. That part. That's how the sorcerers came to know, oh, snap. When I die, I'm going to end up in the legion. And so this is where the religion came from. Meaning the sorcerer say to himself, how can I avoid going to the abyss and becoming a legion? So he make a pact with the spirit and say, if I trade somebody in my spot, what that do? But of course the spirit gonna want more than just you. They already got you. So meaning you summon the spirits, or you do the practice I just explained. And so now you're talking to the demon or spirit that you will do this with. And you're trying to tell him, can I trade myself for somebody else? And you have them instead, meaning I'm going to give somebody else the liquid and bring them to you. And then you can just like, in our pact, and you get it? Let them take my deed. Meaning, I'm not going to tell them what's going to happen. I'm just going to give them to you. And then you wipe our pack off. That way they don't have to go to the abyss. And so the demon probably say like, yeah, you could do that with like 20 people. Bring me 20 people. And that the sorcerer are these ancient scientists. This is where they start having like subjects or proteges. What do you call that? And the sorcerer has it's like his little ghoul. I got the exact name. But that's what that come from. They have their little students. The students think they learning from the sorcerer, but they don't realize the sorcerer is teaching them what he is so that he can kind of send them to the entity and he himself can get out the pact. But of course, you can't trust the demons. They lie. They call the Elohim. The L, like la, 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 la. You know the sound of the L. La, la, same word, so you get it. This is all ancient truth, ancient deep science that can still be done today, but I wouldn't recommend y'all do it. But this is how religion started. Meaning the sorcerer or the person that summoned the spirit, they know when they die, they gonna end up in hell or the abyss as a legion. But if they can sacrifice enough spirits to that demon, then they themselves can get out the pact where they don't end up down there. You follow? Meaning they gonna use another person as a scapegoat for their own sins. They sinned by making the pact with the demon. Now they went out of the pact. So now they're going to sacrifice another person or give another person to the demon to get out of it for themselves. Scapegoat thing. I'm going to wipe my sins off on this other person. The sins being, I'm going to make them have a pact with this demon and I'm going to get out of it. But I ain't about to tell them. I'm just going to give them the substance. They going to blast off and they'll figure it out the way I did. But at least I'll be free and out of it. And so you get it? That's how the religion starts. That's why in Christianity, you have to profess that God gonna die for your sins. That means God's your scapegoat. Meaning you did the wrong thing, but you believe God gonna die for your wrongdoings. That means you're making God a scapegoat for you. This is where the whole lamb thing comes in. Where y'all view God as a lamb. It goes back to your scapegoat science. And so y'all profess, I believe that God can be a scapegoat for me. And so then the sorcerer will sacrifice you to the spirit in that moment. This is how the religion started. It's just a test on your morals. If you have no problem with God dying for your wrongdoings, you can't get mad at the sorcerer for sacrificing you in his place. He did the same thing to you that you professed that God was going to do for you. And that, you and the sorcerer arguing in hell, the sorcerer, he did no wrong. He's wrong for summoning the spirits. In regards to sacrificing you, you're one who agreed that God could get sacrificed for you. So your being sacrificed for him is no real big sin. You get it? Meaning if you agree that God could die for your wrongdoings, how is it unjust for you to die for somebody else's wrongdoings? They just a person. You are too. But you agree that God could die for your sins. That's completely unjust and unmoral. That means you the pinnacles of selfish if you would verbally agree to that. And that's how Christianity started. On that oath. Do you believe God will be your Lord and Savior and die for your sins? If you were just, you would say, why do God have to die for my sins? Why can't I just stop sinning? And then everybody be good. But a dishonorable, selfish person ain't going to think like that. They going to think like, as long as I don't die, I wouldn't care what die in my place. In that, they say, I believe God going to die for my sins. In that, they sacrifice to below to be a legion. And this is why the religion was made. It was made by Abraham. He's the father of the three religions, Judaism, Christianity, and Islam. You can look that up. Who is Abraham? He's the father of the three religions. That's to say, in perspective, he is the precursor or the starter of the three religions that shall have. These three religions have to do with him sacrificing the whole world so he can get out of the pack with the spirits he was summoning. The book, if you read the book, Abraham was worshiping spirits. King Solomon is in his line, meaning one of his descendants. And King Solomon was bounding and playing with the spirits. And that whole book got to do with this sorcerer's line. This sorcerer is Abraham. And his descendants are his line, trying to get him out of it. Out of being in hell. Or being a legion. They all failed, but that was the point of the religion. Recruiting people to be sacrificed below to a specific entity, the one that Abraham was worshiping. This is Elion, the Most High. Like when Jesus was on the cross, he said, Eli, Eli. Y'all don't understand the order of the spirits in that whole practice and how that is the real deal in y'all religions. Remember how I said astrology is the sorcery that was put on y'all? And the calendar and all that was made with the sorcery, and now y'all afflicted by it? Like that. It's the same way with the religion. Abraham was messing with the spirits, realized he was going to be a legion. And so you get it? He try and sacrifice whoever he can in his place, but he come to realize, like, I'm going to have to sacrifice the whole world. You know, the demons can't be trusted, especially the Most High over all of them. Blood is what y'all call Lucifer. You look in spirit summoning practices, they have an entity known as Lucifer, the devil. Blood is the Most High. He the God over the physical life. The God from unconsciousness all the way to awake. Awake is physical. He the God over dream, unconsciousness, and awake. Awake is physical. Dream is the spirit. And unconsciousness is the abyss. And blood is the hidden hand that run all that in perspective. And anything beyond the darkness. So that ain't his domain no more. He falls subject to that, so to say. That's why I always say y'all have to conquer y'all darkness. You get my point? But that's the God over the physical. And it's like I said, day and night. Two gods to serve self, but you have to know your place and perspective. Now, when you're dealing with the characters and the reality of it, like I said, y'all can visit the devil. Y'all just have to know the seal or the recipe. You probably gonna overdose though and die. Most people in the past that summoned the devil or took the substance to see the devil, they overdose, because it's like 9 different mixtures, 10, 12, 9 to 12 different drug mixtures. That's his recipe. Sorcerer of old take that and then they mess around and overdose and died, and they just be stuck there with him. And so all of that is real. That can happen right now. Meaning I can give one of y'all the recipe, you take the drug, and then you're going to be talking to whatever spirit I told you was. But you're going to be bound to him. You get it? And they like the natures and the physical, so they can control things to where you don't forget your pack. Like, they can control what you see and don't. Like perception is only somewhat y'all's. Meaning y'all can choose what y'all see and how y'all want to view it. But that can be changed without y'all realizing it. People do that to y'all in the physical, change y'all mind and perception. So these natures can do it. These natures can do it, or demons can do it, and you won't even notice. Because y'all don't notice when physical people do it to y'all. Y'all have too much pride to acknowledge it. Like, this person changed my mind or changed my perspective. And so the demons, the entities, they doing it non-stop to the person. Meaning, once you go visit them, they kind of control you, kind of like a drug addict, and take PCP, then he come back into the physical, but he still be thrown off. Well, you like blood tweaked out. The monkey's still on his back. He still seem like he afflicted a little bit or halfway high. Like that. They still control you after you come out of it. And so you get it? Abraham taught all his line. And they used it to create religion to rule over the people, as well as have the people be sacrificed to the spirit. So Abraham could get out, but he not. That's why when Lazarus was in hell, he say he looked up and seen Abraham up above, and he was begging him for water. Abraham got high status in hell. Heaven is the top of hell. That's why the people in hell could look up and see the people in heaven. Abraham got high status in hell because he sacrificed hella people, whoever died under the religion. But you get my point? He's still where he at. This is why he got so much importance in the religion. Nothing I'm telling you is false. It's all accurate. If you a master scholar, I'm sure you somewhere clapping. Because it's not about the understanding, it's about being able to express it. You get it? Maybe 3 years ago, I couldn't explain it right. Say, I heard you explain something like this 3 years ago, but now it sounds a little more sharp, where I grasp it better. But you said the same thing, though. Like that. You a master scholar, you say, man, I know everything he's saying, but I can't express it like he doing. Where it make perfect sense like that. I get a little scrambled up and trying to get it clear like that. Everything I'm telling you is the truth. It's known. It's everywhere you can look. Like I said, if you look at the Bible, Solomon was playing with the spirits. Abraham, one of his forefathers. Jacob come from Abraham. And so this got to do with that. They sacrificing the world to the demon to try to get out of their pack, but they're not. And I guess they bitter and they just don't care now. I wouldn't know. Meaning, I guess Abraham bitter, so he just don't care. I don't know how it worked. I don't know how it worked when you in hell for mad long. You get it? I don't know how I feel like that. I only visited that place for like, I don't know how long it was when I was there in my little dream, or whatever you want to call that. Remember when I told y'all I had the dream I got shot in my face and I died and I was stuck in the darkness? If you ever hear somebody tell near-death experiences now and you hear that little darkness in the story, that come from me back in like 2016. I got shot before, and then I started having like dreams that I was going, well, I just had that one, but it just came out of nowhere one day. And in the dream, I got shot in my goddamn face. And then, you know, it faded out. Like when you die, or like when you falling into sleep, how it kind of fade. Everything faded, but I didn't. Meaning after the fade happened, I could still hear people in the physical life kind of screaming and shit like, oh my God, they shot cheese, and you get it? You still kind of hear the lingering. I'm confused and shit. I'm young at the time, so I don't know what's happening. And then after a while, that faded too, meaning the sounds. But me as a presence never faded. It wasn't like when you fall asleep and you go out. I never went out. Everything else did. Meaning everything else went dark. It was like the curtains closed in my eye. You get it? My eyes felt like a heavy shade. It was closed. It kind of felt like, if you can imagine, it'd probably be hard for y'all, but imagine if like thick black goo kind of descending over your eyes internally though. I kind of thought it was blood. Remember in the dream I got shot in the face. I don't know where I got shot, but I assumed it was the face because like the thick black goo. The curtains was closing and I couldn't stop it. It didn't really feel like it had to do with my eyelids though. I'm not saying my eyelids was closing. It just felt like the curtains was closing and I couldn't do nothing about it. And then after that happened, I could still hear the people. I was still present. Like, I could hear the people screaming and it sounded like they was fucking the person up. Like, whoever did it, then they got packed out after that. Everybody kind of went crazy. I guess when death really happened, people don't know who they love till they die. So I guess I was hella loved in the hood because the way it sounded like they was ripping this nigga to pieces going crazy. You could hear everybody like, no, that nigga killed Cheech. And then it just, the sound faded out after that. But I was still present, like just in the darkness. Kind of like if you close your ears off and close your eyes and sit in a dark cave. I was just there, like. And then it got freaky after that. Nothing happened beyond that, but I was just still awake for a while. I don't know how long it was, but that was the worst feeling I ever had in my life. It wasn't even real, it was a dream, but that disturbed me for years. Like, I couldn't get it out my head. And so back in 2016, I had told that story. Now I hear a lot of y'all telling y'all near-death experiences, adding that in. You gotta remember, I'm 42. I've been here near-death experiences since I was 8. My grandmother's sister have a near-death experience when she came out her body and all that. But I've never heard no one ever speak of that darkness. Like I said, it happened to me. So I didn't even know that it was supposed to. I thought I broke, like. You know how you die and you like, I know something supposed to happen. I ain't supposed to just be sitting in the darkness. So I'm like, well, something must have broke. I think, like, whatever happens in death, it broke on my end, and I don't think nobody ever gonna know that. You get it? Just imagine you died and you just stuck in the darkness, so you, like, not in the darkness, but in your own body. Like, your eyes closed, but your awareness never goes nowhere. Your body is dead, so you can't make the eyelids or the mouth move. You're just stuck in there. So then your mind start going into maybe like, you know, when I die, I think my soul or something, or whatever this presence I am is that's still here, I'm assuming that's supposed to come out like that. I'm sitting there for a little while. Nobody came and pulled me out. I'm just present inside my own dead body. So I start panicking, like, yo, what the fuck? If my death broke, then that mean ain't nobody gonna know I'm. You get it? Your mind start going a million miles an hour. Meaning I'm figuring I'm gonna be stuck in my dead body forever. Then your mind start going crazy because you like, hold on, how long is forever? Like, I can't sit here conscious forever. Like that, I start hyperventilating. I don't know what happened. I know I woke up damn near dead myself. I couldn't breathe. I was wet. And I was pissed. Thought I was gone for forever. That's when I pondered on forever. Forever never pop into your mind till you in that kind of situation. Just imagine being cut off from all existence. And you get it? Not having a clock or anybody tell you like you won't be here for this long. You just kind of dead thinking I'm here on default, and whatever happens in life broke on my end maybe, and there's a mistake. And you get it? My mind kind of went there where I'm like, damn, I think I'm going to be stuck in this state for forever. And you get it? That little dream or that little vision I was given back in the day is being exploited now, but later on I understood it when I became wise. It's basically all of our endings. The same way we have awake and then we falling asleep and that passes over and then we lost in the darkness, but we wake up into dreams sometime. That's like afterlife. And then you get it? That fades as well. And at the end, all that's left is that unconsciousness. Meaning our awake is gonna pass off when our physical bodies die. We ain't gonna have awake no more. That consciousness. But you still gonna have the dream conscious. It's gonna be like called afterlife. And you're gonna ping pong in between, you know, dream and unconsciousness. And then at some point, your dream, you know, that consciousness you hold, is gonna fade as well. You're just gonna be conscious in your ayin, like they say in the Jewish Kabbalah. Ayin and or Ein Sof. It's just the consciousness or the soul trapped in its own darkness. And the darkness is the beginning, meaning you as a consciousness, you emerge out that darkness into awake or the light. And so when the light or the physical is removed, you as a consciousness just be bound to your own darkness. But it's not like when you're physical and you're sleeping it. You will be consciousness because that's all you are, is consciousness bound to a darkness. And so I understood, like, you know, that's the last stage for a soul, meaning the soul lives its life, then it dies and it goes into its dream. Then the dream fades and all it has left is its abyss. It has to know how to transcend that darkness. Kind of how the life showed it every day in its life. You will go into the unconsciousness and then you will be pulled into awake. But at some point, you have to do this for yourself. Hopefully you learn. So you've been alive for 50 years, let's say. 365 days times 50 years worth. That amount of numbers is how many times you've seen yourself go into darkness and then you was pulled out. Most people overlook, you know, them going to sleep and waking up, but it's a lesson there. And that lesson have to do with that thing I experienced when I was, you know, in that dark state like that. Like I said, that was the worst thing I ever, it was horrible. There's nothing more horrible than a lot of y'all that isolate. If I could make you experience what I did, that probably would heal you from how you be isolating a lot. You be like cut off. I don't even know how to explain it. That's the only thing that's vibrating in your mind is, oh shit, I am cut off from existence. Like life, everything. I don't know where I'm at, but it's dark. And when you open your mouth, the darkness go in your mouth. Of course, it's like dream. You don't have a mouth or a physical vessel. You just a consciousness, but you still feel like you could talk and shit. So I'm screaming in it like, help. Meaning I start panicking. I figure if I yell, maybe somebody will hear me. But when I yelled, it was like my sound went the reverse way. It went into my mouth, like. So it was taking away the little bit of breath I had. And every time I did that, it made it feel like it was going into my ears too. Like when I opened up my mouth, I opened up my ears. So my sound kind of like, I guess that's deep when I look back now. My own sound was going back into my ears. Kind of suffocating me. So I scream, help, it just go into, you get it? It go down my mouth and of course the ears receive in the sound. So I remember that. It felt like I was getting suffocated every time I try to speak. So I just shut up, like. And you know, from there, it just felt like the darkness was closing in on you. It wasn't the darkness, like, it was physical, like, it felt like cobwebs and clammy. Wherever I was, it felt cold and damp and clammy. And you feel it felt like something kept crawling on my neck and shit like that. And I felt like people was there watching me, laughing and shit. But I couldn't see, you get it? You get this feeling like, yo, why, you get it? Why are they playing with me? Who's doing this? And you get it? You kind of start to feel a presence there with you. And it's a silent taunt. I don't want you to think like, like, no, there's people here. I fucking feel them. You get it? Somebody keep touching my ear. Like that, you can feel the movement, but you yourself just feel trapped in your own, like a darkness, a thick one. Like I said, it's clammy and shit, and it's just nasty. Like, I don't know how to explain it. Horrible, nasty. Like, if you ever been cold and dirty and wet, and like in humidity where you feel like I'm sweaty and nasty, and it was horrible. That's all I could tell most of y'all. I ain't got no sense of time, so I ain't know when I was getting out of there. And you get it? There's nothing I ever experienced worse than that. And that's still the worst thought and memory that I have. But like I said, when I became wise, I understood what that was. Your heart have to be filled up with love. Yeah, peace and wisdom, soul overseas. That's what a lot of y'all remember when I told that story back then. The video's still up, but a lot of people heard that video back then, and a lot of people now, they add that into their near-death experience. Like I said, a lot of people just, they selling stories, meaning they trying to get views. But if you want to know the real experience, because I still haven't said every detail of it, you know, I try not to think of it. It was horrible, but it was so strong that the more I think on it, you get it? It's like somebody, I guess, that got raped or something. They remember every detail, but they like, I don't want to talk about it. In that, it helps them to not deal with it. But if you get them to talking on it, they gonna start remembering every detail because it was horrible for them. It's one of them experiences. I'd rather not remember it, but I do. But once I start talking on it, boy, and I start focusing on like every moment, that's the only dream I ever had where I remember every detail. It's like a real experience that happened, because I ain't forget nothing. I remember all the way to when I woke up. I was livid. Like, and you gotta remember, this time I was gangster, so I had just got shot. But I'm gangster though. I'm not like a regular person, like regular minded person. So you get it? My thoughts was a little darker. And I was, you know, I was a resistor. Like, you get it? So it was like a struggle, I think. Whatever was supposed to happen, I was fighting it. I was arguing with it, blood. Like, nah, I gotta get out of here, man. Whatever I was supposed to see all the way through, I wasn't old enough to. I kind of was in the right. I guess the life knows, like, a time gonna come where you gonna have a certain jewel given to you, and it's gonna help you to know this thing, but you gonna get shown it now when you need it. It didn't help me in no way. I was still gangsta after that. Meaning I got shot when I was 21, and nothing changed. After that moment, nothing ever changed. I never even said anything like, I'm changed my life. That had nothing to do with nothing. And you get in my mother, everybody's present. So it's not like, it was just my life. Nobody even said anything like, are you gonna change? Like, my mom didn't say that. And nobody I knew asked me that. Like, are you gonna change your life now? They was in it with me. Like, it was a part of the life with me in their brain, I guess, because they never said that. They just did whatever they had to do to help me, you know, get along. Meaning they was my allies. And me keeping my drug operation going while I was handicapped. It sounds horrible looking back, but you get it. This is the real life we all get lost into. I'm not saying my people bad, but you get it. We all just get accustomed to horrible things. It becomes so normal. So I'm a little 21-year-old boy. I get shot, and nobody's like, nobody cares in that mindset to, like, you know, sit me down and say, maybe you should consider changing. But I say that so you could kind of grasp I was in a certain kind of mindset, you know? And so that mindset was not working in that space, you know? And like I said, as I became the wise person that I am now, I don't live in those ways anymore, but you get it? And I don't advise any of y'all to either. That's why I don't ever really go into detail about like the things I did out, you know, in the streets. Cause I'm like y'all beginnings. So like if y'all hear my stories, it's gonna sound too familiar with how y'all live now. In the time where niggas wasn't living like that though. I was like y'all in the past. So it was like worse. I was viewed as worse than y'all because I was in a time where you don't do that. You don't carry around guns and be shooting, you know? That ain't how that go. You fist fight, you get it? You fight out your problems like a man and you don't shoot. You don't get mad you got beat up and then shoot somebody, you get it? I'm from them times where it was honorable. Ain't nobody above us shaking in there, you know? Everybody in the neighborhood to get around and let y'all fight it out and then it's over. And here I come with the new ways. You beat me up, go get my gun, blah. I'm just playing. But I'm not, but you get it? Go get my gun, blah. He cheated because I'm mad little. The niggas went with that shit, so that was the new go then. That was always my excuse. Yeah, I ducked him first, but that's not the point. So I started to fight, then I'd be like, nah, he too big. He cheated. This is my excuse for when I hit you with a baseball bat or something like that. You get it? Everybody gotta be alarmed. And now he cheated first. Blood weighed 400 pounds. Like, he sat on me. What was I What was I supposed to do, man? He sat on me. I couldn't get up. Yeah, I'm shooting him. I'm like, y'all, that's how y'all are now, like thrown off in the head. I was like that back in the day, like no drugs that I got now that make y'all crazy. I was just like that. Me and my friends, we was just like that naturally. And so we go deep. Like I said, avoid those lives, man, them kind of lifestyles. You're gonna get old, and you get my point? You ain't gonna be so proud of it amongst your own age bracket. It only cool talk amongst kids. Once you get 42, my age or so like that, you get it? I hope when I go to my son's school, things like that, that nobody would mistake me as, you know. That's all my fault in terms of, you know, the lifestyle I chose to live when I was younger. You can't escape yourself in that way. But all you can do is hope people be fair with you. But you get my point? If you're young, when you get older, your kid life gonna contrast with your adult life, meaning you can't serve two masters. So you keep that in mind, because you're gonna for sure be old way longer than you're gonna be young. And so when I reached a certain stage of wisdom that I did, I understand that little dream I had, or vision, and it had to do with me understanding that we all have to transcend our darkness. Our darkness is the unconsciousness. It's the source of the physical vessel. And when the physical body dies and fades off, that unconsciousness is like the body of the soul, or the consciousness you are, meaning the awareness or consciousness you are is bound to its darkness. That's that unconscious aspect of yourself. You get it? When there's nothing left and you're dead, it will just be you and that, meaning you will be awake and aware of yourself being there, but it's nothing or nowhere you can go or do. You just gonna be feeling what I was feeling, where you panicking. And so I learned that we have to transcend that darkness, meaning If you guys don't mind, after I explain the transcending of the darkness, if the bulk of y'all don't mind, can y'all give back after I do that? Like pay a tithe? Thank you. Transcending the darkness has to do with one being full of love and happiness. When one is full of love and happiness, they ejaculate or they come, they orgasm. Now, y'all orgasm in dream, y'all orgasm in physical. In the unconscious, your orgasming is your waking up. Meaning, when you're in dream or unconscious and you have a wet dream and you orgasm, you wake up in that moment. Because orgasm is the consciousness being pushed out into the physical. When you're dead and there's no physical vessel anymore, it's just you as a light or a consciousness trapped in your darkness or your unconsciousness, kind of like the stars are up above in the sky. And you have to transcend that darkness, meaning you have to wake up. This would be your going beyond that darkness into the place where all souls come, which is orgasm. All spirits, all souls in life are ejaculated out first as that yolky substance, seminal fluid. And that substance comes from orgasm. And whether you're a man or a woman, you are ejaculated out by your father first. And that happened because he orgasmed. Orgasm is heaven. In the Far East, they call it nirvana. This means the place of bliss and pleasure. Orgasm is pleasure and bliss. But of course, we in the physical. So when a man orgasms, he's kind of kicked out. He goes, but he kind of kicked out of it so fast. He just gets the feeling of the bliss and the pleasures of heaven, never having stayed long enough to see. And that's what orgasm truly is. The man orgasms, his soul is going back to heaven, but you get it? He's still bound to his body. In that, he just feels the glories of heaven. Meaning heaven feel like orgasm. If you can stretch it out or slow it down 1,000%. In that, you get every aspect of the feeling, the experience, the sight of it. Like that. The seminal fluid that comes out from orgasm, you get it? It's just the fabric of heaven. And so everybody comes from heaven. Heaven being orgasm. Orgasm is a place where all the consciousness is before it's pushed into the physical. I'm not giving you a metaphor. I'm giving you a reality. This is real. Orgasm is heaven. This is the place where all the consciousness comes from. The conscious is light. It manifests as liquid, white liquid. It's yolky. That white liquid can raise up the dead. It's life. In that, it raises up the egg cell in the belly, meaning the body. It raises up all the sperm cells below in the man. It raises up everything. 9 months later, you get it? Everything born out inside that one thing. And so it's a deep thing. Orgasm is twofold, meaning when you're in the physical, when you orgasm, you pull souls from heaven. But when you dead yourself, orgasming is how you go back. Most never go back. They just linger in that darkness until they become furious. And this is what makes a demon in the darkness. And this is what makes for hurricanes and all types of, bad acts of nature, forest fires, earthquakes, tornadoes. These is your unstable souls that died and then come to terms with the transpirings, They become so furious that their energy interfere with nature. Like, it start glitching in, meaning a soul can become so furious. Remember, a soul is consciousness, a light. it can become so furious or so passionate about a thing that you get it, it can start glitching into the physical. It not being aware that of that, it just lost into itself. Like, and this is how you get angry souls in hell that just curse and spit and they feel abandoned by God. They curse God. They been in their death so long in that darkness that I was in. They built up a hate for God. They say, when I get out of here. Remember when I told y'all when I was young and I woke up out the dream, I was like, who did that? Because I'm going to kill them. And I'm thinking in my mind like it was God, but that's how mad I was. Like, whoever did that, it was horrible. Like, whoever did that ain't my friend, blood. They something else. Like that. You can be there and turn so angry that you become anger in its pinnacles, which is a silence. And so angry you don't even have nothing to say. All you got is smoke, action. Like that. You just sit in that darkness and you got hella souls that been dead a long time. They there and they building up anger. They don't know they supposed to be building up an opposite, meaning a humility and a joy and an appreciation and to know that the same force that used to pull them out the darkness in their physical life is going to come for them. But they have to be in the vibration of the thing, meaning they have to be happy and pure and, you get it, loving. Y'all cannot orgasm unless y'all on that frequency. Nobody's busting nuts angry. You get it? Nobody's decking a chicken then like, if a dude raping a chicken, beating her up, he doing that because he trying to take it. But he is, you get it? Niggas obsessed with whoever he's raping. You get it? And like that. You have to build up an excitement, love, a gratitude for the life that you are. Understanding that the life that you was just in was just an extension of that death. And it's truly you that is the life in these places, and you don't need these places to have and be the life that you are. And when the mind gets primed to a certain vibration, thinking the physical, when y'all get horny, it's because y'all letting y'all mindset go into a certain place. I'll say it again. When y'all get horny, it's because y'all let y'all mind go into a certain vibration. If you kind of don't allow it, you won't get horny. Meaning if you too depressed or you a little... When y'all angry and about to fight, y'all not thinking about like horniness. But you have to be in a certain vibration, meaning you got to be a little excited and a little relaxed. Both at the same time. You get a little horny if you got the right thoughts. In that, we supposed to always be in that vibration, meaning y'all are in y'all best. Think like when you horny and about to have sex, but before you do, before the stripping down, y'all are in y'all best, and meaning y'all open-minded, y'all happy, y'all excited, you in good spirit. That's why I always tell y'all, man, it's about being sexy. It's not a gay statement. You gotta feel sexy. Like, I say it with a Z though, sexy. Cause you gotta get real spicy with it, like. You feel me? You gotta get sexy, big baby. Cause you gonna need that sexiness to save you. Your anger can't save you. Only your sexiness can. That's your splendor. So you gotta always know, like, nah, I'm sexy, blood. You got me fucked up. Even if you fat and shit, you sexy fat. Can't nobody rob that of you, blood. How they gonna tell you, like, sexy ain't a size? Some of y'all mad fat, you get mad ass, blood, you sexy, my boy. You feel me? But you just gotta know that. And you feel me? You get sexy with it. But that's for that. It's to say, like, you gotta always have a place in self where you can push out love. Of course, when y'all having sex, this is y'all expression of sharing y'all love. But when you dead and don't have a physical vessel to share this love, you can still share it. You get it? Because even in the physical, it's truly not a physical thing that you're sharing. You're just trying to express it physically however you can. But that feeling of y'all feeling sexy and then ejaculating or having an orgasm is something that y'all do mentally, and it passes through the physical. You have to learn basically how to do that, and it has to do with your filling yourself up with love. When you're sleeping, you're not having any sex, but you somehow find a way to orgasm. This is for any of y'all that had a wet dream and you need a reference. When you were asleep, you wasn't actually beating off anything, but you was able to orgasm. That's to help you to see it was a mental thing. Don't have nothing to do with your penis or your hand or somebody's vagina on it, and vice versa for a woman. It just have to do with your mind, you orgasming. And so do you get it? This is something that you will have the ability to do even when you don't have a vessel. Orgasm. And when you're in that darkness, so you get it? Orgasming coincide with waking up. If you have a wet dream, when you orgasmed, you woke up. And you said, damn, I slimed myself. Or whatever you call like ejaculating on yourself. I call it the slime. You know that Ninja Turtle ooze. They make mad movies about, the spirit of life. This is the slime that we all start as. Semen. Cum. Ninja Turtles call it the ooze. You know the ooze. The ooze was the powerful thing in the Ninja Turtles. That's how it is in life. All the people you see, they started as the ooze. The white ooze that come out of man dick. Yeah, male and female, they all start as that ooze. That white stuff. It's the Holy Ghost. Meaning it's the most divine substance in life. I don't see why you wouldn't grasp why. Kool-Aid don't hold nothing to that thing. You get it? Whatever liquid you could think of, it don't hold nothing to semen. Semen is a whole person. In spirit form, in liquid form. Their beginnings. The putty. The yolk. So it's a divine thing you have to grasp. But most don't have the mindset or the maturity to. But when you're in that darkness, we have to orgasm or come out of it. This is a mental thing. You are a mental thing, meaning your soul is basically your consciousness. Damn, it's raining on me, but it feels so good out here. I don't want to end. That humidity leaving. And so overall, that vision that I had, and then my, becoming real wise. Many things that happen in my life are just things, period. Now that I'm wise, I understand why and what was the point and what the message was, but I didn't then. He said nowadays you can refer to your homies as your slimies. Yeah, because y'all a little spicy. I used to tell my man, like, yeah, I just had sex with so-and-so, blood, I slimed her. So I let the ooze out on her, my boy, you feel me? You feel me? She milked me, blood. She milked my cow. Let me stop. I forget when I play with y'all like I used to when I was a kid. Y'all like that more than the wisdom. Y'all be using it and you get it? And I don't talk like that no more. This is just when I was young. I used to have fun. Like, I was an asshole. So I say shit like that. I had my own language when I was young. I tell my boy I slimed her out. That means I got carried away. That thing went everywhere. She had to learn. Face everywhere. I just slimed her. A Holy Ghost of blood. Now y'all call y'all homies, y'all slimies. It's just, Zeddy B. Harlem said Harlem is the smartest school district. All A's, beloved. Salam, shalom. Every place claim me. Harlem, uptown, downtown, Brooklyn, Decatur, Atlanta, East Point. I'm not joking either. All these places claim me as they own. Zeddy B think I'm from Harlem. I am though, but you get it. We all belong to nature, man. I hope y'all can grasp that one day. That's our glory right there. That's where our freedom is. And the more we know and how to work with the resources is our way to have anything we want. Of course, we got to be unified, because the first thing nature going to teach you is you're going to need some help. You get it? And that you learn unity just being in nature. Nature will work against you as an individual to make you. Nature will make you have friends. Like, you will learn that first. Like, I think I need a buddy out here, because if the life itself don't get me, one of these other things that's buddied up gonna get me. And so you get it. There's a lot y'all can learn in nature, man. Black people don't need a Million Man March. We need a Million Man Nature Retreat. And our babies need to see the realities of life without the system and all the rules in the system, so they could see, like, you respect order and things like that when you in nature, where it appears there ain't none, but there is. Meaning nature got law and order, but if you go there and you're used to rules and all of this Babylon stuff, you're gonna get confused and think there ain't any. There is, and everybody obliged to it, and whoever don't, that be the end of their end. And so nature teach you the same way you depend on me, you can depend on your brother. Your brother is an extension of me. Same way nature give unto us and help us. You get my point? So it's the same with your brother out in this environment. The environment will bring y'all together closer. And you get my point? All pettinesses of the Babylon y'all will forget about. And y'all will watch each other's back, and y'all will keep up with each other, and y'all will, you get it? Have an abundance. That's how nature works. It's not about how hard you work. It's about how close-knit you can come together. And nature will bless you. That group. Like that. In that, you just work on being one with your brother and always watching his back, or your sister. And y'all watch each other's back. Y'all take care of each other. Nature's going to provide for y'all. All y'all have to do is keep up with nature. And you get it? Make sure the mind is growing and you know everything to do with the resources that nature's providing you. Because everything we buy, they come directly from nature. When I say nature, I mean the untamed forest. Not your park or anything like that. If you watch me and you say, man, you be like in a park forest, this is a wildlife preserve. Deep, right? I think of you sitting in the park. No, I'm in a wildlife preserve sanctuary right now for birds and turtles. And the whole neighborhood was that before they started building houses. And you want to know the sad part? They starting construction this way now, meaning they taking away more. Ooh, the sun is bright. I can't even see, but every year this wildlife sanctuary gets smaller and smaller. When I first moved over here, which was about 9 years ago, well, the end of this year will be 10 years. I was teaching for almost 9 years, 2016. So I've been teaching 8 years, going on 9. Out of the 9 going on 10 years that I was here, every year it gets smaller and smaller, meaning they start developing more and more of it in that. Remember when I first used to do those videos and I used to show y'all those helmet crabs? They call horseshoe crabs, but they look like they got a helmet on. If you a follower of mine, I know you remember that. I used to show y'all them helmet crabs heavy, like a lot. You been sitting out here with me all this time. Did you see even one of them? That part. Man, them animals are extinct because their blood cures cancer and a whole bunch of other stuff. And a lot of you not. White people been coming over here a lot. I don't see them things no more. And if you a follower of mine, don't lie. You can go back to my old videos now, like the 2016. That's the first thing you gonna see. Like when he be out on them land, it be them alien looking things everywhere. These little helmet crabs or horseshoe crabs. I ain't seen one in years. At least 2 years I haven't even seen one. I'm saying that so you could grasp. Killing off nature right before y'all eyes. Y'all don't even realize it. Some of y'all right now, you like, oh yeah, I remember them little things he used to show. You ain't seen one come by. When I used to be out here back in 2016, I couldn't avoid them. They was everywhere. Like, they was in the water, out the water, everywhere. Dead somewhere, just everywhere. Thousands of them. I ain't seen one in 2 years. Not even a carcass of one. I rarely see turtles. It was those and turtles. As soon as you step foot out here, that's all you would have seen in this wildlife. Turtles, birds of all sorts. Now, I do see strange ass birds still. But in regards to, the turtles and the horseshoe crabs, I don't rarely see them. The turtles are still here, though, because one was dead in the road the other day. It was smashed. Somebody ran it over. But that's like once in a blue you see them. It's like I said, it was bigger than it is now. They keep building houses on it. And that, I think about 2030, where you see me sitting right now, it's going to be a row of houses right on this front. And it ain't gonna be no more wildlife here. That's gonna be over with. And so you get it? When I go to nature, I go to nature. I don't go to the park. I don't care about the park. I don't really care about Babylon shit. But if you ever had that confused, no, I'm in a wildlife sanctuary for birds, turtles, and supposed to be horseshoe crabs, but they not preserving them. And so you get it? Nature-like. But you learn a lot when you out on in nature. I've been out in better natures in Atlanta. Atlanta got some good nature, but they probably ain't gonna have none left either. But that's where I learned about nature for the most part. Down in Atlanta. Because back in the day, they have a lot of forests everywhere. In Atlanta, if you live in a complex, it's inside of a forest. Like that. You be riding down the street and the complex is just in the middle of the forest. Once you pass the complex, you just ride by nothing but trees. And this ain't the highway. This is just a regular street. You get it? Atlanta was like forest out. New York, the concrete jungle. That's like the first thing I noticed when I went to Atlanta. And I used to go to school out there, 6th grade and stuff. We used to take like the little paths they had through the forest. It's like I said, everything was inside the forest in Georgia. meaning your complex, everything. In that, you could take the shortcut through the forest to get out the complex faster. And you get it, I kind of got a brief meeting with nature then, but, you know, as I've gotten older, I've been to all kinds of nature. Niagara Falls, I like that. When I went to Bahamas, there was no nature. I ain't gonna lie. It was just a city, man, with mad beaches around, but I ain't see no forest. And I had got me a little motorcycle out there. I was riding around. I ain't even see no forest. There's just a lot of beaches, though. Texas had nice forests, I ain't gonna lie. Fort Worth, Texas, Dallas and Fort Worth, I ain't get to Houston yet, but Texas got some nice forests, and Texas got a nice sunset. When I say a nice sunset, I'm talking about the feel. Different environments got different feelings at sunset. Texas got a nice sunset, feel-wise. Georgia's is a little better than Texas's. The feel of it in the summer, not speaking of the winter. I'm not familiar with Texas in the winter, only this summer. It's dumb hot out there though. I can't live. I get slim in the summer because I can't eat and stuff like that. I just be too like humid or something. I don't know. I get sick in the summer. Texas be reaching like 100 degrees. I don't know if I get it. When I was out there for like a month straight, that sun was tearing through me. You gotta be fat to like live in Texas. So when the summer come and you sweat your weight off, you still have some left. Other than that, if you slim, you can't be living in hot places, blood. Cause when summer roll in, your ass gonna get thin. Cause you be like, man, it's too hot out here. I can't breathe. I'm wet. I ain't no good in the summer. I like the summer though, but I like when that sunset during the daytime. I like the day, but it works on me. You know, make my arms and shit black. Burnt. But it's the summer. The beauty of it. Get black. Enjoy your blackness. That's what summer's for. Everybody to be black. The winter time is for everybody to be white. If you're black, you be ashy. That's close enough, blood. You feel me? And so this how life works. It's a time to be black. It's a time to be white. Enjoy. Have fun. You white, you orange right now, sun burnt out. Welcome to the family, my boy. What's good, my nigga? I'm just playing if you white. I forgot y'all don't have no sense of humor. But those of y'all that do, black in the summer, big baby, you a part of the African tribe. You African now, my boy. What's your African name, white boy? What is it? Let me hear it. What's your Native American name? Hopping Ghost? Running, speaking ghost? You know, Native Americans got those deep names like that. Running water. Were you dealing with the ancestors, the natives? It's crazy, my boy. You could tell they was smoking too much of that good stuff. Nigga name is Sitting Toad. Laughing Geese. Like, what was they smoking? Where'd they get them names from? The name is Blackfeet. It's deep. Peace and wisdom, Zeddy Harlem. He said, you'll move to Detroit with me, O Block. Oh, big baby, I've been thinking I need to relocate. I'm positive of that. But I need my finances to be like how I need them to be. But I definitely need to relocate, you know. But I don't want to go to a city. I like to be a city, but you get, I mean, like a, like a Babylon. I don't want to go to like Los Angeles or Hollywood or nothing like that. But somewhere where the people are positive and, more on my frequency. New York is a competitive place, competitive-minded place. People are a little angry and disturbed because I guess it's crowded. They like to involve themselves in the things ain't their business. And you get it? I'm beyond those kind of things. He said, just live in the city. It's cool out there. Yeah, I'm in the city. I was born in the city, though, so, wherever I'm at is cool, but I have nothing to do with the city anymore. I have to come to terms with that. You get it? I've been providing for myself without having to work in the city. You get my point? It dawned on me maybe a month ago. I don't have nothing to do with the city anymore. You get it? There's no attachment. There's no dependency or nothing. I'm just familiar with it. You get my point? Other than that, I can write my literature and sell my literature and run my business from anywhere. Make videos, do lectures. I can do this from anywhere. I no longer work for the cities, and you get my point? Not to say anything about y'all, I'm just speaking on me. I've kind of transcended in mind, emotional state, and physically beyond the cities and Babylons, which is the things I've been trying to teach y'all. But I ain't fully realized it, or even paid it any mind. You get it? I just been doing my works. I just kind of do my works. I don't think about anything else. And so I do what I enjoy, which is giving y'all wisdom. Hopefully y'all apply it to yourselves. Get better in y'all ways. I'm independent in regards to like being dependent on a system in any way, So make sure when you come get this wisdom, you kind of give back. That's how I make my way. I give back can be, whatever I can put to use. And so I think it's time for me to move along. I don't know. I guess I have to check my fears, but I think I should just Forrest Gump it. You get it? Just leave everything I have and just go with nothing. Like materials, like how you pack your clothes and relocate. Just leave everything. Y'all can have it. I got mad designers and shit. Take it, have fun. Y'all need it here in Babylon, I don't. And just, you get it? Go until I find a place I like. And just record the whole ordeal. Every day just give y'all a video and be like, I'm here today, but I don't know if I'm gonna be here. And you get my point? I'll find this place I like. Snatch up a lot, all piece of property, like a little acres. Go down to the Home Depot and give me some wood and stuff. I already know how to get busy. I do my thing. Build me a little studio for the meanwhile till I make that space how I want it to be. Because I'm kind of self-dependent, like I said. I ain't really got nothing to do with the city no more. You get it? I'm just here. Montana, Kansas. Kansas don't sound bad, or Montana. You might be on to something. think I might do that though. Go through every state from New York to Atlanta. Or from New York all the way down to Florida. That's like the bottom of this side of the coast. I suppose I'll find somewhere in Virginia. I'm sure if I do that, I'm gonna find something in Virginia where I feel like, oh, I like it here, I'm gonna stay. Zeddy B said, never saw you drive, bro. I got a video up of me driving. I've been driving before a lot of y'all was even born. Like I said, I was raised in Atlanta, so I had got my little license when I was like, I think I was 15 or 16. You can get a permit out there at that age. When I was young, I used to work at A&P. This is a supermarket. I forgot what they turned into. They turned into one of these supermarkets y'all have now. But it was called A&P in my day. And you get it. My mom used to let me drive her car to work. And, you know, she would drive it back. And so, you know, I've been driving since young. The things y'all do now, I've been doing that. Meaning back when my daughter was born, we relocated. I was in New York hustling dope. Relocated to Atlanta. I bought a townhouse, a car. You know, a lot of the things y'all becoming of age and growing into and doing, I did that shit 50,000 times. Same with my son's mother, and you get it? I ain't a part of Babylon no more. Meaning the things y'all enjoy, I did it too much. It's not fun to me. The pulling up in a dope car, not fun to me. I don't know how to explain it. I guess I started too early. I guess if you old, you probably the same way too. Like doing the same thing over and over. It don't. When you young, you know. Y'all kind of forget the old been here before y'all, and whatever y'all doing, we did that already. The old people you see doing the things y'all do, they just didn't get to do it when they was young, you know. And so, ain't nothing wrong with that, having your fun. I recommend you do that. Meaning if you was young and you had to go to school and people tease you for having on the bullshit sneakers and now you got a nice little job, man, have fun, man. Go buy yourself them Jordans. Make for good memories. Or at least it maybe take away from the bad ones you got a little bit. Ain't nothing never wrong with going back a little bit. You get it? But you don't want to get lost on things, but you get it? You got to fulfill your desires and the things you like. Otherwise, you'd be stuck on it in mind. In regards to all the things y'all do, I been did that. Big chains on the neck and all the stuff y'all like. I was doing this. Talking 99, man. You get it? After you wear a chain for so long, it become an agitation where you like, on your neck, you wear chains, you know what I mean? It don't hold no value to you no more. Everybody seen you with one on, it's a little uncomfortable. You get my point? Back in the day, we used to wear the long chain, so like I'd be sitting on the bench, I might be leaning over, my chain to get caught in between the bench, break my neck open. And so driving in New York, you know, it's congested here. And that's kind of, you driving a lot out here, I'm sure you always have a lot of problems. Most people in New York, they might drive like, you know, short distances. And driving into the city and nothing like that, you looking for problems. A lot of y'all guys, you know what I mean. You like, man, I be riding my shit in the neighborhood. I don't know. I ain't going downtown in that thing. I'ma lose it. Lose your car in New York if you drive that joint into the city, blood. They crazy out there. New York just a crazy place. Most of y'all will enjoy it. If you live like a sheltered life, you might need a moment in New York. Zeddy B said, if you move, you gonna miss your children. Blood. Moving ain't prison. You understand? Just to get your little mind. A lot of y'all from the hood, you get it? You got moving like prison in your mind. Moving ain't prison, big baby. And my kids ain't babies, so my son a teenager, my daughter grown, so you get it? See them whenever I want to see them or whenever they want to see me. That's not a thought. That would never be an issue. The only issue is just me just going. You get it? Like I said, I just came to the realization like a month ago. So it's just a matter of me just going. Anywhere. That doesn't even... I don't have a specific place in mind. I don't mind New York either. I don't know. I guess I'm just wise in that. I don't know how to explain it. You're good wherever. But, you know, other places need to see me and things like that. I need to be in other places. But yeah, there's a few videos of me up driving. But I like to keep things on nature, you know, that's what I do. Y'all got enough people, you know, Babyloning y'all brains out and dumbing y'all down in terms of materials and all of that dumb stuff. I break down scholarship. I kind of deal with the wisdom. So I try to make sure, like, whatever I'm showing y'all, it got to do like with like that, you know, a little peace and serenity. You know, something y'all don't see in y'all every day. And a lot of y'all don't get to sit, you know, by the river and relax a little bit. So you get it like that. Other than that, when I see people riding around in their cars doing videos, I'll be thinking that they homeless. I ain't gonna lie. And I'm sure it might be like that for some. I wouldn't know, but we have to get our orders, you know, together. Other than that, you're gonna have those kind of strange things in life. Zeddy B said, I hope you ain't on child support. Not for my son, but I was for my daughter. I actually got to go in there this month because they charged me after she was 18. You know, my daughter had a son at 18, and she was self-supporting, but she turned 18 in 2020 when that COVID shutdown happened. You get it? I wasn't able to get a court date to kind of stop it. So I have to go in this month. I already have a court date now, but I don't have child support. I'm done with those kind of things, champ. My daughter's grown, and my son, you know, his mama regular. They call me when they need money every day. That's OD. I ain't lying though. Every day. Same life y'all have. You know, every day your kid calling you for something. Usually y'all at work, and you get usually y'all at work or they go off to school and they nagging you to cash app them something. You know, regular life. The same shit y'all got in regards to, like, you know, with your children. Like I said, mine's ain't young, so my daughter grown, so she good for the most part. But my son, you know, he always wants something stupid. If you a man, don't let that child support bitter you out. I know a lot of y'all be, on that kind of time. Get on that child support and you be mad. Then you forget about your you forget about your kids and shit. Don't do that. But you get it? If a chick wanna get mad and put you on child support, I'm saying that because I don't think nobody put nobody on child support. That's just, MIA and shit. If you on child support and you don't take care of your kids, I'm sure you must got the potential. That's why you want it. That's why you goofy ass on it. The point I'm making is you can't control a person's emotions. You get my point? And as a man, you gotta look at it the same. Meaning, if you're gonna take care of your children, it's no difference for you if you do it the one way or on your own merit. It's all the same. And you keep your mind like that, you won't become so bitter. Yeah, it might be better if you do it on your own time when you want how you want. But if that's in your mind to take care of your children, I don't think it's going to really matter to you so much. Like which way. If you do it through monthly child support or if you just do it on your own. Because for you, it's the same. That's how my mind always was. It's the same regardless for me. Ain't really no difference. It's money going out. And so, if you want child support and you a little bitter, if you change your perspective into that, you might not be as bitter. Because a lot of y'all be mad with y'all, baby mothers over things like that. And have a child, you got to pay for that child financially. In that, you get my point? It really don't matter. Maybe that way put you in a little bond here and there, but for the most part, you get it. It don't really matter. It ain't nothing to bitter yourself out. Then you stop, handling your handle because y'all bitter, then you get it. And just put your focus together, man. That's it. That's my words of advice for any of y'all that's young or old and you struggling like with a child support matter. I never had those matters where you like 30,000 in child support and they fucking with you and shit. I don't know that extreme and how that feel, but I'm sure it's rough. But like I said, you just keep your mind focused. Look at it as it's the same either way. You can't change it. You just deal with it. Moving forward, you make sure you get it. You don't have your dick all over the place. My kid's 10 years apart. If I have another kid, so he gonna be 13 years or she gonna be 13 years and more behind my second child. I want to have a lot of babies back to back to back to back. You get my point? You have some dick control. Same with women. You want to have a little vagina control. A little pussy power. I'm sorry. Did I say that out loud? I'm sorry. You want to have a little pussy power where you like, hold on, my pussy ain't just to be pushing. My pussy is not to just be receiving and pushing out, my boy. And we got things to do. You get me? We got degrees and shit that we want to get to. We got things we want to accomplish too, my boy. We can't just do that. This ain't back in the day where you just knock me up and I knock him out. You gotta put a little swag on a nigga mind, make him think like, oh yeah, you right, I forgot you had dreams too. I'm gonna have a little penis power, a little pussy power, that way you get it. Have a kid. This is a glorious thing. Do other glorious things, and then maybe later on down the line when you get a little more grown and a little better, you have another one, and you get it. You ain't got to rush through life and knock out 15 babies in 30 years old with 50 kids. You ain't got to do that, but damn. Oh, I thought you said you got 12 kids. I was about to say, damn. I said rich people usually got a lot of kids. No, that's not true. Rich people usually have, 2, 3 at most. Rich people ain't rich by mistake. They rich because they watch what they spend on. A broke man don't. He say, when I get some money, I need to get some of the stuff I want. Whatever I can, I'll just try to get it on the next go. Rich man don't want nothing but to make sure he rich. And so you get it? Rich man a rich man will pay for an abortion before. You hear me? Poor people have a lot of kids. That's why I was saying what I said. You gotta have like pussy power. And that ain't, funny. If you go down to the ghettos and, the real poor environments, you gonna see like, oh yeah, they like to have kids in these areas. And you go into the wealthy areas, you don't you see strollers too often in car seats and, babies popping out. Some of y'all live in the hood. The little homegirl, she done had 3, 4 kids over these last 10 years. You ain't even realized it. You're like, oh yeah, now that I think back, she did. Like that. In the not so wealthy areas, kind of get pregnant a lot. I guess they got a lot of idle time. So they have sex. Life is not about having a lot of responsibilities. It's about having as very little responsibilities as you can so you can, have fun with your time. And so, if you young, keep that in mind. Damn, that's a pretty, whatever that is. That thing ain't even supposed to be in the water. What the fuck is that? Y'all see that? Yeah, y'all can see that? Fuck, was that a rat? Where'd it go? Or come on land trying to have sex with me, blood. I don't play like that. Is that it right there? Yeah, I think it's time for me to go. Last time a mermaid had pulled up. Looked like a fat chick though. I was scared. I got out of there. Said this fat girl will kill Man, this fat lady will kill me. It was a mermaid though. I got on out of there. I said I got to go. A 400-pound whale. Sorry if you fat. I'm just having a little fun. I don't mind if you have skinny jokes. It's not that big of a deal. Just don't make them malicious. Oh my God. Now, hopefully y'all grasp, the message that I gave y'all. None of this is all deep Jews, but you get it. I don't mind if y'all ask me personal questions, so I'm just answering his little personal questions. You're a little nosy, champ. I do want to tell you that too. Is that he be Harlem? Yeah, you kind of nosy, my boy. And usually I don't discuss these kind of things. You get it? Child supports and stuff like that. But like I said, I don't mind. I ain't got no. I don't have no like. You know how y'all be like fucked up and doing the wrong things and shit like that. And, like certain things in y'all life y'all don't want to speak about. I ain't got nothing in my life that you can't ask me about or we can't talk about. I ain't never really jump off the deep end of nothing. You get my point? I always been reserved in my ways, so I ain't really got no weird shit going on. Maybe somebody associated with me might have some. I'm not saying that's a fact, but that's about as far as it will go. Yeah. Now, you ain't too personal. I don't mind. Like I said, if you learn it from somebody, ain't nothing wrong with asking them personal questions as long as it ain't malicious. I don't feel like you trying to attack me in no way. I'm just asking. Maybe you going through the same things. Or maybe I went through something that you currently going through. Like I said, I don't have no child support outside of like what I gotta go clear up down at the courthouse. Like I said, they've charged me 3 years after my daughter was already after I'm supposed to be off of it. But they say they can't make the adjustments. I have to go in there and all of this dumb shit. Well, I don't have to go in, but it's an online conference thing. Now I'll let you ask 2 more. Y'all can all ask a personal question if you want, you know, before I depart. And use it. Use it to better you in some kind of way, like, you know. Use it so you won't be bitter in some kind of way, you know. Because I done been shot and all kind of things. I've been through a lot of things where a lot of people become bittered out and then they don't move forward anymore, you know. I've always been able to just get my point, still live my life and do me, do my thing, you know. I don't think about changing anything. I'm answering your question. You said, is there anything I would change? I don't think about the past. You get my point? Like I said, my upbringing ain't that bad. A lot of y'all got me as hood. I wasn't raised in the hood like that. Maybe till about 6. I used to live on Bergen Street in Brooklyn, in the brownstone. My neighbors was white. You get my point? I didn't grow up. Like I told y'all, my mom worked for Andre Harrell at Uptown Records. So some of y'all have the wrong perspective of me. You kind of think I'm hood. I'm not. I got cousins and family blood like everybody, and you get it? I'm not hood, but I don't know how to explain it. I didn't come up hood. My mother wasn't ghetto. My mother was what they call bougie, and you get it? She the bougie one in the family. I'm her kid, so in that, I came up. However, she came up. She used to get my nails polished, you know, clear, when I was like 8. So I didn't come up ghetto. I didn't come up by a lot of the ideals y'all did. A lot of y'all gravitate towards me. I guess I got a tattoo on my face. You think I'm the same kind of like street you are. I'm not. I grew up mowing the lawn, so I get my allowance and stuff like that, you know? Just a different life. When I turned 17, my mother went to prison for 2 years. This is when I stayed with my grandma for good in the projects for them 2 years. But of course, during them 2 years, or 3 years, my daughter was born, so you get it? I wound up moving myself back to Atlanta, but that's the hood times, you know? But my upbringing wasn't that. My upbringing was different. This is why I'm smart and shit like that. And this is why I can speak well, and then I can go hood. I was raised to speak well first. So that come first for me. I could speak proper better than I could speak hood. Or it come to me to speak proper first than, you know, speaking the other way. It come to me to be well groomed and neat and my nails cut and trimmed, and you get my point? That come to me first than like the hood stuff. And that y'all say this nigga got ego, this nigga bougie. I don't come from like what y'all do. I come from where I'm supposed to be smart and I should know my science, and I'm supposed to get straight A's in school, and so I did. I didn't really come up in that. I don't know how to explain it, but I'm good everywhere. Like I said, everywhere claim me. I'm normal. I guess that's it. I'm just normal in that. Y'all all different kind of people, but y'all all like me. You get it? And y'all gravitate towards me. but y'all all different. Some of y'all like completely white. You a redneck to me. I ain't saying you are, but you like, I would think you was that. But you like me, and you get it? Y'all like all different. Some of y'all Indian. I'm just like that kind of person, I guess. If you not like competing with me, then you just be like, nah, he cool, he know mad shit. I don't know how to explain it. I'm not threatening or intrusive. Like, I've kind of always been like that. I mind my business. You know? Kick back, do whatever I'm doing. Yeah, I'm just built different. I'm from a different time than y'all. I know how to make my way and move around and, blend in without selling myself out. Lay down the laws of what I am and how I move, but you get it, to each his own. Just let me know the way. Remember when I first came online and I said, I don't know y'all rules and how y'all work on here. Y'all got to put me up on game. Until y'all do, I'm going to do whatever I want. And I'm going to take advantage of that. I'm like that. I don't know the rules of this environment, but I'm going to take advantage of that moment and that time that I don't. You get it? I'm going to do everything I ain't supposed to with my chest out. And you... I'm gonna break every rule till you school me, but I'm gonna enjoy it. You supposed to. It's like going to school and not knowing the rules, so then you break all the rules while you can. Once they know you know, that's over with. You ain't got no excuses no more. So you got to take advantage of not knowing. Once you know, you get it, it's kind of over with the excuse part. That makes sense to y'all? Eddie B said, do you ever have a fear of your son falling for the street life because you once said you indulged in the streets? Yeah, I think my son a Mac baller, man. I'm gonna have to put my foot in his ass. But I think my son might be in the gang, man. He got cornrows going to the side, so I'm cutting those off. Those getting chopped off. Ass might get whooped a little bit. Might get a little black eye or something. I can't say yet. I gotta see. But I think my son might be in the gang. I ain't really know. I ain't dumb. I know the mannerisms. I used to be like for real, for real. And I could tell when some of y'all are kind of like engaging. I don't want to mess with that life. I'm telling y'all, if you young, you're not built. Y'all not built for that. That's something different. Y'all get Jordans and things, and you get it? When I was growing up, the gang was for the kid that didn't have no family. It wasn't for kids that had a family. So most of the people I know that was in the gang, they ain't really had that family structure. A mother or father, they ain't had none. I'm not saying that's my reality. Like I said, I'm a little older, so the gang came to us. So it could be. Meaning when blood started in New York, it wasn't nothing. It needed the tough people in New York to kind of give it some traction. Meaning it needed the tough people to join it or claim it. I'm a part of that. Meaning you already had tough people in New York. I was a part of that. And then we just helped out that. But I'm speaking from that. Forget the gangs. The tough people ain't in gangs. They gonna ride and use whatever they can to do what they want whenever they want. I come from that. I walk away from the gang. Ain't nobody in the gang gonna do nothing about it. You get it? Like that. I done walked away from the gang 50 times. Ain't nobody never did nothing, and they ain't. It's because of that. I come from the beginning. beginnings of it. It didn't have no legs. Now you just got a bunch of fake gang members. Anything after 2000, my generation classified that as fake. We said in 99 they start blooding anybody. They start getting desperate for numbers. If you was blood at something after 99, I don't mean no offense, but that's the realities of it. Even the young niggas from my hood, they know I ain't ever throw it up with them like that or nothing like that. Ben said that. I'm really from the old beginnings of this thing. I got blood burns on my chest. You a young nigga, you blood, you ain't got no burns on you. You not branded. You just say you blood. I got burned, that's why I got a tattoo on my chest. They start giving 10 years per burn. I said, I have to cover this up some kind of way. Blood, they wildin'. My homeboy, he cut his burns off. Everybody I came up with that said they was blood, they had dog paws. That's when you get burned 3 times in a triangle. You call them your 666s. Yeah, that part. You blood today, you got that? No, you don't. So can you see how somebody in my day say, man, y'all not real bloods, blood? And I pull up on you back in the day, I say, blood, with that you thick like quick? I mean, I want to see them burns, and you better know your codes, man. You can't say I'm blood, but I didn't get my burns. What you mean? What you mean you didn't go through the pain? How not? Like that. He said, we got jumped in. Yeah, we got all that too, but where's your burns? So you see the difference? You 05. Back in my day, I'd have pulled up on you, blood. This me and my glory, 17 or so, 16. I would have asked you what that red be like, and as soon as you opened your mouth, I'd have bust your cheek open with that gem star. You would have been squirting all over the place. And that's how we was moving. Once you get pressed, you fooled right there, because you wouldn't even be getting pressed. Once somebody stepped to you like, what that red be like? You thick like quick? You about to die. Or you about to get bust open. They testing you right that moment. You better know what to say and how to carry it. And I came up in them times. You had to know your code. You was going to get G-checked so fast if you thought you was going to wear red or carry red in any way. That part. This is why we call the new ones fake. We was G-checking things. Every second you had to. I had a run-in with the Latin Kings. That's when I got stabbed. Now from the time where you riding dolo, I see a bunch of Latin Kings and bang on them dolo. It's 15 of them, I'm dolo, I don't care. You get it? I ride that 5 and they ride whatever they ride, and we about to get it on. And I wouldn't care how many of them it is. And that's how we was moving back then. Meaning we was trying to get the status up. That separate me from you is I pull up on Op Block Dolo and get the firing on them. And you would never think to do that. Like that. That's how we was moving. Y'all been moving like, I need my buddy. You couldn't get no rep like that back in the day. Everybody got to know you gonna move on your own. Meaning you see, like in Menace to Society, Kane robbed the dude for his wheels by himself. Like that, I come from them times. You had to put in work by yourself. Anybody could do something in the group. You get it? But you have to like earn your own stripes. But for y'all that's young, man, y'all need to stay out of that. I wouldn't even lie to you. Y'all ain't moving right, and you get it? We too far along for those kind of things as a people, if that makes sense to you. Meaning, y'all shouldn't be going back to my childhood. That don't even make no sense. How I got the same story you got. How when I was 15, I joined the same gang you did. That mean this is crazy. That's not good, if you think about it in that way. All things usually evolve, become new. How y'all joining the same gangs y'all fathers joined when they was y'all age, man? You shouldn't be plagued by these same things. You got people my daddy age, you get it? They was in the gang. And so, if you young, man, you gotta have more care for yourself. Meaning you gotta really think and think beyond the moment. You gotta know and want to be older than the age you are. You ain't got no plans for your future. You gonna more than likely throw away your now. Meaning the kid that ain't got no plans for his future is the kid that's just gonna dive into anything in the now. But those of y'all that wanna be something later, when you get older, it's gonna help to keep you out of some things because you have something that you do wanna fulfill. It's when you got idle time and you ain't got nothing in life you trying to do. That's how you get lost out there in them streets and you like, I'm just trying to get a lick and you get it? That's how that happened. And so, I don't care how lost you get into anything. You want to make sure if you young, you plan for your future. I don't care if you want to be a barber, a fireman, you get something in your mind that you working towards that you want to be, and that'll keep you out of certain things like gangs. A lot of my friends that was playing for the high school football team and basketball team, they ain't jump off the porch like that because you get it. They didn't want to mess up their shot. They really thought they was going to make it to the NFL, and it's the kind of mind you want to have. A mind where you got it drilled in it that you actually really going to make it when you get grown. And that you ain't going to fuck yourself up too much now. But if you feel like you worthless and you ain't got nothing going for yourself later, you get it, you going to jump off the porch and be bugging out. I was just a bad kid. I ain't going to lie to y'all. Meaning I was just... I like to say the gang influenced me and all that, but I'd be lying. I was just bad. And whoever I was around, you get it? If we got in trouble, I was blamed for it because of that reason. Meaning by their mother. You try to blame other people like, nah, they influenced me, but you get it? They moms know me. Like, no, nigga, my son follow what you do. Stop playing with me. So you get it? I always get the blame because I always been like the elder in the situation. Or the one that everybody know they all following what he do. If they get in trouble, he thought of that dumb shit for them to do. It wasn't them on their own. Like that. I used to live in Brooklyn when I was young, so I was a little better than the kids in Harlem, you know. I used to come up there, you know, to visit grandmas and shit, and you get it. Harlem kids don't know nothing about Brooklyn life, you feel me? Running around looking all cute and goofy, man. With S-curls and stuff. I come from Brooklyn, I had that flat top with the braids in it. I was bad. No. Everything I said true, though. I come into Harlem, they got Puerto Rican S-curls. I had that flat top with the braids in it. You know the back in the day joint? Fool schnicking just joint. I was pulling up crazy. But if you young, man, just, I don't know. Y'all got daddies. I guess everybody listening to the next person's elder. So hopefully this helps some of y'all. Hopefully some of y'all that's elders, y'all got y'all real talking on yo end. That way my young hit, they gonna listen to you probably. Yo young gonna listen to me, and that's how I go. And this is why in the past all the elders is on the same page. And keep the kids on the same page or out of trouble. Meaning wherever they turn and try to get some Jews they don't think they want to take from their parents, they gonna get the same thing everywhere they turn. Like that. Y'all gotta get back on that time. Your kid try to get wisdom that you gave them, but they ain't want to accept it, so they gonna think they gonna hear something different over here. They gonna get the same bump over there. Don't even think about it. Just do what I said already. I come from them times. Yo mama saying the same thing my mama saying, and I ain't gonna waste my time. Me just do what she said. Because everybody else in the neighborhood that's her age gonna say the same damn thing. And that's how we came up. You can't escape it. In the daytime, y'all go talk to the next nigga mama. They telling you sloppy stuff against what your mama said. And everybody all over the place. This mama's the Pan-African lady. This mama's the Hebrew and that. You get it's all scrambled. When I was growing up, everybody was black, man. And they said each one teach one. And they said when I go to the store, you watch my kids and I'm gonna watch yours when you go to the store. And in that you had mad parents. You was like, damn, I can't do nothing. My mama went upstairs, but my man mama sitting right there. And she thinks she my mama, blood. She will hit me. Like, I come from them times. Your boy mama could get your ass whooping. There ain't nothing wrong with that, blood. It's called a tribe. You were part of the tribe. This how it was when I was growing up in the projects. My man mama, you get it? She don't take me to the store, buy me shit. She get that back from my mama when she see her later. You get it? My mama just do the same all the time. And you get it? Everybody work together. I need a little sugar. They gonna hit me off with that sugar. And you feel me? It ain't like how y'all live today. Where your kid can't go outside because you like, I don't know the neighbors and I don't know what's gonna happen. I come from the time where you can go outside about 5 or 6 years old by yourself because you get it? Everybody in the neighborhood know who you is. They know who you are, so you're not lost or nothing. Somebody will take you home if they feel like they don't want you out there no more. They will take you straight upstairs and tell your mother, I don't think you should let him come outside because he was out there acting a fool. I brought him up here because I don't want to see him no more. And your ass to be straight on punishment from that moment. You'll be up on punishment according to that. Well, you like, I don't even know what I was doing and why was she even watching me to begin with? It don't matter. She said you did something you wasn't, so you staying in the house now. Because you made somebody come up here and bother me while I was trying to get away from you. This how mamas was in the past. They say if anybody come up here and disturb me from my good, peaceful time away from your goofy ass, you gonna be locked up in that room and stuck in this house with me for real. Then somebody come tell your mama, then you like, damn, please don't disturb her peaceful time when she get a break from me, because this is my break from her too. And you get it? You kept everything together. You kept everything together because you like, man, between me and my siblings, we be getting on my mama nerves, blood. Leave her alone. If you tell on me, she might beat my ass because you know my sister just did something and she let that slide. I might get the double, like, don't piss her off, right? That's how I used to be debating with people. Don't tell my moms this time. You know my sister just did something, and if you tell her, she gonna beat my ass twice as hard. Come on. Give me a pass. Tell her the next time I do something. Like, I go to the store for you. Be a cute kid thinking of dumb shit to say. Come on, Miss Johnson, I'll go to the store for you if you don't tell on me. All adults in the neighborhoods, they got a pack with a little kid where they didn't tell on them because they needed that store run. They said, man, go and give me some. I need some shit from the store. Go ahead and go. I ain't gonna tell her. You know, when you get old, you get a little lazy. You like, damn, I don't feel like going to the store. I sure wish one of these knuckleheads could go, but they knuckleheads, so they don't want to go either. But if you could, like, if they do something bad, then, you know, they offer to do everything you would never even ask them. I wash your clothes, anything you say. So y'all got to get the neighborhoods back on those times, you know, where we want people and we ain't even on that bullshit. It's all about the kids, knowing they ain't got nowhere else they can. It's about locking the kids down so they know they ain't got nowhere else they could go. Wherever you go, you gonna hear exactly what your mama told you. Now what? And that they ain't got no choice to be straight on up and up. Zeddy B said, well, children always calling for something and not seeing how the parents feeling. Yeah, that's how kids are. That's life, though. You gotta be mature. Lubin said, I'm in Cali, get real. Salam, shalom. Gangster don't start in Cali, man. You getting lost on names of gangs. Nobody here care about that. I don't want you to ever confuse me with that type of stuff. You get it? California niggas is goofy. Cut it out. You're not talking to a New York nigga that, like, you might be used to. I ain't from that cloth. Like I said, Cali niggas, y'all a little goofy, but some of y'all a little cool and groovy with it, but most of y'all goofy. Cut it out. Y'all can't fight or nothing. Y'all just goofy. We all seen Cali niggas fight before. Y'all have no hands. That's a up east thing, blood. You get it? Y'all play football and lift weights on y'all porch. And we play basketball and go to the gym and we keep them hands popping on the east. And you get it? East Coast niggas whooping West Coast niggas ass on one-on-ones any day you could think of. That ain't no cap because I'm from the East Coast. Like I said, in the East Coast we fight. That part. And so miss me with that tough shit, nigga. I don't want to hit. We grown. If you grown, I wouldn't care what gang you like or don't. You too grown for that. And so hopefully you ain't slide out of here before you kind of wrote that a long time ago. Oh, you one of my channel members. Respect, champ. And get all of that out your mind. You said we don't respect Bloods, all Crips out LA. We think they're false claiming. Oh, Bloods and Crips outside of LA. Yeah, I ain't from that kind of times where you like, I don't respect this or that. You ain't got no choice to respect me, you get it? I'm from that time. If a LA nigga pull up talking about we don't respect, he gonna learn that day. You better know who you talking to, nigga. And you better not bunch nobody into no box and think that's gonna make you safe. You get it? Real motherfuckers is real regardless. And so you get my point? Nobody care what you respect. We stole y'all shit and that's that, nigga. Meaning if you a LA nigga, that's how New York niggas that's real about it look. Yeah, we stole y'all shit, nigga. We made it famous for y'all. Keep carrying on, you gonna get fucked up about it. I'ma say it again, if you a LA nigga, this is how the real gangsters in New York view it. We lit y'all up. Watch your mouth. You ain't in no competition with us. Y'all ain't on our level. We taught y'all how to dress. Y'all was wearing Converse and looking stupid. Stop acting like y'all overly tough. We y'all big bros and we put y'all shit on the map. And shut the fuck up about it already. They don't be disrespecting y'all, so just get off all that. Meaning the LA person ain't got no choice but to respect New York gangsters. We put y'all stuff on the map. And so shut all of that clown shit up, you get it? That's for other places, not for New York. New York and LA been robbing since before gangs. LA niggas in the daytime, y'all sound stupid when y'all talking like that. LA and New York always been the force. We like cousins. We always arguing about something stupid, but you get it? LA dudes been coming to New York for whoever knows how long and vice versa. How y'all think Pac was moving all around LA? This is before y'all blood stuff. That part. Yeah, they was wearing Converse and high socks and trousers and whatnot with jerry curls. Blood, stop disrespecting New York niggas. We gave y'all a lot of game, man. Cut it out. And we put y'all little gangs on the map because y'all was scared to rap about them and stuff. Y'all had y'all little rules where you can't say nothing about what gang you in. And we ain't care nothing about that, man. We put that joint on TV. That's how real we is. We threw that on TV. Now everybody got to know about this bump, big baby. And we rocked y'all joint out. Don't ever disrespect no New York dude in my presence. You tripping. I don't care if it's promoted to you that way. Yeah, you got goofies in New York just like you got goofies out there in LA where y'all at, but you get my point? Overall, listen to the swag and the way I'm talking. That's how you gonna kind of get it. It's not online, meaning in real life. You don't tell no real person what you don't respect in regards to them because they gonna tell you you ain't got no choice but to respect me. And you get my point? If your next comments ain't right after that, as a man, they gonna probably go in your mouth. Cause when you say you don't respect this or that, what are you saying exactly? You gonna be disrespecting me at random whenever you feel like it? Cause no, you ain't. You get it? And so, I'm just giving y'all a little etiquette, something to think on. Y'all be talking so fast in the daytime, y'all don't be considering anything y'all say. Back in the day, you got to watch your mouth, meaning you got to talk the right way. Can't just be used to talking. You get my point? Outside of that, if you from New York and LA people feel like how they feel, y'all need to stop repping they joint. We don't need them. So that's that. It ain't never nothing to beef about or argue about with nobody. Like I tell y'all, problems is something that could be resolved right in the moment. It should never be no lingering problems. And so the moment LA dudes said that they felt like New York dudes was not real with they gang stuff, y'all should have said, well, fuck y'all gang, and that's that. We start our own thing. And we what the gang standing on. Y'all got it hidden, so it wouldn't matter. Keep your little gang and we just make something bigger. Because whatever you see in regards to Bloods and Crips in life, it's a New York thing. Nobody's mimicking LA Bloods. Everybody's mimicking New York Bloods, but trying to get connected with LA. They not running around with Jerry curls and trying to look like y'all. Y'all are not even trying to look like y'all. Blueface, well, he a Crip or whatever he is, and whoever a Blood out there, they don't look like a native LA person. They look like a New Yorker. Why are you fronting? The gang looked like he from New York. He came out trying to look like he was from New York with Air Force Ones on and stuff. That go back to New York. In New York, we call Air Force Ones uptowns. Meaning back in 86, dudes was wearing uptowns. That's them Air Force Ones y'all wear now with the strap hanging off the back, or the low top ones. But back in them days, you know, the little strap was hanging. And this probably go back to 82. Meaning if you from somewhere else and you like, nah, we started Air Force Ones because of the Nelly song? No. Tupac died in a pair of them Air Force Ones. He a New Yorker, you gotta remember that. He had the white Air Force Ones with the strap hanging off the back. That's what Tupac had on when he got shot in that night. He had that jersey on with Air Force Ones, the hot top ones with the straps. When I first used to start teaching, I used to always wear those, like different color ones. It's just a New York thing. You get it? Like I said, it go back into the early 80s. Air Force Ones, or what y'all call, that's what we call them uptowns. Y'all be wearing the wrong ones, like the mid-cut, the ones with the strap that's stuck on the side. Those is no. Them the Puerto Rican ones. Them the ones you wear when you off-brand. It's like I told y'all, the low-top ones is for goofies. But them the ones you get if they ain't got no high-top ones with the strap hanging off. You get you a pair of shorts, you get you some high socks, and you swag those out like that. Air Force Ones high top with the strap hanging, yeah. You get some high socks, get you a pair of shorts, and you swag those out like that. Make sure the socks is pulled all the way up. You just kick back and chill. That's how you rock those out. LA dudes used to wear hard bottoms and slacks. That's church shoes, and I'm not exaggerating. You do not want to see their pictures of them in the 90s. Ice Cube had on a jean. Blood had on a whole Dickie suit with hard bottom meaty geety shoes. Go look at baby boy Snoop had on a jean jacket suit with shoes. With real life church shoes. I don't know what was going on with LA dudes back. I don't know what was going on with y'all back in the day, but I am not lying. They used to have one button at the top, the rest of the shirt open with. It looked crazy. They would dead have on street dude clothes with hard bottom shoes. This is like the dress shoes, the ones you slip and slide in. It's funny, like it's back when Michael Jackson was a Crip. He used to dress like that. Michael Jackson, he used to wear his jean jackets and stuff with his little dress shoes. Michael Jackson really Crip. That's how they all used to dress in the street. Michael Jackson got that LA Crip swag. If you watch like I'm Bad, that's that. So he's showing you how they dress. They pull up with their hard bottom. LA dudes will pull up with their little Jerry curl and their hard bottoms on, my boy. I have a whole dance off with you. Dudes start Crip walking on you. You like, what? What are you doing? You from New York, like, what are you doing? Blood walked up on me and just cold blood started dancing. Like, he started dancing on me. I ain't know what to do, so I decked him. Like, Nah, I love LA dudes, I ain't gonna lie, but watch your mouth. Once y'all start talking like that, y'all gonna start losing a lot of the real New Yorkers. We the ones that like y'all. We be vouching for y'all like, nah, they cool. We like LA people. You start talking that dumb stuff. Nah, don't do that. I don't have to give y'all true history. If you think I'm lying, you can rewind it back. Easy E used to dress like that. These dudes used to wear church shoes. I don't understand how that ain't funny to y'all. They used to wear church shoes with like, y'all see how YG be dressing now? He trying to get y'all a feel of like, you get it? He telling y'all like this is the authentic way that, you get it? The steppers used to move back in the day. I ain't all the way trying to be funny. It's funny because it's just true. But back in the day, LA dudes was wearing hard bottoms all the way close to 2000. It's 98. Dudes got on jerseys, Jordans, and the LA dude cold blood got on. Y'all gotta know this church shoes I'm talking about so you really get it. I ain't talking about like whatever shoes y'all think. I'm talking about those dress shoes where you like your pants are way too baggy to even have those on. Dude pull up with a jerry curl, a jacket with the button at the top only, standing crazy slew-footed with slippers on. This how LA dudes was gangbanging mad tough back in the day. A dude will pull up with the Walmart slippers on with the khakis. And you like, you confused like, I don't think I'm supposed to be scared of no dude that just, he ain't even get dressed yet for the day. Got on slippers. He dressed for the day though. Got on slippers with slacks. And it's 2000. Go back, watch Baby Boy. You're gonna see little instances of what I'm talking about. Meaning the little dress shoes get down. Let me shut the hell up before I have to visit LA one day and they kidnap me and stuff. Forget everything I said, LA dudes. You feel me? Don't worry about it. I ain't said nothing. I ain't tripping about it. Y'all do what y'all want. They said, hold on, I'm a little famous. I might be out there one day. Let me shut up. LA dude to pull up on you with his little jerry curl going. That shit had mad body. You like, alright, that's spicy. Pulled up on me, his head had mad body in it and shine. Like, I'll pull up on you looking like iced tea. You got body like. His head got hella body like. It bounced. Like I just got rolled down on by some dudes that had doobies. Their hair had bounced. Like, 4 dudes pulled up on me with the immaculate rollers in their hair. They let their rollers out. Their hair had hella bounce. Then they jumped me. This is how it was in the 80s. No lie. You get jumped by hella dudes that know their hairstyles. Like, their hairstyle was up the par. You say, damn, my girl don't even get her done like that. They had her finger waves and all that blowing through it. Pull up on you with the doobie done right. You don't know if you should holler at him or duck him. He said you were Hebrew Israelite. Not at all, my boy. Go watch this video back. I got a part on Hebrews where I give, deep wisdom. For those that are Hebrews that want it, you could check on that. If you black, y'all got to stop like falling into weak-minded shit. This the real channel here. It ain't good to be showing me that you the big time follower. I don't really be dealing with them cons. That go back to when I was in the street, pulling up desperate to be down with everything. You down with this? I'm down with I'll knock you out. You feel me? That's it. All that other stuff. That's for kids. Once you become a man, you got to stand on your own. You got to find your own way as a man. This means you got to make your own moral system. Hopefully you find some deep knowledge like mine and you can shape and form your life together with it. But you got to stand on your own. You can't have nobody else's ideals raising your kids and leading your wife and all this goofy shit. You're supposed to be a man. I'm going to say it again. Once you become a man, at some point you got to shed all the little boy things. That's the fake gangs and all other groupings, because you got adult groupings like, politic groups, religious groups. You got to shed all of that at some point and grow all the way into your manhood, where you a man who live by principle and honor, and you stand on that, and that's your law and your religion, and that's your bond with God. How solid and sturdy you are as a man. You get it? And you view yourself like an extension of God. Not because you got ego, but because you uphold the law and the balance. And you get my point? Some of y'all are strong men. When I see you talking in that way, I get so disturbed. Because here I am all little and you got the size. And you get my point? I could conquer you. Some of y'all like that. I look at you, you bigger than me. You a strong, sturdy man, but your mind weak. I could see all in your face. And to know I could conquer you just disturbs me. It's like, you a man. If I could stand sturdy, you can too. It's not about you falling up under this thing or that thing. It's about getting to a point where you get it. You shouldn't have nothing but a past with these things. When I was young, I was in the gang. When I was young, I used to follow this religion. And all of those things should have came to an end. Should have been like steps for you to evolve into the man or woman that you are today, which is supposed to be, a solid individual that can mix and mingle with all groups and all persons, not never losing their self in this group or this person. You are who you are. Your morals and your values are what they are, and you get it. Whoever you deal with got to respect that, and that's just that. And so Nelsie Batista, you said that Hebrew Israelite. Yeah, I don't grasp what you're saying. You got to speak more. You got to make more sense when you're talking. If you talking about anything I said, I don't do comedy here, champ. So you know, get your mind together. Maybe something I say funny, but ain't no comedy here. Whatever I said about the Hebrews, I stand on. A lot of y'all be getting me twisted with that. If I say something and it tickle you a little bit, don't ever think I'm playing. You better look at the higher ups in your little religious group and question why you see they don't play with me. Because a lot of y'all be like the followers and things, and you kind of desperate to step off the porch. Blood, you better jump off the porch with your own peers. Look at the Hebrews that's my age. Yeah, you better start paying attention. Pull up to 125th Street, I cleared out. Hebrews know they got the mosey up the block. And I pulled up on Sonetta. He said, damn, Captain Tazariak and I was just out. I told him you was on your way. I said, yeah, where he at? He said, man, they moseyed up the block. I said, yeah, they scared. And he started laughing. Blood, I pull up the 2-5, I cleared out. Niggas know who the Don Dada is of this wisdom, blood. You a young Hebrew. You can be what you are, but you better know who you're talking to. My Hebrew scholarship predates y'all. I used to get Jehovah's Witness Bible studies back when I was 15. My mom signed me up on that. So if y'all jealous of my scholarship, man, y'all better go holler at my mom. She the one that put me up on all these religions. Meaning my mom is one of them people who she got a new religion every other year. And that I had a new religion every other year, but you get it? I study the religion and actually learn. I'll be asking them questions, getting on their nerves until we depart. And that, you get it? Getting wise as hell on my journey. My mama lostness is making for my great deep wisdom. She probably look back now and be like, damn, that is how he got that wise. Sure was a Jehovah's Witness, a Hebrew, a Pan-African. My mother was everything. And that I was everything. And that, you get it? She made a monster in regards to scholarship and wisdom. Ain't no scholarship I don't know. Then, of course, on my own, I studied like Islam and things like that. You know, when you get grown, you want to pick your own thing. Oh, that's how I was. And that after like 25, 26, I started paying attention to Islam and studying that. But that wasn't it either. But, you know, you learn what you learn from a thing. And you get it? Judaism, all those things. I studied them all. Hinduism. But they're just stairs leading self to become dependent minded. Wisdom lies within, meaning understanding. It lies within. And all of these things bring you there when you true to it. Meaning if you truly serve the religion and study under it and oblige to it, it will spit you out. And you get it. I guess you won't be done with it, so you will go seeking another religion, and that one will spit you out. Meaning when you fulfill yourself in these things, they spit you out. Meaning like, you be done with it. You kind of know, like, I've evolved beyond this thing. I'm wiser than everybody here. They understand and it's not fully right. So then you go somewhere else where you think it may be. You know how y'all do. Y'all say, man, I think I could get more out of this. And, you know, that's going to transpire until you find the nature in yourself. Meaning when you become self-aware of how you fall asleep and wake up and the many different aspects of nature within yourself, you're going to start to notice them with outside of yourself. And you get it? Nature start to talk to you. Silent language, but you'll grasp. You grow into, you know, whatever you do. Zeddy B said, do your family think you a black sheep? No, my mom was like the black sheep in the family. I'm like the glue. I don't deal with a lot of my family. And that my family is like the Hebrews now. They just all scattered over the place. But I'm like the glue. Meaning all my cousins, all my family members, they all have like their own individual relationship with me. Not each other so much. So all my boy cousins, they all have a relationship with me. They don't have one with each other really. They know of each other, they familiar with each other, but they don't have like a relationship. The same with my girl cousins. They all kind of know me. They got a relationship with me. Not everybody else. In that, I kind of brought everybody together. Same with my friends. They didn't all was each other's friend like that, but they was all my friend. I had my own individual relationship with all my friends, and they all didn't have that with each other. You get it? I like that. I'm kind of like the glue. I don't know if people even actually realize that. Probably do now if they watching, and if my family members or something is watching, then they probably click into them now like, oh yeah, we all kind of separate because of him. He was the one that had the relationship with everybody, you know? But you have to grow. My family have to either grow with me or you get it? grow apart, but it's still okay. It's still family. It's all your perspective. But I never been a black sheep. I'm a person, when I remove myself out the mix, people gonna get a little upset, you know? Like the life. I always had a lot of swag, a lot of good shit talking. You get it? All that make for good fun in the moments. And so you get, it's kind of like when y'all tune in here, y'all like, you be talking shit sometime in between the wisdom. That shit be funny as hell. You get it? You make it fun for a moment. I'm kind of like that. I ain't really a tight ass type of person. I drink, smoke, do whatever you do. I ain't type of, you get it? Person that's gonna be tripping on you. Unless you about to be getting out of hand and getting all sloppy and stuff. Other than that, have your funds and you get it? The life will keep you in order. Meaning, when you get carried away, life usually gonna drop you to drop your ass down to rock bottom so you can get it together. But in that, we ain't really got to ride nobody. They already know what they shouldn't do and what they should, and they gonna go into their extremes, and that's their choice. You can't tell a person, you know, maybe somebody going through a death, and that they drinking more than they usually do, and it ain't your place to like tell them. They already know. At the end of the day, life got them. Life gonna let them hit rock bottom, and you get it. They gonna recoup. They gonna recover at some point, but you get it. You just be there for them, you know, from a distance, kind of make sure, you know, you can do all you can. But no, I don't know nothing about being like a black sheep. You get it? You can kind of tell from my personality. I'm not used to like, I'm not used to being alone. This is why I like take advantage of it. You get my point? People always crowding around me. I used to never get my like moment. When I was in the gang and I was always popular, so I don't ever get no moment. Somebody always seeking me out for something. Like they want something. And that I don't ever get no break. I don't ever get to, you know, have my own time to myself and kind of thing. So growing up, I used to be bottled up with that. Like, I need a moment to get away from everybody, but I don't know how. Wherever I go, I know people. I can't get away. It's kind of like that now still. You get my point? Try to hide myself away, but it don't do no good. I try to find a new life, you know? All the dudes I know from the streets, they just follow, like, I can't get away from them. Like, whoever know me, I can't get away from them. Some of y'all, I met y'all during my times of teaching, and you kind of lingering around somewhere in silence. Like, you get it? I'm like that. That's why I'd rather have good relationships with people, because it seems like when somebody meet me, then they just can't get me out their brain. They be like attached forever. Some of y'all like that right now. We ain't really meeting nothing, but you either attached with a disdain, which means you was, you know, was getting too emotionally involved with me, or you just either attached because you idolize me. But that's the only thing I don't know how to balance out. Like, meaning I got that quality with people. I'm like Velcro. They become attached to me. But you get it? I guess y'all supposed to serve me in some way, but I ain't a tyrant. Like, I ain't somebody looking to lead nobody. I'd rather raise you up to be like an equal like me, so we could, like, you get it? Spread out. Y'all kind of looking for a leader, like most people I meet, and you know, looking for like a leader. And I guess y'all view me like he He is perfect. But I look at it like, nah. I don't feel comfortable telling people what to do because I ain't with it. I don't feel comfortable telling y'all what y'all should do. I could just tell y'all like whatever's the reality. You do what you want after that. Virgin Atlantic. Zeddy B, you don't have to wish those things, man. Some of y'all are completely lost, boy. You probably, if you from Harlem, you probably know a bunch of people who I know. They're locked. You can meet me if you want. Just say cheese. Everybody know me as cheese. Well, I guess you could say Solace. I think mostly everybody know me as that. Probably more now. People still call me cheese though. Came up with a lot of them dudes on 3/5, you know, 7th, 8th, all the way to like 40th in Lenox. I don't know your age, but you know. I know like Promise McGruff. Promise is somebody named Bobby. I know Suda Boss, that's his big brother. Bunch of people. Like I said, I come from that area. All these people like in the 40 age or maybe 50. Like McGruff and them 50, but I used to be in a barbershop on 35th and 8th Figs. Them like my uncles, Mama Lil and damn, I forgot my bro name. He's spicy. Mama Lil and damn, yeah, that's when you deserve to get slapped. Some of y'all go to that barbershop on 135th and 8th. I used to be in there. I know Big Joe. That's the fat dude that used to be, well, a big guy that used to be with, the bodyguard for Cameron and them sometime. He used to come over to the barbershop sometime. Like I said, once he pulled up with mad watermelons, he made sure everybody got some fruit that day. He like an OG from Nicky Barnes in them times. So he kind of got like that father type of flow. Pull up and feed you and stuff like that. Make sure you get some fruit in your belly. You got some good people. I ain't gonna lie. When I reflect back, they street niggas and shit like that. But you get it. Make sure you get your fruits and vegetables. Shit crazy. A little crazy. If any of y'all know Joe, ask him about that. So you ever went to the barbershop and made sure everybody ate their watermelons that day? You gonna start laughing like, hell yeah. Hell yeah, I made them eat their fruits and vegetables, man. So like I said, I used to be out there. It's different times though. Everybody live by different morals now. Everybody's just going whatever the popular person say now, so they figure like maybe I could get aligned with them and get myself lit. And that you get it, y'all ain't getting that real talk no more. Y'all getting that talk where you gotta wonder like, are they just saying that because they wanna, you know, not piss off the person with a lot of followers, or are they being like real about it? So I'm from that time where everybody y'all watching now, they was like me. And that, you get it? It was different. I don't even know if y'all can imagine that. Like Cameron, Mace, and Gilly the Kid, and all these people y'all watch, they had the same brain I got. I wish they lie, because I got a lot of Jews from them. You get it? Y'all young, y'all listen to rappers. I used to do the same. And we all used to live by the same thing, meaning the streets, art, wherever, it's the same. And that most of these people would have tell y'all whatever I'm telling y'all. Like maybe they got a deal and you get it? So that changed things a little bit. Gonna say whatever they think gonna keep them progressing. In the past, it wasn't like that. Everybody just said what was real. In that, no Goofy had no shot. He couldn't play the, like, I'm really popular game. Well, you about to be unpopular, because we gonna get you out of here. You get it? Academics wouldn't have been able to have no place back in the day, because nobody would have supported it. They would have been like, nah, you're not authentic, though. You're not from this, so we not gonna get on your show. It wouldn't matter how many viewers you got. You not authentic in that environment. You causing trouble. I ain't got no problem with academic. I'm just using him as an example. You get it? Most of the people y'all view as cool now, they was not in my day. Like Nick Cannon. I like Nick Cannon, but he been around. He was a geek in my time. He cooler y'all now, but in his own times he wasn't. So you gotta like a lot of that. Like people from my day that wasn't necessarily cool, because y'all a little goofy now, they kind of fit in with y'all goofy in that, you get it? They kind of like y'all idols, even though in their day they was a little goofy-ish. So, you know, it's just different. Y'all follow like Kendrick Lamar. He not too far from my age. He was a nerd in his generation. Meaning Kendrick Lamar, back in my day, he was weird. He could rap, but he was like a weirdo though. No disrespect. He was a little strange. His bump wasn't right. He was geeky. It all fit perfect for y'all though. You get my point? Kendrick Lamar not new. He had raps out there in like 03 and stuff, and 04. And featured on people's stuff, but he was just a little strangest. You get it? Y'all got like a lot of nerd shit going on. I ain't saying Kendrick Lamar is a nerd. I'm just saying if you my age and you honest, I know he popular. You don't want to mess up nothing going on for yourself, you might go in. But just on, because you know back in the day, we was like that. Meaning Kendrick Lamar heard this before, growing up in, I'm sure he heard other dudes telling like, yo, Blood is a geek. He down with the set though, like he cool. I know nerds from my neighborhood that's a little off brand. We tell him every time we can, you a geek. But he's still down, like, you get it? We know his mama and all that. He's still a part of the everything, but you know, he a little off-brandish, a little geeky. Kendrick Lamar like that. Like, he's a little geeky-ish. And you get it? Yeah, Revenge of the Nerds type of thing going on y'all got. And so I've been around long enough where I could kind of see, like, oh yeah, everybody from back in my day that was kind of a little too nerdy for the times. It's perfect now for them. Like, you get it? They could be like a god now in these times, because y'all like all nerdy. And that, you get it? When you real, it wouldn't matter the times. Y'all see me. It wouldn't matter if it's geeky times. I'm still going to be doing my thing, yeah? Geeks online, everybody online. So, yeah, real people gonna come through too. You gonna get, oh my God. Damn. I'm about to finish my beef patty. It's covered in ants. My whole bag is too. And my ass probably. Damn. I forgot about. That's the only thing about nature, man. Bring back all kind of bugs and stuff. Now I'm about to depart. If y'all have any questions, y'all can ask. Hopefully y'all grasp, you know, the Jews in the beginning of this video. And then, you know, A little street life talk afterwards. I know a lot of y'all getting lost in the streets, man. That ain't it. The streets is just something that's gonna have you having to start over. Meaning most dudes, they go to the streets, they mess up, they end up in jail, and then they find themselves back when they was 18 looking for a job at the supermarket or some shit. They could have did that back then. If you from the streets, you know what I mean. You was doing your little crime, you got caught up, you did your little time, and then you had to come home and find yourself a little job or go to school because that was your parole requirements. And that, you get it? You could have did that on your own. So the streets gonna have you going full circle starting back when you was 18, but you gonna be 30 or so. Ain't worth it. You could flirt with certain things, but you can't wipe it up. Once you do that, you know, you done. I have a little fun with the streets in there, but once you start marrying her, get my point? To death do y'all part. Meaning you got to go to jail or die. Or halfway get your head blowed off so you can get away from the streets. Meaning that's what it's gonna take. Don't got nothing to do with the streets got to do with when you leave it. And so you get it? Most people don't leave till they damn near die. I'll get a whole bunch of time before they finally get it. If they even do. And so you get my point? You don't want to get caught up in that quicksand. You don't want to get caught up in the quicksand that people before you got caught up in. That's when you were fooled. You know, too many people in the streets that fell short for any of y'all to really fall into the streets. You got to be a goddamn fool when you consider it. All y'all favorite rappers that's playing like they gangster, they dying right before y'all eyes. So you get it? It's like walking in the quicksand. You seen swallow up 5 other people before you. Why would you do it? There's no point. Gotta learn to love things from a distance sometimes. You get my point? Have a little fun with a thing here and there, but you don't want to be arm in arm with everything, you know? You want to make sure you know some people outside your own environment and your own comfort zone. Because your growth is going to be dependent on the moments when you're not comfortable. You get it? Look at your being comfortable as your stagnance and your being uncomfortable as the moments that make for growth. And so you got to be a little uncomfortable for there to be some growth, or that's going to be the sign of growth. A little bit of discomfort. So you have to embrace that discomfort. This is just your coming to terms that you have evolved to new heights of intellect, you know? New ways of thinking. You know, we all grow. We all start seeing things different. So you get my point. You have to embrace whatever discomfort comes with that. It's just growing pains, you know? Whatever you lose in your moments of growth, so you can't grow and not shed anything. You get my point? Your feet can't grow, you're going to have dead skin falling off. You can't cry about the skin you're losing. It's just life, you know? But you have to grow. And so you don't want to stunt your growth. You don't want to grow faster than you need to, but I want to make sure you're growing year after year. And I'm not speaking in a physical manner. I'm speaking of as a person. Your mind, your emotional state, the way you conduct yourself. You know, getting the ear to work more. And that's a sign that you're looking for understanding before you speak. When you're young, you just kind of half listen because you're desperate for your turn to talk. As you mature, you get it? You kind of like to have like a clarity before you speak. When, you know, you mature, like I said. Peace and wisdom, wiser foundation. You said the cycle of the sun and moon holds promise. Does the people in life hold the same promises as the cycle of the sun and the moon? I don't know what you mean when you say it holds promise. People are here as physical representations of what is hidden that controls all these different opposites here. You have day and night, sunset, and I don't know why I ain't letting y'all see the beauty that I'm out here watching my damn self. Ain't that something? I'm sitting here watching this beautiful sunset, and I got y'all looking at a bush. Got the camera on a dirty bush. And this is what I was looking at. Tell me, y'all can get mad at me on that. I ain't gonna lie. Y'all go ahead and curse me out. Come on, let me have it, y'all. Because that's just wrong. I hope it looked beautiful for y'all like it do for me. But this is what I was sitting here looking at all this time. You know, I like to watch the sunset. As the sun is setting towards the horizon, you know. And you got a certain kind of eye you can, see into the ethereal planes. The in-betweens, physical and unphysical. It's all kind of in the cloud space, but hopefully y'all grow, find, balance. Balance is fairness. A lot of y'all think balance like keeping your balance or something that way. Balance means like being fair. Balance has to do with the mind. If the mind is fair, it is because the mind is balanced. If the mind is lost into taking sides, it is because the mind is emotional, meaning it is going off its likes, dislikes. It is not being fair. Once that happens, the mind gets clouded. And so you get my point? You want to stay balanced. That's what balance means. When you receive, you give back, and you keep all balance, cycles of this life going, And this is how you get the most out of everything in life. You said that the life never fails us as the setting and rising of the sun and moon. Why does people hold that same promise? People are like the hidden glory that controls those balances. We're supposed to be the physical manifestation or representation of that. In that we're supposed to uphold the balances of life. This is why, one's mind must evolve into fair. You cannot take sides. Y'all cannot, I like the daytime over the night, and I like winter better than summer. Y'all have to, you get my point? See the beauty in both sides making for the other. And you get my point? We're supposed to keep everything balanced, not fall into these opposites or these two things that have to be balanced. You get my point? Y'all are not supposed to fall in the night and day, or this thing or that. Y'all are supposed to uphold the balance between things and make sure everything is fair and just, and that everything stay positive and peaceful and good. When things get in balance, this is where you get awry, and this is where we at in society. Most people are not living balance. This has to do with fair. And so we're supposed to be examples or representations of that. Y'all see two people having a quarrel, y'all supposed to intervene and bring the balance, the fairness. If you emotional, you probably gonna take whatever side of whoever you more familiar with. That's man's natural nature to do that. If I see two people arguing, I'm gonna side with whoever I know. But a man have to grow out of his immaturities. That's an immaturity. That's like going off emotion. You get it? What you familiar with got to do with your emotional state. But the life needs you to be fair. And that you make those that you know that are wrong better. If you go with their wrongs, you only help to make them more wrong in their way. And this is not good for you or anybody or they self. And so you try to like keep everything balanced for your own self's sake and for everybody else that's here. Everybody needing things to be fair for them, period. In that should be the foundations of our law. It is, but I mean the obliging of that. And so, man, I've been out here quite a while with y'all. Oh, only been out here for 1 hour? 50 minutes? That's impossible. It says 7 o'clock. Hey guys, can one of y'all let me know how long this live been? I know I've been out here longer than the hour in 50 minutes. I had to be out here for about 5 hours. 5 hours? I knew I ain't bugging to say an hour and 51 minutes on my end. I was supposed to been stop this thing. Feel all dried out. I'm looking at the time like, dang, I ain't even was on that long, but I'm feeling like, nah, I was on here for about 8 lessons, man. Oh, y'all better have gave back. I hope y'all ain't worked me like that and ain't give back nothing. I'ma check when I get off, man. If I come back a little upset next time, that's on y'all. That's on y'all imbalance for it. Yeah, I have to go eat and rehydrate myself. It's a deep thing. You know, my job is, it's a lot sometimes, but I love it. Wouldn't trade it. Now, if you have any questions, ask before I depart. I'm gonna try to catch this sunset. And so the path of wisdom, it starts there with your becoming self-aware. You know, aware of, you know, balance and honor. You know, you want to start there, make sure you're being fair in your ways. From there, you can observe and you know, make sure others are. You want to keep your perspective fair. This is where truth lies. When you can see things fairly and not become emotionally attached to anything, and that, it makes it easy to see the truth are accepted. Once you bound to something, you become the defender of it. And so, path of wisdom starts there. Making sure you're self-aware of if you're fair and honest to yourself, being able to acknowledge when you're wrong, things like that. It's like I said, most people think emotional control have to do with pretending like they're happy or not mad. But if you happy or mad, that you just are. You whatever emotion you are at the moment. But emotional control boils down to moments of, you know, when it's needed for you to be fair, have a fair perspective. But of course, you have the power to, you know, do whatever you want, and that's going to be dependent on your emotional state. If you get a little angry or, you know, a little biased because you favor somebody else, you're going to be unfair. And so, you get it? That's what emotional control have to do with. Not the emotional state you're in, but moments that it matters, you know? If you're corrected and you're wrong. If you're wrong and you're corrected, you get it? Sometimes our wrong be afflicting people. If you can't acknowledge when you're wrong, this is going to be a matter of your emotional state, your pride. So it starts with emotional control, but before you can get there, you got to be self-aware that, like, that you do that. And then you get my point. Start applying things. And once you get yourself to a fair, balanced place, you should see some change in your reality. You should be able to start pulling some wisdom, you know, directly from nature yourself. Once you get on, you know, the accord. about to depart soon. Like I said, I'm catching the rest of this sunset. If y'all have any questions, y'all can ask. Yeah, it's kind of cloudy today. Usually that sun be set. That thing be turning pink as it's dropping. It's different colors during different times of the day, depending on, the season of the day. You got morning, afternoon, evening, and night. And, between morning, afternoon, and evening, the sun go through different color transitions, and that you can tell what time it is if you're familiar with, nature or the sun and its colors and its position. Meaning, I would know what time it is right now, whether I have a clock or not, because I'm just used to the sun. So I know when it's over on this side and, where it is about. I know we about I say hour and a half away from darkness. Like that. And if there was no clock, anything going, I already know we about an hour and a half at most, it's gonna be dark. In that, we need to be gathering everything together and kind of getting ready to get the hell on before it get pitch black. Because in nature it get black. That means you better get your fire and everything going right now. You a little bit behind schedule if it's, you get it? If we was out in nature, we'd be a little bit behind schedule, but we need to start getting our fires going and getting our lights situated. Because it's going to get black. And you get my point? You will get more familiar with time, paying attention to the seasons of the day than your clock. Different times of the day got different feelings, so you becoming too trying to know what time it is regardless of looking at your watch or whatever. Same with the moon, it's in different places at different times of the night. So hopefully y'all enjoy these little moments like this, with the view. you guys get a chance to smoke a blunt during this time, right before it gets dark, none of that weed crack y'all smoke. I'm speaking of the flower, old school stuff that the indigenous people used to blow on. It hit different. It's more divine. Summertime, you want to eat, like around this time if you can. And then when the sun get like a little lower, when it's like still daytime, but you know the darkness is coming. Smoke during those times. Meaning if you're gonna smoke or do any drugs, recreationally, know your times. Marijuana is a sunset thing. You want to take it during those times. Remember, if there's no pharmacy, so all we would have is the medicinal plants. So these would be used during times of healing. But then you have people that would use it recreationally. During healing times, if you're using it, you get it? You would use it during this time. You know how y'all have pills that might say take it in the morning or take it at night? It's telling you to take it at a certain time, because you get my point? It's like I'm saying, like, everything have a schedule, you know? And so, always remember that when you're drinking, smoking, some of y'all do heavy drugs. There's a time schedule with your drug, just like the pharmacy drugs. They tell you like a certain time, like. And so marijuana works best at this time, sunsetting time. You don't want to smoke too late. You don't want to smoke too early, especially not too early. You don't want to smoke too late in the night either. Of course, if you're young or whatever, you don't need to smoke. You smoke during times of, times you ill. It can be emotional illness or whatever the case may be, but you don't need anything. Just air. Air and water can heal most, illnesses. It's just a matter of how much you may need. Some of y'all need about 2 weeks, out in the wild, away from the cities. This is where the air is fresher. You may need to be there for quite a while because you've been breathing in a lot of CO2. And it's having its effect on you. You're not breathing in enough where it's killing you, but you're breathing in enough where your nose is all stuffy and your head and your thoughts is all scrambled, and you get my point? Of course, you have your stove in your house, things like that, so you're gonna have CO2 in your house. And this is why you have a carbon monoxide detector, because they already know that. They want to make sure you don't have enough where you kill yourself. So you get it? And so for those of y'all that's in the process of having a home built or something, you may want to consider, a few of my designs. I draw house designs. I make my houses with the kitchen outside of the house. Like how your garage is like separate from the house, but not like that. kind of make the kitchen separate. And that your living space won't have any rodents or bugs. And on top of that, you ain't got to worry about no CO2 poisoning. Get my point? You just got your heat, and that's going to cause whatever CO2 to flow in the air. But for the most part, you ain't got the stove just sitting there, and you get my point. And so if you got like a big enough space and you getting a house built or something like that, you should consider that. When you build your house, maybe have your kitchen 3-4 feet from the house. In that, you get my point. Same way you go to the kitchen. I mean, most of y'all don't live in the kitchen. You just go in there when you making something to eat. And that, it don't really need to be in the house. For what? And so you get my point? I guess in the future, they probably going to start making things, designs like that. Because it seems like whatever I say, and I see it like 4 or 5 years later. And so you want to make sure you're getting all the fresh air you can. That's the most important thing in your life. Fresh air. Nothing else don't even really matter. Fresh air and fresh water. Both being the same. Before and after. Everything you see in nature, I'm speaking of why is a foundation. Everything you see in nature is a sound that manifests. Birds make their sounds. Cats make their sounds. Dogs make their sounds. The little insects make their sounds. Everything being their sound manifested. Man speaks his word. He is word manifested. You know, everything is the manifestation of the sound that they are. In that, cats, dogs, they are all different species in regards to sound. Cat's appearance is a manifestation of its sound. A dog's appearance is the manifestation of its sound, meaning woof woof or a bark. The image is in the sound. The dog manifests as it should. It just being the sound. And so all the life that you see is just manifested sounds. And that, when you say everything look like musical notes to you in nature, all is manifested sound. Humans are man being, word manifested, because that's what he speaks. He doesn't bark in. The animals speak in syllables, like bah, that's a sheep, moo hoo hoo, that's a cow, The animals speak in syllables. Man speaks in the merging of those syllables, which would be words. Plants are silent, they just vibrations, meaning they usually look like the vibration. All sound has a vibrational source. This is a pattern. Of course, the appearance is in that sound's pattern or vibration. The flowers, they manifest out as the vibration itself, meaning they don't make sound, they look exactly as the vibrational pattern. A sunflower looks like the vibrational pattern. It's a manifested sound, but the silent sound, which is the vibration. You have the silence of the sound, which is its vibrational pattern. And then you have the sound, which is the extension of that vibrational pattern, or that silence. And then you have the physical emanation of that. The physical appearance is in the pattern. Y'all have a unique voice. This voice has a source vibration that it's coming from. That's the pattern. That pattern or that source would be your mind or your soul. Your words or your unique sound comes from your mind. Like that. Your soul is the vibrational pattern that the sound comes from. Your physical body is a manifestation of that vibrational pattern. Man looks how he looks because he is word. He is that sound manifested. In that you have a unique voice. You have a unique fingerprint. You have a unique appearance that nobody else has. And this is because of your sound. Your sound has a source vibration and all that information is there. In that, man will always look like he looked. A dog will always look like he looked. Like his vibration. That's why I said when y'all die, y'all are not going to become different life forms. Who y'all are is in the vibration, meaning y'all soul or y'all sound. Soul is a sound. If you're lost, y'all speak y'all words from y'all mind or soul, not y'all body. In that, the soul itself is a sound, meaning it's a vibrational pattern that has the ability to make a sound or manifest physically. And so everything you see is manifested sound or the manifested vibration. This is the source of the sound. It has a pattern. It manifests out in the print. I have a fingerprint. This fingerprint is the pattern of the soul. The soul being the vibration that the sound comes from. This is why your sound or your voice is different than mine. So if any of you guys ever wondered, like, what do I look like as a soul? Vibrational pattern that consists of many colors and sounds. These colors and sounds make for this one pattern. You know, this pattern is the vibration. Think of a vibration pulsating, boom, you know? And it holds its pattern. Its pattern being, you know, an accumulation of colors and sounds. And this is the possibilities of that vibration. Meaning all those sounds and colors that make up the vibrational pattern is the possibilities of the vibration. Meaning it can make those sounds or manifest out into its appearance. This is why I say y'all made in the image of God. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. And here y'all are, y'all speak Word, but it ain't talking about y'all physical appearance. It's talking about y'all soul's vibration is made in the image or pattern of God. God being the Word, and that's what you speak. And the dog wasn't made in the image of God, because in the beginning was the bark, is not what was written. In the beginning was the Word, not the meow or the bark, the Word. And the Word was God. In that, do you get it? It is saying you are made in the vibrational pattern of God, which is Word. In the manifested representative of the Word. Man speak Word, like I said. So he is such. Dog speaks barks, so he is such. And all things make their sound, and they are their sound manifested. You know who I am? Wisest man ever breathed. That mean whoever breathed before. That mean whoever have breathed air before. Yeah, the wisest man whoever breathed. Like how I put that, right? I'm talking about the vibration, the wisdom. You a teacher or a speaker like that. You have to learn your skill level. There's different levels. See how I was explaining the vibration and how everything is its sound manifested? And then I took you into scholarship. In the beginning was the word. And it all brought it full circle where you grasp, oh yeah, that is deep. Like that. It's like a rapper. You gotta have your metaphors and all your things in order, and you gotta know how to bring that thing full circle. Like when the battle rap and do his little scheme and then he bring it all together. Some of y'all think speaking just speaking. But talk. It ain't about talking. You gotta know how to bring that thing full circle. And so it's like that with anything. Let's say you're somebody that interviews somebody, and you think it's just about getting the good guest and asking questions, but it's not. It's about being aware of what this guest has heard a million times and it's going to disturb them, and knowing how to reword it or do whatever you need to do to open them up where they don't mind talking to you about it. And you know empathy levels. You know how to, you get it, level with someone. You know how to say, I'm going to leave that alone. I'm going to reword that like that. I know they heard that 50,000 times, and that when I say it, they going to chop me down. A good interviewer already know all these things. They know who they interviewing. You get my point? In that way. And they're doing that so they can be on this person's good side. In that, they get the information in the good interview. If a person don't like you, they going to shut down. And so do you see the different skill set? Tasha K, a beast. I don't know what she do. But in regards to interviewing people, she got a whole different skill set than y'all. Yeah, that part. I look at the details of things. And some of y'all just interview. You're terrible. I'm not going to mention no names on that end. You ain't got to do all that. But you get it? It's different skill set. Queen's flip. And dude is a beast. He got his little thing where he like open people up by pissing them the fuck off. It worked. Y'all get angry and y'all start talking more than... Y'all get a little aggravated and start running y'all mouth a little more than y'all would. So he got his skill set, meaning some of these new people, they better than some of y'all older interviewers that got like you more known, but you don't know nothing about the skill set of that thing. They got the skill set down. They know how to connect. They know how to connect with, whoever they interview, and they different. Vlad TV, years ago, he was a beast. He talked too much now, meaning his interviews is like he's interviewing his own self, and the guest is just his yes man, meaning he just say his opinions on things. He don't even be... He forgot about what interviewing was about. So Vlad just get to run in his mouth. You get my point? But watch certain interviewers and you familiar with certain skill set. It's skill in everything. So you talking this wisdom in teaching and speaking, my skill set on a whole different level y'all don't grasp. You got to know how to bring that thing all the way around full circle. Gotta be able to pull for anything. It's like freestyling. You gotta know how to pull from what's around you and making your point. You have to know your different scholarships. You have to know all you can, so this is all your files you can pull from. Let's say you were a speaker or a teacher. Your file got to be extensive, meaning your library. This is your brain. And you got to have many different scholarships, and you get it? Books, and you got to be stacked up. And that you can pull from your files, meaning you will master that biblical literature. Because you read it so much, you know it like that. And that, say you know Islam too, you know that thing too, and you familiar with nature, you know your experiences in life, this and that. You got more things to pull out your file to make your point. So whatever you do, make sure you know you get into the skill of the thing. This is the detail. You're a speaker, you gotta have levels. You gotta be well-spoken. You gotta be able to turn that well-spokenness into the opposite of well-spoken and still capture, the essence of the thing. And you get it? You gotta have your range, meaning you can't be like stuck in a box. A good speaker gonna be able to give you range, meaning they're gonna be able to level with, the different personalities. Some people hood, some people, they got more uppity etiquette. Allah got different kind of etiquettes. And you as the speaker, you got to be able to capture all the different kind of personalities. You got to be able to relate with you, especially if you're a wise person. Different kind of people have to know you can get to their level. And that if I'm having a one-on-one, some of y'all are a little ghetto and hood. So I speak to you in that manner, because I know it's going to make you more comfortable and be able to speak. I notice when people try to speak, when people try to talk well-spoken and they're not truly, it interferes with y'all expressing yourself. Y'all kind of get scrambled up in y'all thoughts because y'all focus too much on the well-spoken part. And that, you get it? The thoughts look scrambled in, the words start sounding scrambled. It's best you express yourself and get that down first. Don't focus on being well-spoken. The message is always the point. Meaning wisdom and teaching has nothing to do with being well-spoken. But it is a better presentation. But overall, you make sure you can make not your point. Wisdom has nothing to do with the point, but you get my point. Make sure you can express whatever you're saying clearly. We're not speaking about your words. We're speaking about the message. Sometimes you can be listening to someone speak, but you like the message ain't clear. I don't get what they trying to say. It don't seem like they all fully get it. Like that, you want your message to be clear. You can work on your vernacular and your speech tones and all that later. The more you speak and you practice speaking, the correct way, it'll come. But mainly you want to have your thoughts clear, because that's what you're going to express, your thoughts. And that you want to make sure your thoughts is clear before you speak. You don't want to have thought in the mind. This is where a lot of y'all go wrong with me, with me, and then you start feeling stupid, and then you start getting aggravated, and you start getting irate and acting stupid. This is because of that. When y'all are speaking to me, if you ever pay attention to me, when I start speaking to somebody, I'll go into like a calm, like that. I'm kind of removing all thought and emotion from that moment. In that, I can hear you better. In that, I can chop down whatever you're saying that's inaccurate. In that, you don't really hear me. You kind of just start speaking. You start getting aggravated. Or if you take your time out and relax, and make sure you even got a point to begin with. This is where it starts. Do I even have a point? That's what you're relaxing for. Once you get there, you get my point. Just be aware and listen. But there's levels to everything. You get my point? I would like to see one of y'all get wiser than me. That'd be, I'll at least see one of y'all of equal measure. Where you're actually wise for real. You have emotional control. You always make your point. You don't stray away and get all frustrated and get into insults. And you get it. Make your point and curse a nigga out after. You get my point? Always make your point first. And so I suppose one of y'all will. Which one of y'all want to be? Meaning I suppose whichever one of y'all want to be wiser than me. You won't. You won't, but this is the start, big baby. Gotta have high hopes. Now I'm just being funny with y'all, but on a true level, everyone has their gifts. I have a gift that is beyond wisdom, smart, intelligence, those things. I'm saying that because a lot of y'all are going to drive yourself crazy trying to be smarter than me. And my smarts don't have anything to do with me. You get my point? I have to do with something else a little more divine that you might not have a mind to grasp right now. But you get my point? I'm saying that so y'all don't, go uphill. I'll just be joking with y'all when I challenge y'all egos. But just in real time, Ain't likely none of y'all gonna become wiser than me, and I don't think that's the point. I don't think that's the point of me even being wise as I am. It's just so y'all can be better than y'all are, for the most part. And, develop on the wisdom as you go, in your own time. But my wisdom go further than y'all can grasp. Meaning that's certain things y'all can't even explain it. Y'all can't understand if I explain it to you. Everything I explain to y'all is filtered out and dumbed down so y'all can grasp as simple as I think y'all can. But you get my point. If I was speaking to somebody extremely wise, let's say an alien, you get it? It will be a whole different thing. Meaning I would probably lose some of y'all. The alien would lose y'all for sure, but y'all would stop grasping at some point and just be stuck in the awe, oh, that's deep as hell, but I don't even know. What are you talking about? Meaning you got before space and time, This is the unconsciousness and things before that. Unconsciousness is the space. Of course, everything going into awake. This is the physical. This is your time, space and time. But there's the before that. So the mind can penetrate so much farther than y'all can grasp. Y'all kind of limit yourselves on a mental level. But the mind can go before space and time. You have to remember, we all coming from before space and time. We coming from before orgasm. We coming from before all the places that we come and go from now. Y'all go to unconsciousness, that darkness. Y'all go in a dream. Y'all come into the physical. And y'all ping-pong in between these realms of existence, you know, daily. And y'all come from before all these places. This is why y'all pass through them as y'all coming and going. You know, the soul being like a tide, or a thing that comes and goes. Ancient Egypt tried to explain it to y'all with the Ak, but I don't think y'all grasp. But the pure soul, the part of the soul that holds no memory, it holds no negative thought. You know, memory. It's the pure soul, just the awareness. How that thing come and go, how it come and go. It's eternal. And so like I said, there's a before space and time. Your consciousness having the ability to come and go. Many different places, you know. Y'all come in a dream, y'all come into awake, many places. More than that, but I'm just giving you an example. Your mind can penetrate into many places that you don't even know exist. And it can penetrate, you know, before space and time. That means anything that happened in space or happened in time, the mind can go to the beginnings of those things. All of our minds being, all of our brains, our minds as well. This is our soul, but let's deal with the mind, the DNA of a person. I got all that junk DNA, all that carry over information from the generations before yourself. Now look at your brain like that. Your brain is one of many brains. And brains go all the way back to the beginnings of the first people. Meaning the first people had brains. And they had these same brains we got. And brains and spines, you get it? These things form in the womb, they predate man. A dick had predated man. It carry over on a man, just like the brain, the spine. These things carry over on the soul manifesting out. But these things predate. I'm saying that so you can grasp your brain is an old thing. Yours is new. But it got all the information from forever time, because brains go all the way back to the beginnings. You follow? The same with a heart, a lung. These things is before and after you. And the life gonna manifest with these things attached. And so it go deep, like I said. I'm what y'all would call Christ conscious, but even more than that. Ain't no word, but some of y'all say, how do I get Christ consciousness? Basically could say I got that, but that's just a self-awareness thing. We're speaking about knowing beyond the self. All you need to know is the self, though. But the same way the eyesight can go beyond the vessel, and so the sound of self can go beyond yourself. Meaning you could yell at somebody up the block and they can hear you. You can see somebody up the block. Meaning your senses can go beyond your vessel, so your awareness can as well. The same way you can reach absolute self-awareness, you can reach absolute awareness of self and all around self. But that's the self. You know, the ego. Then there's the after that, you know, the all-knowings. The beyond your own perspective and your own limits. And you get it? You're kind of tapping into the all consciousness that all consciousnesses is, you know, separating themselves from. It's a deep thing. It said, why does the brain look like a maze structure? As you age, the brain wrinkles, increases, and folds more and more. And this has to do with language, thought. Because y'all have language, y'all have thoughts or memory. Because y'all have thoughts or memories, they replay over and over in y'all mind, meaning y'all have mental chatter. And this is a result of the ego. And this is what makes the brain age. And when the brain ages, all becomes wrinkly like that. So it starts to manifest out in the face. This is the beginnings of aging, thinking. Meaning, if you ever wondered, why do we age? Because man can't stop the chatter of his mind, meaning he can't stop thinking. And it's thinking that makes him old, not his work, none of that. His mind keep running. And because his mind keep running, it's like a car. It's going to break down faster. It's going to get old fast if you leave the car running. Cut that battery off, cut it off. And so you get it? Man, mind have that chatter. Like I said, the more ego one has, the more mental chatter one has. And so this is what meditation is about. Removing the mental chatter or the ego. See, your unconscious mind does this for you when you go into, sleep. It removes your mental chatter so that you can slip off into dream. You don't get all you're supposed to get out of dream because, unconsciousness did it for you. And so this is what meditation is about. Trying to stop the mental chatter so that you, as the pure soul, can slip off into meditation or dream or, the realms beyond physical. Now I'm getting eaten alive. I have to depart. Hopefully you guys enjoyed that. If you did, it helped you in any way, you can click the description. That's the title of the video. My links are there. You can pay a tithe there, an appreciation donation for the deep jewels. Visit the website upscaleknowledge.org. I have deep literature that I wrote there you can purchase. About 11 books. Pick and choose from them. Solace Knowledge series. That's 5 different books. You have the Kabbalah Magic, the Spirits in the Spine, or the Lesser Key of Solace, the Way of the Wise Servant, Divine Laws of Nature, the Life Secrets Decoded, and the Land and Resource book. Teach you how to, teach you all you need to know about land and the point of it. Salam, shalom, lovely spirits, enjoy. I'll let y'all catch the tail end of this sunset. Like I said, I'm getting eaten alive.